What's up, everybody? Kent Swanson, Craig Stout, Maddie Lane in here at Holiday Distillery. Beautiful Holiday Distillery. We've been out here all afternoon having a phenomenal time, and we are about to have a phenomenal time here.
True.
As we break down every single pick of the 2024 NFL Draft, we are beyond excited to be here covering this. Obviously, this is something that's very important to us here at KC Sports Network. It's something that we spend a lot of time doing starting in September. This is something that we kind of build up to, and this is a big weekend for us, and we're excited. That's why we brought the big guns into Kansas City to come hang out. Maddie Lane, Craig Stout. Matthew, Merry Draftmas to you, my friend.
Sup? I'm wondering who these big guns are.
Well, I mean, have you seen?
I lost my headset.
Why have you been working out if you haven't been working on the big guns?
All right, so I'm going to spoil pick number one. It's going to be Caleb Williams out of USC.
Oh, man,
okay,
I had
guys.
money on Drake May.
I'm sorry. That's sad for you. No, we've had a great time out here at Holiday Distillery. It's been a lot of fun so far. As you will see during the majority of this broadcast, we've been having a good time. Kent, Craig, we've had a lot of fun. We are excited to get to the Chiefs pick, hopefully, later this evening. Maybe not. Maybe so. Maybe on Friday. Maybe earlier tonight. We will see. But at this moment, how are you feeling about the NFL draft, Craig?
Honestly, this is one of the drafts.
No, dishonestly, please.
Dishonestly,
Yes.
I am really concerned about what the picks are going to do.
True.
I really am worried about what the Chiefs are going to be able to put together at pick 32. No, honestly, it's a little bit of well-worn territory right now. The Chiefs right now picking at pick 32 for the third time in 5 years, winning the Super Bowl. It kind of rules being able to pick here. But, it creates its own challenges trying to add
feeling.
to the – it really is. Rings last forever.
Unless you lose them.
Unless you lose them, which, hey.
We only know that once.
We've all been there.
We've all been there once.
It's been a good time. It's been a great time here at Holiday Distillery. I think we're all feeling wonderful after an afternoon right now.
Some of us are, yeah.
Yes, it's a really good
Kent,
time right now.
are you not feeling wonderful?
I feel great.
Okay, I feel wonderful.
I feel wonderful.
I'm locked in. But yeah, thank you guys so much for jumping in. And again, we're going to be here for every single pick of the 2024 NFL draft. We don't stop at day 2. We go all the way through day 3. That's when Tucker D. Franklin starts jumping in and things get real weird. But we are getting ready for what will be a fun first night of the draft. And, they kind of talked about it a little bit here, but, there's a lot of ways this could go, I think, for the Chiefs, right? There's a lot of buzz here late that the Chiefs could be looking to go trade up for an offensive tackle, but it kind of sounds like the rest of the league is looking to do that right now too.
A lot of tackles out there.
A lot of tackles out there, and a lot of teams maybe wanting to go move up for a tackle. Honestly, if you're asking me, the most logical approach that this team could take is trying to secure tackle in the first round. I feel like that's the best path to how they can dictate the rest of the draft, because this is a deep wide receiver class, and they might be able to get one, in a later round. Oh, but I mean, it kind of seems like it's going to be a pretty aggressive trade market for them to try to move up and go secure one of these guys.
That's the gut feeling I'm getting, is that the Chiefs like the round 2, day 2 wide receivers a little bit better than they like the day 2 offensive tackles, right? Like,
100%.
Everything we've heard has been about them trading up or potentially trading down for an offensive tackle, and that's what we're wondering. Like Peter Schrager, I think this morning or this mid-afternoon has had the Chiefs trading up to pick 19 with the Los Angeles Rams to take Amarius Mims. And it seems to be the buzz going into the draft. The Chiefs are going to look for offensive tackle, which makes one think that they're maybe going to look at tackle versus wide receiver. And that's because it's a pretty strong wide receiver class. There's a lot of guys out there that could potentially come in early on in their time in the NFL, make an impact. And I get that. I get the sentiment. But at the same time, it's really hard to sit there and look at guys like Adonai Mitchell or Xavier Worthy and think hey, they probably don't need those guys. They could just use a tackle to come in and be, fine and get this team over the hump going forward to try to get to that 3-peat.
It is a good position to be in if you are Brett Veach right now, because your two major needs are wide receiver and offensive tackle, and arguably the most depth of any two positions right now in the entire draft. So, maybe you wait a little bit to take an offensive tackle. Maybe you sit back at 32, you end up taking a guy at 32. Guess what? That guy in most drafts probably going top 20. So you feel confident in either offensive tackle or wide receiver. Now, definitely feels like with some of the national mocks, with some of the general people that are projecting what the Chiefs are going to take, offensive tackle seems to be the one position that, by and large, is associated with the Chiefs right now. Ken, do you think, we haven't kicked off yet, obviously, Caleb Williams has not been drafted by the Chicago Bears yet. Do you think the Chiefs are walking out of today with an offensive tackle, whether that be pick 32 or trading up, just in general,
Yeah.
are the Chiefs walking out of here with an offensive tackle?
I think so. I do. I think they're walking out of here with an offensive tackle
Today.
specifically. We talk about the depth of this tackle class, but I think the depth really sits in the first round. Like I think that's where the best depth at this position really sits.
I'd
or
agree.
Players that are going to be gone before the Chiefs pick at 64. And I think that's what you have to kind of look at a little bit here. Like I think ultimately, I think the Chiefs would probably. This is my theory. I think the Chiefs are making 2 picks in the next 2 days.
You think so?
Yeah, I think they're going to try to trade up today. I think if they don't trade up, they're going to take BPA at wide receiver or tackle, and then I think they're going to trade up to try to secure whatever position they don't address.
And just to reset that would be trading up in the first round and having one of the 2 picks in day 2. So either a round 2 or round 3 pick.
Yes. So I think that's the move right now. I genuinely think they're trying to get up there for a tackle. I really do. Like I'm buying that. Even though here's something from James Palmer here about 2 hours ago. This is from him. The Chiefs have really been working to see if they can get up from pick 32. The thought around the league is it's for one of the speedy wide receivers.
Yeah. I mean, I get it. Like, I do.
Yeah.
Brian Thomas Jr., Xavier Worthy, at this point in the draft, I would understand how they could bank on we need to go up and get that sort of guy to complement a Rashee Rice, to complement a Hollywood Brown, to complement even a Sky Moore and a Kadarius Toney. That doesn't mean that they're absolved of any role in this offense. I can understand how the Chiefs would look at that and say, we need to move up. We need to secure a guy that really functionally matters within this offense right now, because they've been playing in day 2, and you got a Sky Moore, didn't really functionally matter in this offense, and you got a Rashee Rice that did functionally matter, but let's see what happens with him this offseason.
I mean, that's the fight the Chiefs are going to face here, right? Is Rashee Rice is looking at somewhere between 2 and 6 games, 0 and 6 games of missing this season. They have to come away with some kind of reliable receiving threat to replace him, to step in his absence and also pair with him, right? Like that's a difficult spot to be in. So they also have to look for somebody to replace Donovan Smith and or improve on Wanya Morris. So they're not in the easiest spot that's ever been in for an NFL draft, especially for a team picking at 32. So they have to kind of sit there and look like, okay, what do we think about this draft from 0 to 100? What do we think about this draft from 0 to 32? Where do we see the most value? Where do we see the best way to get value out of this NFL draft? And it seems like looking at the national media mocks going up to this point, it's going to be, according to the national media, it's going to be a wide receiver. The vast majority of these mocks have had the Chiefs coming away with a wide receiver. Now, I think we all think it leans a little bit, it looks a little bit more like an offensive tackle, right? Whether that's a trade back, whether a trade up, whether sticking at 32, we think offensive tackle is the move, but it seems like a lot of national media thinks the move is wide receiver, whether Adonai Mitchell, whether Xavier Worthy,
Adonai. Let's work on it together.
Whether Xavier
before the draft starts, let's all go together.
Whether Xavier
Adonai.
Legette, whether it's any wide receiver that has
I'm
a
with
different
Maddie.
pronunciation of
We
their
know.
names going forward from 0 to
just-
156 players out there available for NFL teams to draft. There's just wide receivers, just offensive tackles. Who do the Chiefs want to get at this point in time? It seems up in the air. It's just kind of crazy to me that wide receiver seems to be the vast majority of where national media is going versus offensive tackle,
Yeah.
whereas where we compare the need to be a little bit more tackle driven.
Right. And I get it. A Wanya Morris is available. Like, you feel confident, or let's say Donovan Smith, signing Donovan Smith in free agency after the draft. Okay, cool. You have solved left tackle, at least to the realm that you solved it last year, and that was fine enough. Obviously, the Chiefs won the Super Bowl with that, so I understand why wide receiver is one of the paramount positions that people are mocking, that people are considering as, hey, yeah, this is pick 32, this is what it is. I want to ask you two, before this even kicks off, do you think the Chiefs pick at pick 32 today?
I don't. I think they're moving up. I think they're moving up. I really do. And maybe it's just some of the recent buzz, but like you're hearing a lot of the conversations and how upfront the Chiefs are about trying to move up. I don't know if we heard this kind of conversation surrounding them moving into pick 26, right? I feel like this is a very aggressive move that they're about to make. And like the fact that we're hearing conversations about them potentially moving up this close to the draft tells me that they're being very active, telling me they're very active with a variety of teams that probably exceed our current expectations. I know they're sitting there talking about wide receiver, but the last time that there was talks about the Chiefs aggressively trading up into the first round, they did it, but they didn't do it for the linebacker that everybody reported. They did it for Patrick LaVon Mahomes. I think this team is going up, and I think it's not for a speedy receiver. I think it's for a tackle.
Well, it won't be for A.J. Brown, who, according to Jordan Schultz, has signed a massive 3-year extension worth $96 million to the Philadelphia Eagles. That's a lot of dough.
That's a lot of dough for a 3-year deal. He's well deserving of that. Like, in a 3-year deal. Like, wide receivers are getting paid right now. Like, they really are getting paid right now. So I wonder if this is a domino for some of the others. Justin Jefferson, a Jamar Chase, a T. Higgins. Like, we'll see how this cascades money down. Yeah, it is.
They don't have a quarterback.
Well, they have Jalen Hurts.
What? I said what I said.
Ooh. And I'm the one out of pocket. So the Eagles have Jalen Hurts, they have Devontae Smith, and they have A.J. Brown. And we will see what happens to Brandon Ayuk. What happens with CeeDee Lamb? What happens to these wide receivers that are
I didn't even mention those two, who are further down the rungs in most people's wide receiver realms. Yeah.
There's a lot of money going out to wide receivers right now. There's a lot of money going out to quarterbacks. I don't think the Chiefs are particularly interested in adding a super expensive wide receiver or anything like that. But what does this do to the rest of the wide receiver market? Like, the Eagles obviously removed from it, but are there teams out there that were trying to trade for Brandon Ayuk that are now interested? Are there Dallas Cowboys who were considering paying CeeDee Lamb $30 million a year going, we don't want to pay him $35 a year. So, like, what does this do to the rest of the wide receiver market? What does this do to the offensive tackle market? We're going to find out over the next 12 minutes going forward or anything like that. But it's a tight spot, right? The Eagles are spending a lot of money. Any team is spending a lot of money on wide receivers right now. It seems like we're kind of turning a corner in terms of what positions the NFL is willing to pay.
And this is very relevant to the NFL draft because it's such a good wide receiver class. Like, it really is. We're talking about 3 guys in Marvin Harrison Jr. and Malik Neighbors and Rome Odunze that would be wide receiver ones in any respective class. And now there's a debate over which one's going first. It's Marvin Harrison Jr. But you have enough debate about these 3 guys. Rome Odunze is a clear wide receiver one in the NFL. He should be. And now we're talking about him potentially being a top 10 pick. Not guaranteed, but potentially being a top 10 pick. That matters when you see these sort of contracts flying around because, yes, a top 10 wide receiver makes a lot of guaranteed money. Doesn't make anywhere remotely close to the wide receiver contracts that are being handed out right now. So it does really matter what's happening in the NFL right now with the wide receiver and free agent market.
And, like, if the Chiefs got real weird tonight and they just decided, screw it, let's just sell the farm a little bit for a Rome Odunze, they're not going to be in a position to draft a Rome Odunze anytime in the near future, I don't think, because there's 3 clear-cut top-tier wide receivers available in this class, and if there's one falling to 9, that's the closest to striking distance you're ever going to be able to get to somebody like that. There's really not a ton of things that I would be too disappointed with if the Chiefs, if the Chiefs did that, I wouldn't be disappointed. I wouldn't be upset. If they traded up aggressively to 16 to draft a tackle, I wouldn't be upset. There's really not a ton of moves that would get me too disappointed about what the Chiefs do. I understand if they try to just sit at 32 and just play it out. I understand if they try to be aggressive, and if they trade out too. Like, hey, Friday will be a lot of fun for all of us if the Chiefs go out and just trade from pick 32.
Yeah. Potential fun here. Like, there's a lot of different paths, a lot of different avenues that can happen here with offensive tackle, with wide receiver. Like, and Chiefs are coming off of back-to-back Super Bowls. Yeah, I mean, it's a great time to be a Chiefs fan anyway. you're in a good spot with left tackle, with wide receiver. You feel confident that even if you wait till 32, you've got a little bit of runway for a guy. You feel confident that you're going to get somebody that otherwise would be potentially a top 20 pick in another draft.
Can I ask you guys a question real quick? Because this is something I've been thinking about.
No.
Maybe, maybe not. Sitting up. Continue.
This is a start. We're just barely into this.
Well, we're not.
We're 9 minutes out from the start of the NFL draft.
Continue.
And Caleb Williams is the pick at the first pick. So we're gonna. Oh, this is actually a good chance for us to remind everybody. We will be tipping picks as this goes. So we're not going to be waiting for what happens on the broadcasts. We are going to be announcing picks early. We're going to be reacting to picks early. One thing I've been kind of thinking about when it comes to the wide receiver position, though, is something we were talking about yesterday on the lab when we were kind of talking through stuff. I know one of the comments, I think it was Maddie, that talked about like fit for this receiver that the Chiefs might be taking specifically for 2024. Mm-hmm. Hollywood Brown's not under contract for 2024.
Correct.
Who knows if Travis Kelce's, Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader goes extremely well this year, and he just decides.
Which I hope so for him.
Good for him.
Personally, yes.
I think he's doing okay regardless. But however long Travis Kelce has left, right? We don't know.
Do you think he's smarter than a fifth grader?
I do.
Okay.
I know some of his tweets from 2013 might indicate otherwise. But all that to be said, how much of 2024's fit matters when you're considering this wide receiver? Or is it, hey, look, maybe there's some overlap between what Hollywood does or some of these other guys, but we just need to continue to stack good players because the future, 25, 26, 27, potentially 2028, if this is a first-round pick, what trumps things, right, for 2024 versus 2025 when it comes to pure fit? Because, I know we spent some time talking about fit for this year specifically, and I'm just also kind of just wondering, yeah, it matters, but this guy's going to be here longer than basically every receiver on the roster except for Rashee Rice, and maybe not even
potentially Rashee Rice.
Yeah,
Well, that's the tricky part, right? Is if you're looking at the Chiefs' depth chart right now, it's Hollywood Brown on a one-year deal. It's Rashee Rice, who's up and down with some potential legal issues. It's Travis Kelce, who's getting to be a little bit of a veteran so far in the NFL. It's hard to outline what is going to be the Chiefs' identity going forward. What is going to be their offensive identity? What is going to be their playmaking identity going forward? And we want that to be Rashee Rice. We want that to be Hollywood Brown. But is that going to be the case when these guys are on shorter-term deals or having potential legal trouble? So this is a potential draft with as strong as a wide receiver group is, paired with maybe the tight end group isn't that strong, but there is some players out there that this is a chance for the Chiefs to go ahead and jump on those guys, get themselves a little bit of a footing in early on, and turn their offensive identity around a little bit. Is that what they're going to do? Or are they going to go the route of an offensive tackle and just continue to build on the shorter-term offensive weapons that they have, like a Rice, like a Hollywood Brown, guys like that, and try to turn out the three-peat versus trying to build out a full-on offense going forward?
And that being said, that's a great thing to consider here because while I may be personally on the offensive tackle train just because, set it and forget it, try and rectify this once and for all with the left tackle situation, a first-round draft pick at wide receiver for the Kansas City Chiefs with that fifth-year option, that's 2 years beyond Rashee Rice. It's not just oh, yeah, they drafted another guy. He'll be around for another. That's 2 years beyond that. If you believe this is a foundational piece for the Kansas City Chiefs offense, for their passing game, then, yeah, take the gamble because it's not just a small amount better. Again, Rashee Rice is under contract for 4 years with the Kansas City Chiefs right now. Another 3 years. Yes, thank you, Kent. Another 3 years. You draft a guy right now, you are getting a guy in pick 32 that could be a 5-year player for the Kansas City Chiefs. Another 2 years beyond that. That matters in a significant way. We talk about it all the time from the perspective of the Kansas City Chiefs trading back because teams want to trade into the back end of the first round because they want that fifth-year option. Yeah, That does matter for an offensive tackle, for a quarterback, for things like that. It also matters to the Chiefs from a wide receiver perspective because that's 2 more years that you get a foundational piece on a rookie contract beyond a guy like Rashee Rice that obviously matters to this offense.
We're about 4 minutes from the NFL draft beginning. Before we get too far into this, we are going to be raising funds for the Therese Paylor Scholarship over at Power Mizzou, and this is something that's very important to us. We've been doing it for the last few years. We were able to raise a lot of money last year. I believe it was $10,000. We're going to try to raise more this year. Anyway, here's a quick video. Before we get too far down the rabbit hole with this draft, check out this video from Ebony Reed, Therese Paylor's fiance.
My name is Ebony Reed. Therese Paylor was my longtime partner, fiance, and we had planned to marry before he passed away in 2021. He cared deeply about education. He was really passionate about this whole issue around student loans and how it impacts people's ability to move up in the economic strata in our country. And so we had conversations at home about someday he wanted a scholarship in his name. When people make a contribution to the Power Mizzou Journalism Alumni Scholarship, the development department, every time someone makes a contribution, they send me a monthly list and say, these are the people who've contributed, so that I have the opportunity as a representative, as one of Therese's loved ones, to send a note to people to thank them. So people get a personal note from me on top of what they get from the university. And sometimes people put special notes when they make their contribution. And recently, there was a note that came from a dad from Texas, and he has a son that will go to Mizzou in the fall to study broadcast journalism. And in his note, he said, my son received a scholarship that waived out-of-state tuition, and that means so much to our family that we had to give back and support the Power Mizzou Journalism Alumni Scholarship in memory of Therese Paylor, because we read about him and we know who he is. And when I got the note from the development department, I said to them, 20 years ago, young Ebony was a student at the Missouri School of Journalism, and I had a scholarship that waived my out-of-state tuition. So when I write this dad back, I'll be sure to tell him that. People can participate in the raffle, which is, one way to support, because all the proceeds from the raffle go to the Power Mizzou Journalism Alumni Scholarship, which supports students at the Missouri School of Journalism. People can support by also picking up some of the new gear, and they can also directly make contributions to the Power Mizzou Scholarship online.
So, yeah, that is the Therese Paylor Scholarship that we were trying to raise money for here at KC Sports Network. And last year we had a lot of success being able to get people to donate to that. It was a lot of fun. It was great to see the responses from people there. So KC Sports Network's Venmo, there's a bunch of great prizes that you could potentially win if you do that. $10 for each entrance into the raffle at KC Sports Network.
Can you run us through some of the prizes right
Yes, I totally can. It's a Nick Bolton signed jersey. It's an MJ Melendez signed baseball. A Jarius Sneed signed jersey.
Nice.
A Trent McDuffie signed football.
Nice.
Craig's best friend, Derek Johnson, signed jersey.
Why is there another prize on here other than DJ's signed jersey?
I don't know. There's some decent ones there. But, yeah, please consider supporting their $10 donation for each chance to win one of the above prizes. You can go, again, to the KC Sports Network Venmo, or you can go to givebutter.com/KCSN there, and you can access the raffles there. So please consider your support. Ladies and gentlemen, we are less than 60 seconds from the 2024 NFL Draft beginning. We are beyond excited. This is a big weekend for us at KC Sports Network, something that we are always building up to. It's funny because, the Chiefs won the Super Bowl. In the middle of the season, we were still watching prospects on teams that could help the 2024 Chiefs, and we were definitely paying a lot of attention to receivers because the receivers were somehow overcome in the 2023 season.
They were actively bad.
They were actively bad. And so, I anticipate one of them being selected relatively early here in the draft for the Chiefs in the top 100. But we're going to be paying close attention to it. I have a question for you guys. If I set the over-under on quarterbacks drafted in the first round today at 4.5,
Ooh.
I would have gone under until
Yesterday?
like 12 hours ago.
Yeah.
It seems like there's a lot of hype picking up down the stretch for quarterbacks being taken in round one. It seems like Michael Penix, Bo Nix are getting a lot of rub here down the stretch. And like obviously, I think we all know the first 4 quarterbacks off the board. Could be Caleb Williams, Drake May, J.J. McCarthy, Jaden Daniels, in some order. Those 4 coming off the board. It's just a matter of who is going to be number 5. And as of yesterday, I would have said probably nobody in round 1. But it seems like the teams drafting in the middle of round 1, the later end of round 1, might be buying into a Michael Penix, might be buying into a Bo Nix. So, favor to the Chiefs, that might work out well.
Absolutely. And on top of that, it favored the Chiefs. Like, it matters because a lot of the teams that are being associated with a Bo Nix and a Michael Penix right now, Denver Broncos being associated with Bo Nix, a Michael Penix being associated with the Las Vegas Raiders, like, that matters.
Yeah.
Like, it matters for the perspective not only of pushing guys down in the first round of the NFL draft that the Chiefs might be able to draft, but also moving forward. You know, these teams feel confident in the ability to draft a guy in the middle of round 1 and still be able to get a player that matters to them at quarterback. It is rare that happens, but we are in a unique case here where we may see 4 quarterbacks go in round 1, like in the first 4 picks. Like, it may happen immediately here. So to Maddie's point here, if you would have told me 4.5, I would have said the over fairly easily because I could see them getting to that 5th quarterback. I think the real line might be 5.5 now. Like, and that makes it very interesting for the Chiefs' draft perspective, but also the divisional perspective because there are teams like the Broncos and the Raiders that are so attached to guys like Michael Penix and Bo Nix Jr.
One thing I've kind of been thinking about in relation to, I believe it was the 2022 draft, is do we think Michael Penix and Bo Nix are better prospects than Kenny Pickett?
Unequivocally.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I was drinking at the time.
No,
I don't mean to have that delay there.
No, you're good.
Unequivocally.
So,
I think both of those guys are much better prospects.
Now, is it because they have bigger hands, or is there more to it?
I mean, Michael Penix has massive hands.
He does have massive
He is
hands.
like Olu Fashanu is jealous.
Tell me more about his hands.
I don't want to.
Okay.
But I just think about that, right? Because we talk
They're
about
better quarterbacks.
and they're better.
Coming out of
they're
college.
way better quarterbacks.
They're better quarterbacks coming out of college.
And I think about like the middle class of quarterbacks here, right? We look at like we spent so much time fixating on that top 4, and I get it. And this is a quarterback-driven conversation, and it always will be when it comes to the NFL draft. But I consider Bo Nix and Michael Penix both to be better prospects than someone that was taken in the first round just a couple years ago in Kenny Pickett. And even though their teams are missing out on, there's some, even though it's not the top 4, right? Mm-hmm. It's still a tier of quarterbacks that is, if it was 2022, both of those guys go in the first round. No doubt.
Unequivocally. Might be top 10.
Yeah. And so I just if you think about it from that perspective, and I'm not saying that teams were right about doing what they did in 2022. I mean, they showed restraint enough to only have one selected in the first round, right? It was only Kenny Pickett going, and the Desmond Ritters and the Malik Willises were rightfully placed. Sorry, Maddie, with your Desmond Ritter love, but rightfully placed in day 2 of the draft, and barely that. And I just look at like a Bo Nix and a Michael Penix in a different draft, they might wind up being first-round picks, right? So I don't know. I think we've been so fixated on that top tier. Maybe we've forgotten that this is still a very quarterback-hungry team. Teams still really need to get on a rookie timeline and hope it works. And these might be better swings worth taking in the back end of the first round.
I think this is very relevant to the top 4 picks right now. So I'm going to ask you two here. I'll let you answer here.
Perfect.
Our quarterback 5, that could be a Bo Nix, that could be a Michael Penix. Is it better than a Kenny Pickett in your mind?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Is it better than a Geno Smith who went early round 2?
As a prospect?
As a prospect.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Is it better than a Brock Osweiler?
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So is it better than a Daniel Jones?
Ooh.
Right.
I
I
think-
win in this way on purpose.
And so, like, there's a couple things here, too, with, like, that second-tier quarterbacks I want to talk about real quick. Because on film, I think the film is better than, like, a Kenny Pickett and some of these other guys that we're talking about.
Correct. I would agree.
These are battle-tested kids.
Mm-hmm.
These are winners. These are kids that have won a lot of football games. They've been through a lot of adversity. Both Michael Penix and Bo Nix have been through a lot of adversity over the last few years.
A lot.
with injuries that, like, with Michael Penix, it's mostly injuries. With Bo Nix, it's being on Auburn.
Car insurance.
Hold up.
Rental cars. Homeowners insurance.
Yeah. So I just look at I look at both of these guys, and, like, I think NFL teams are going to like the makeup the same way that teams are really liking J.J. McCarthy's makeup. I mean, why doesn't that apply to Michael Penix and Bo Nix? Like, I don't get it. Like, they're not the same level of players, but they don't get the same bump that J.J. McCarthy's about to get.
For sure.
Because they're 3 years older.
Yeah.
That's too.
I mean, like, that's why. Because they're
and-
3 years older. And they're
So is Kenny Pickett, though. Kenny Pickett was almost 24.
they're
was.
already bringing in Russell Wilson and Justin Fields to
But
replace him.
it's not about the success or failure of some of these guys. It's about the swing. And some teams need to start that rookie quarterback timeline the same.
For sure.
Where was he picked?
22.
Right,
somewhere in there.
exactly. And, like, are we shocked if Michael Penix or Bo Nix are picked 22? No, not really. Right?
No,
Like, that
and
seems like a
honestly,
realm for them.
I feel good about it if they're picked at pick 22. Like, I feel like that's the worthy swing in some of that. Like,
Yeah.
Jay Glazer, the reason I'm asking, Jay Glazer, before I get back to you, Maddie, 6 QBs go in the first half of the first round. That is what he is tweeting out right now. 6.
Okay.
So I know that we all feel confident that if 4 QBs go early, like, are you shocked if 4 QBs go in the first 4 picks?
No.
I'm not either. Maddie?
I've maintained that I'm not surprised if.
Okay.
I've maintained I'm not surprised if Bo Nix is the pick at 12.
So another 2 quarterbacks then going before pick 16.
Yeah.
That's a big development for the Chiefs personally. I mean,
It's huge.
that is a massive development for them. But it ties into what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
They are better prospects at QB5 and QB6 than we have seen in any draft recently. Would you
Yeah,
agree?
no, I mean, I can't argue with that, right? Like, this is a pretty strong QB class from top to bottom, especially when you include guys like Bo Nix, like Michael Penix, Spencer Rattler. Like, there are guys that belong in later round 1, round 2, round 3 that should factor into the draft class. It's just a matter of fact is what is the mark in which NFL teams decide, hey, this quarterback is worth it and this quarterback isn't? Because quarterback is one of the positions where it's a hard yes or no. What is the yes? What is the no? This year, if we get more yeses in round 1, if you get more guys, if you get 6 quarterbacks going in the top 30 picks, that's great for the Chiefs. But if you don't, if you only get 4, it doesn't matter where the other 2 guys go. It doesn't matter where a Penix or a Nix goes. And for the Chiefs' perspective, where they're going to be at, I think they will probably go in the top 30. At least one of them goes in the top 30 picks. There's way too much smoke going on right now.
Yeah. And I mean, Jay Glazer saying 6 go in the first half. Some teams just may not. But some teams may just not want to mess around.
Yeah.
You know, if there's like, I think about like, so we talk about the Seahawks, right? Ryan Grubb, the offensive coordinator for Washington last year, is there in Seattle now. So that's pick 16. Whew. Does he want to bring Geno Smith's not an irreplaceable player, and he's on the, he's
older.
he's
Even
older.
if you feel comfortable with him playing this year, you can rest whoever it is that you select at 16 for a year. I mean, hell, the Chiefs rested Patrick Mahomes for a year at pick 10, and it obviously helped his career growth.
So I nothing's going to surprise me. Like there's a lot of quarterback hungry teams with the Raiders. You hear the Rams are looking to trade up aggressively into the top 10. Is it to jump for a Bo Nix? Is it to jump for a? I mean, I know it sounds insane, but also like, first off, the QB class next year stinks out loud. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad.
Is Quinn Ewers the best
he's not
quarterback?
Quinn Ewers isn't the best quarterback on Texas.
I know,
I mean,
but
he's not
is
even
he
the best
the best
quarterback on
quarterback
Texas.
in the 2025 draft?
Shador Sanders, probably, maybe a Riley Leonard, but like, what are we doing
I mean,
here?
yeah, again,
This is the 2022 draft again.
It's a lot of turmoil.
It's
to your
bad.
point.
And
Yes.
so I just like if teams are like, I don't like
Carson
how this,
Beck, slander.
yeah, he's not good either. There's just not a lot of
well.
good. It's a very middling class, and so I mean, Bo Nix, Michael Penix, where do they sit in next year's class? Probably up there at the top. So I'm not gonna be surprised by any decisions that they make there. Breaking news: Marshall Mathers is on stage right now with Calvin Johnson.
Who?
Eminem.
Okay,
for
thank
those
you.
that don't know. So we're getting close to announcing this.
the Mars Candy.
No.
Oh,
You misheard me. But anyways, we're getting very close to the draft being beginning in earnest. Thank you all so much for listening, for supporting KC Sports Network. Hit that like button. Leave some comments if you'd like. Leave some comments and stuff if you'd like to we'll try to throw some comments up on the feed as we're going. Give us some reactions. Give us some Q&As. Whatever you'd like. Just reach out and hit some comments and Tucker will be posting them. Tucker's behind the mic doing a wonderful, or behind the cameras doing
Great
a
job,
wonderful
Tuck.
job too.
You're doing so good.
Tucker, is your mic hot tonight?
That's
Not
not
at all?
hot, guys.
oh
Okay.
no!
Are you
no.
going to make your mic hot at all
Nope,
today?
he's not.
Maybe I could leave it hot.
Yeah,
Should
why
I
not?
leave it hot?
I would
Yeah.
like for you to leave it hot. No,
No.
I can't
Yeah, no,
hear
I,
you
no,
when you
I,
put
I'll
the
leave it
mic
hot.
up.
I'll leave it hot.
Just
yeah.
just come hang out with us. Come hang out with us, and then BJ can jump in whenever he
Hey,
feels like
Tuck.
to.
What's
Tuck,
up?
I have
Yeah.
questions for you.
Okay, lay it on me.
Who at this point do you think the Kansas City Chiefs will draft before it even kicks off? We've heard enough from the three of us. Who do you think the Kansas City Chiefs are going to draft?
That's a really good question.
Bluey's off the board.
Yeah,
Bluey is not off the board.
I'm having an internal struggle. I really do think that they should take a wide receiver, but I do think that it will be tackle. Tackle is where I'm feeling. What tackle they take, I do not know. I tend to have the same school of thought as Matthew does in a lot of these things, in terms of the tackles, what tackles will be
Why
there
are we sandwich you?
at the right time. But I will be interested to see how the Chiefs do approach the tackle position. Grayson Jaspers did just send a super chat.
Oh,
He said, "Sad Kent, Craig is great, and Matty picked the Bills."
Maddie did pick the Bills. The
I'm
rest
sad.
of that we can drop.
Questionable.
But Maddie did pick the Bills.
The chat does think that Kent is upset.
Oh, I'm not upset at all.
he's very
Rebuttal.
mad at me.
Oh, no. I'll tell you what. You know what Kent's mad at?
Yeah,
what?
what?
He's not hugging us right
Yeah.
now.
No, I'm good, man. The
There's
vibes
too much
are.
separation between him and Maddie.
I'm taking the approach of trying to pace myself. This is going great.
Oh, that's wonderful.
If you didn't think Maddie and me liked each other, we do.
You guys should keep up the bit because that's my favorite part.
It's the will they, won't they kind of, it's the
It's
Sam
like,
and Diane kind
I
of relationship.
really feel like Maddie and Kent hate each other. And I'm like, you know what? They do. They actively dislike each other. It has been everything that we can do as an organization to keep this together because the two of them, despite what's happening with
KCSN draft show out of context right now.
yeah, despite what's
fight.
happening right now, they actively want to punch each other in the face.
Oh man, no, I'm good. The vibes are great. I'm trying to save myself for 16 hours of content here, and so we're just gonna do this now. This is the kind of premium
Not
content
moving.
that you get with KC Sports Network, but. We are really excited. The Chicago Bears are officially on the clock. Caleb Williams is texting like he's not even bothered or unfazed because everyone under the sun. Oh, there's the call.
Oh, look!
Ooh.
What a surprise!
There's a
Caleb
PI
Williams getting a call from the
The
Bears right now.
suspense is riveting.
Just say it's a
Who-
Chicago number.
I think it's a 312 number.
Okay.
Do you act? Hang on. No, hang on, Maddie. I'm sorry. I'm very curious. Does Kent know Chicago's area code?
There's a brewery, I believe, called
I
312.
think
Oh,
you should have pulled back the mask. Just let it go.
I'm not even a beer drinker. And I'm like, I knew that.
Just embrace
yeah,
it.
you're right.
I know. It's okay. But yeah, no, I anticipate Caleb Williams is about to be the pick here. Everyone under the sun believes it. The Chicago Bears are going to make everyone wait and sweat out 10 minutes here. which is
6 minutes.
Why are we still holding hands?
Is that a problem with you?
I actively rejoined hands over here. By the way, I dropped
What
into
is
search
happening?
and then I actively rejoined.
I'm having a good time.
All right, I think we need to. I think the bit's dead.
Are you pulling back?
I think people really like it.
Who's people?
On the chat here.
Well, here.
Goose Island 312. Good poll, Kent. That's what Timothy Roaster said. So
What? I don't know what's going on.
you should see it right now.
No, thank
Anyways,
you.
all right, that's good. We're good. We're doing great. But thank you everyone for joining us today. We are having a
Never
wonderful
let
time
go,
here on the
Jack.
KC Sports Network draft show. The vibes are the vibes today. We're gonna have to completely reframe that shot now, Matthew.
False.
That's okay. But the Chicago Bears are on the clock. There's about 5 minutes left. We anticipate it will be Caleb Williams, the quarterback out of USC. Where do you think the draft really starts? Do you think it starts at 3? It kind of feels like the buzz is you think it starts at 5.
I
Craig.
think it starts at 5, personally.
So what's the 4?
I think it starts at 3.
You think it starts at 3?
I don't think the Patriots are locked in taking Drake May. I think the Washington Commanders are going to take Jaden Daniels. I think pick 3 is up for grabs. I think the pick will be Drake May, but is it the Patriots? Is it the Giants? Is it the Vikings? Who's going to take that pick? Because that changes everything else. If the Patriots trade out, they're not locked into a quarterback anymore.
No.
Right? They are more than willing to, whether it's the Giants, whether
For
it's
sure.
the Vikings, they're willing to go elsewhere. So if the Patriots are willing to trade out and somebody else comes up, that changes everything in the draft. Versus
does.
if the Patriots stay there and just take Drake May, like that's fine. We've all prepared for that scenario, but nobody's prepared for the opposite. Nobody's prepared for another team trading up and taking May. Nobody's prepared for another team taking up and taking J.J. McCarthy. So how does it play out if there is a difference than what we were expecting?
I think from that perspective, and I totally get what you're saying here, but I think from that perspective, there's not an over-under of 5.5 quarterbacks taken in the first round if 4 aren't going in the first 4 picks.
True.
Like
dicey.
I just think it gets really
Well,
dicey.
Hold
Again,
on.
a
Let me ask you the
okay.
question, though.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is where
Go
things
ahead.
get
I
interesting.
have a tip pick
Let's go.
Take
per Jordan Schultz.
Yeah.
The Bears are taking Caleb Williams.
What?
Read it in a more
Oh, hang
confident
on. I
voice.
got to redo my mock draft. I
Oh,
didn't
no.
have Caleb
Just
Williams going number 1 overall.
Caleb Williams first?
I had him going first, guys, so you're welcome.
That's
Oh
actually
my
really
goodness.
big because that's the number 2 player on the KCSN top 350.
That's
so.
true.
Oh, just
He's
write
not
him off
number
the
one.
board.
Hang on. Who's number 1?
Hold on, let me find my papers.
Okay.
It
Find
is
your
Marvin
papers.
Harrison Jr.
Okay.
the wide
No,
receiver.
but I mean, to that point,
Found
I
him.
don't think there would be confidence in Vegas, who admittedly loses money on the NFL draft. I don't think there would be confidence that it could go to 6 if 4 aren't happening in the first, even 5 or 6 picks. Like, it doesn't have to be the first 4 picks. It could be something as like, oh yeah, 4 quarterbacks went in the first 10 picks. Yes, you would believe that potentially a 5th would happen in the mid-teens, potentially a 6th would happen in the 20s or 30s. So that's how I look at this. It's not as simple as just saying, oh, well, I'm not sure that Bo Nix or Michael Penix was a first-round draft pick, because honestly, if we just got done talking about it, if we were in a different draft class, we wouldn't be debating whether or not a team took Bo Nix at pick 15 or Michael Penix at pick 15. We'd be like, oh, that makes sense.
And the sentiment might still exist, even though
Sure.
we've just spent so much time
Correct.
focusing on the top tier. It's like
Correct.
the sentiment that brought some of these guys to be drafted in the first round might be what has always existed. And like, there are teams that, well, there's a variety of reasons teams take quarterbacks. Sometimes it's simply like, a situation like this where the best players, and Caleb Williams is officially going off the board right now, walking up to the podium. This is an absolute
Good
stunner.
for him, man.
Yeah. Weird process for him a little bit, just because of
Yeah,
early on,
it
like
was.
January,
It
people
was.
were like just ripping him apart.
Oh, I don't
and-
know. Maybe Drake May. Maybe
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels is going to the Bears. Maybe this is what it is. He's going to ask for a percentage of the team. He was the best quarterback all along.
He was. I mean, I consider Drake May to be in the same tier as him.
I do. As well.
I don't understand why Drake May is not about to be the second pick in this draft.
Because Jaden Daniels is.
Because Jaden Daniels is very likely to
Well,
be the next pick in this draft.
This is where it gets interesting. Like,
This would be a fun one. Here's a fun
are
scenario.
you surprised about Caleb Williams going number 1?
Not even a little bit.
Either one of you.
No,
No.
Okay.
not surprised.
This is where we get interesting. If somebody other than Drake May goes number 2,
I mean, Jaden Daniels?
yes.
Yeah. So, like, Jaden Daniels, like, here's where things get a little interesting. If we all say, like, we largely believe that the first 3 picks in the draft are going to be Caleb Williams, then Jaden Daniels, then Drake May. If Drake May's the second quarterback off the board, I think things could get wild. I do think things could get a little weird. I'm not sure Jaden Daniels is a consensus player. I think, it only takes one. That one might be the Washington Commanders
Hang on.
taking him at 2.
Again, this is why I brought this up. Is Jaden Daniels your QB2
No.
right now?
No.
Maddie, is
Not
Jaden
even a
Daniels
little
your
bit.
QB2?
Goodness, no.
Yeah. So I don't know a single individual within the draft realm that believes that Jaden Daniels is number 2. And this is
Cliff
why
Kingsbury.
Cliff Kingsbury. That's fine. That's fine. All it takes is one team. I'm not saying that they're wrong or anything like that. But when you have an overwhelming consensus that Drake May should be pushing Caleb Williams for QB1, and yet we're completely disregarding him as QB2 or the second quarterback of this draft, it makes me question what's going to happen. What's realistically going to happen here? Because we have heard time and time again teams that will put up that smoke screen, that will try and kind of dissuade other teams from doing the work on other guys. Maddie alluded to it earlier this week. Jaden Daniels comes in with a Drake May, comes in with the J.J. McCarthy, that they have basically an open house to try and see who's interested in the job for the Washington Commanders.
Yeah.
Like, I really do wonder, is it one of those scenarios where we have seen Jaden Daniels inflated beyond what his actual draft spot is? Or are we going to see him here? Because this is, truthfully, it's a hinge point if he doesn't go here.
It definitely is. Like, it definitely blows some things up if the largely held belief that Jaden Daniels will be the second pick in this draft is not true. It also will probably be one of the biggest smoke screens we've ever seen in a while, because there is a large majority of people that believe that Jaden Daniels will be the second pick in the draft. Mm-hmm. Even though I believe wholeheartedly that there is a tier of quarterbacks that's too deep, and it's Drake May with Caleb Williams.
And again, everybody, like all of the national media people.
But
on the outside.
Here's the only thing I'll go back to, though. So I remember a month before the 2019 draft, I think is what it was. Yeah, it was the 2019 draft. A month before the 2019 draft is when we started hearing a lot of connection for Cliff Kingsbury and Kyler Murray, and a lot of belief that Cliff Kingsbury wanted Kyler Murray. And it wasn't consensus until later in the process it felt like that the Kyler Murray buzz was real. Kyler Murray wasn't really largely considered the top quarterback or worth the first overall pick in the draft. That was really a large held belief for a lot of people. Then, a month or so before, that's when things really started kind of materializing significantly. Like, oh, Cliff Kingsbury loves Kyler Murray. He wants Kyler Murray to be the first overall pick. And he probably, I don't know, we can probably argue he was worth the first pick in the draft at this point. But
He was.
He was, but I don't think that was a consensus held belief when it was happening, as it was happening. And, and the funny thing is, and this is the thing I've been thinking about with this, it's like that pick was made by Cliff Kingsbury. This pick might be getting made by Cliff Kingsbury.
And they're using all 15 minutes to go ahead and make the selection that they've known for months now.
That's not remotely surprising.
Yeah, but what a ridiculous concept. You've had a long time to decipher who you're going to pick besides Caleb Williams, and we're still sitting here debating this. I think that might go to show not that it's an actual decision to be made, but it might go to show who GMs, scouts, whoever might want versus who coaches want. I expect Jaden Daniels will be the pick here for the Washington Commanders.
I have the pick.
Oh, sure. Let's just rip it. Let's debate it off.
The Washington Commanders are indeed taking Jaden Daniels
What?
with the second pick.
And again,
okay.
I get it. I do.
No, I don't.
I don't get it.
I do get it from the standpoint of the organization fell in love with that individual.
or
I
the offensive coordinator.
I don't think he's the second best quarterback in this draft. I think that's Drake May.
I do too. I think even as a runner, I think Drake May's an underrated runner too. I comped him to Andrew Luck in the KCSN draft guide, and I don't know if I love the comp entirely because Andrew Luck was a super polished player. But when I watch a big-bodied, athletic quarterback that throws comfortably to all three levels of the defense with easy arm talent, but plus ability to run, that's kind of underrated. That's what I see in Drake May, and those are qualities that I think whoever gets him at number 3 is going to be absolutely thrilled and over the moon for. I'm curious to see if the Minnesota Vikings get up here to pick number 3 to try to draft Drake May. It kind of sounds as though the New England Patriots are going to stick and pick and draft what we believe is a quarterback in the same tiers as Caleb Williams. So I think that's smart for them. I think that's the right move for them. I am sure the Minnesota Vikings are going to fight to try to get up there though, because they have sold out to try to get one of these guys here at the top.
Again, Drake May is QB1 in most drafts.
Yeah.
I don't even hate. I am a Jaden Daniels fan. I really am a Jaden Daniels fan. And yet I look at the selection, and yes, I know it's helmet scouting a little bit, but are the Washington Commanders going to ruin another running quarterback who doesn't protect himself particularly
and doesn't
well?
Throw on the run.
That's the big thing with Jaden Daniels is he's so dynamic as a runner that you feel comfortable with him in an option sort of offense. We're less than a decade away from RG3 being that guy that we all convince ourselves, we're cool with that. It's got their play styles are completely different. Don't get me wrong. Jaden Daniels does not protect himself on the run. This man takes so many massive hits that he cannot take in the NFL.
He's not making a ton of throws on the run either.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Can I jump back real quick to the Panthers and the Bears trade from last year? So here's the results currently as they sit. And shout out Ryan Poles for being awesome. I think Ryan Poles is pretty good at his job, if I'm being honest. So the Panthers receive Bryce Young with the number 1 pick in the 2023 draft. In exchange, they have traded away DJ Moore, Darnell Wright, Tyreek Stevenson, Caleb Williams, and the Bears still have a 2025 second-round pick to play with. What an utter blunder by the Carolina Panthers in their choice there. So if they had taken C.J. Stroud, probably would feel a little bit better, but good Lord. This is an absolute fleecing by the Chicago Bears, and they're getting a better quarterback prospect out of it.
Yeah, this is the difference between taking a quarterback that has all of the physical traits versus one that doesn't, right? For Bryce Young, for the Panthers, you have to design the entire offense around his weaknesses. You don't get to design the offense around his strengths. You don't get to design the offense about what he can do. You have to design it around what he can't. And that's an issue, right? That's a fight that they have to take. Whereas even the Commanders, if Jaden Daniels wasn't my pick, they can at least design their offense around what he can do. So he at least gives you a ceiling above what the Panthers did last year. I don't know if I think it's the correct pick. I think that they still have to limit their offense more so than they would if they took a Drake May. Even if they took maybe a J.J. McCarthy, I think they have to limit their offense a little bit more because of Jaden Daniels is used to a vertical passing attack. He is used to a play-action passing attack with good receiving weapons that constantly beat the opposition, that are constantly open. I am curious how he is going to operate when the talent level is a lot more even. We've seen that at Arizona State. We've seen that in his first year at LSU. It wasn't near as pretty as it was this past year. So what's it look like when all that stuff evens out? We're going to find out. But at the very least, he is providing a slightly higher upside than what a Bryce Young did for the Panthers, where it clearly seems like they are down the wrong path. He's providing a higher upside than some of these other lower ceilinged wide receivers. So I get their swing. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I at least get the angle they're going for.
Okay, so tagging up on that, putting you on the spot here, would you rather have Jaden Daniels coming out of college right now or Bryce Young last year?
Bryce Young.
He's 13 years younger.
Okay.
Bryce Young for
Age
me.
matters. Age, it does. It does. But from the way that they play the game,
I think Bryce Young has a more paths to success than Jaden Daniels. I don't trust the Jaden Daniels stuff.
that's fair.
I think Daniels does more stuff that works. Bryce Young's kind of like, hey, you're open, let me get you the ball. Whereas if nobody's open, like, what do you do?
And that's why I wanted to have this.
You can't
because
throw over your
I-
center. You can't throw over your
Listen.
guards.
I'm cherry picking a little bit because I know how you feel.
Yeah.
And I know how you feel.
And the funny thing
I
is-
really am leveraging yourself.
The funny thing is if you asked me a month or two ago, I think my stances would have changed. But just the more I watched Jaden Daniels, like I know where I stuck him at QB3 in the KCSN draft guide.
Sure.
And he probably is still there. I might be higher on JJ at this point.
I get it. I do. I get it. But that's what it kind of comes down to.
Tucker D. Franklin.
Tucker D. Franklin stands for pick leak.
Yep.
Tucker D. Goodell.
New England Patriots, their pick is in. They're picking Drake May.
Yeah.
Boom.
Good for them.
The
Good
D
job,
stands
Boston.
for Drake May.
That is the right choice.
That is the right choice.
only
QB1,
choice.
Drake May.
They didn't need to trade out.
Let me cross him off the list. Oh, let me go up to the very tippy top.
Look, let's look at the KCSN top 350.
Okay.
The number one player is still there.
Oh, wow.
On your guys' board.
Oh,
Marvin
who's the
Harrison
number
Jr.
one player?
Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver. Did you know his dad's Marvin Harrison Sr.?
What?
What? Is that how that?
Yeah, he played for the Colts.
Really?
Is that what junior means?
Yeah.
Really?
I didn't know if you guys knew that, so
Okay.
I wanted to let you guys know.
I am shocked.
We learn things every day.
I think I may need to take this headset off for the rest of the first
I'm gonna
round.
I was
cross
too
Drake
busy
May
learning
off my
ball
list.
to know what junior meant. So wait,
Junior.
do you don't get senior as you're born? It's like after you have
can.
The idea that you were too busy
I was just
learning
grinding the
ball.
tape.
Learning ball.
I was just grinding the tape.
Your parents can name you that.
So Drake May goes off the board at pick number 3 to the New England Patriots, and I think they made the right choice. You know, I think there's been a lot of talk about.
That's a home run.
Yeah, it's a grand slam.
a good
I
pick.
think this is a fantastic pick at number 3, and I don't think very often you're going to find a quarterback with this kind of talent going pick 3.
No.
You know, and that's what's so surprising. It's
Last
just-
time I saw a quarterback that went with this kind of talent past pick 3 was Patrick LaVon
Patrick
Mahomes.
LaVon Mahomes.
No, that's just,
So yeah, 3 quarterbacks off the board, 1, 2, 3.
boom, boom, boom. Is the
Not-
quarterback going to go 4?
We'll find
Before
out
you
in a
get
minute.
anything. No. Is the quarterback going to go 4?
Yes.
No,
Yes. I think Minnesota is about to trade up for J.J. McCarthy.
and they're going to offer a
John James
Godfather offer.
McCarthy.
And it is an absolute Godfather offer.
So here-
like
there's-
the Cardinals cannot turn it down level offer.
When we went through our mock draft exercise on the
Correct.
KC Laboratory earlier this week, that's the scenario that we played out. And one thing that Monty Austin Fort has done a good job of is he has said, we're not going to officially make a trade until we are on the clock.
Yeah.
So he is content and comfortable putting the
like
pressure.
that.
Yeah, I do too. He's
I like
putting the
that.
pressure on other teams to say, "Hey, look, we're gonna hold you hostage here. If you really want it, you better come with your best offer because time is running out. You better get it done quickly." And that's a good strategy to employ, I think.
Teams have the trade up math. They know
Yeah.
what it takes to make this happen.
And conversations have already happened already too.
Correct.
So it's not about whether or not you can reach the level of compensation you're comfortable with. It's about how much you're willing to give up to make sure you get JJ McCarthy.
Correct.
So that's what's going to be interesting to see is how many teams actually are willing to try to what kind of Godfather offer the Minnesota Vikings are, who have maneuvered around before the draft even started to start acquiring and accumulating capital to be able to make a move to try to go up against J.J. McCarthy. So they made some trades months ago, I think shortly before or after, I think it was shortly after the Combine. The Minnesota Vikings traded their future capital in 2025 to acquire a first-round pick from the Houston Texans this year. So they acquired pick 23 with some maneuvering this year because the Minnesota Vikings are all in on trying to get a quarterback. And that's what their stated goal has been. That's what, well, not stated, I guess, but basically stated. They've been, everyone else knows what they're trying to do here is they're trying to get a quarterback. So they've been positioning themselves as best they can to go and make an aggressive move. It's tough for them as a team that's trying to go all in for a quarterback when all 3 teams in the first 3 picks wind up just sticking and picking and taking quarterbacks. So you're sitting with quarterback 4, and now you're trying to figure out, okay, how are we going to do this? How are we going to navigate this? I would be a mess if I was the Vikings right now, trying to plan and go all in and do what they've done, knowing that the first 3 quarterbacks are off the board, and pick 4 is a team that has said, "No, we're gonna make you sweat it out.
Yep.
We're literally gonna make you sweat it out."
The Cardinals hold
They
the entire draft in the balance right now.
Yep, that's what it is. The whole draft is kind of it. The balance of the draft is going to be decided here. Do the Arizona and honestly, if I'm a Chiefs fan, if I'm a Chiefs fan, I want.
Are you? Continue.
I am a Chiefs fan.
Okay.
If I'm a Chiefs fan,
Big if true.
I want the Minnesota Vikings to make a Godfather offer to the Arizona Cardinals.
Drink.
Because if they don't, that means the Los Angeles Chargers are back in the catbird seat at pick number 5 for a team to go and make a move up for the quarterback position and probably get a premium on draft capital to do it. One of these teams here soon is probably going to get a big return, and we don't want it to be the Chargers, I don't think.
Is J.J. McCarthy, is John James McCarthy the Will Levis of this
John
draft?
James.
Is he
You mentioned his full name.
Is he the Will Levis of this draft? Are we sure he's a top 10 pick? Are we sure he's a first-round pick? I don't know.
In another draft? Absolutely.
In another draft, he's
year,
the first.
Absolutely.
Last year, as of 24 hours before the draft, Will Levis was the second overall pick. Are we sure John James McCarthy?
Okay.
Are we sure John James McCarthy is not the Will Levis of this
Yes.
draft?
I am sure that he would have gone before Will Levis.
The Arizona
in last
Cardinals
year.
have stuck and picked.
Oh, well.
So,
That's Marvin Harrison Jr.
I think
huh?
it's
It has to be a wide receiver.
But here's the thing. Yes, real quick. I think the difference between J.J. McCarthy and Will Levis last year is people are raving about the intangibles of J.J. McCarthy.
They did Will Levis.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
No, the reason he fell was because of some
The
of the
whole
character
point
stuff.
was his leadership because he
No.
was drinking mayo and eating banana peels.
No, that's not even remotely true.
They are picking Marvin Harrison, by the way.
Thank you, Tucker.
I was
No,
getting there, Tucker.
that was definitely the reason they took Will Levis.
we have
Will Levis.
5
Well,
hours. We could have let this breathe for 2 more minutes.
Damn it!
Tucker.
I lost money.
I'm in good shape.
I had 4 quarterbacks going.
I'm sleeping.
Top 4. You sleep.
I
You
have
sleep.
a few
You want to
things.
snuggle?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I think it's a little bit different. I do think it's different than the Will Levis situation. JJ McCarthy's going to hear his name called today. People rave about him differently than they talked about Levis. There was always like a little bit
Correct.
with Levis.
I
It's different.
I totally agree.
It's entirely different.
JJ McCarthy's a different being.
People perceive JJ McCarthy differently. The reason Will Levis fall is because he rubbed people the wrong way, and that was reported right after he wasn't selected in the first round.
Yeah, you don't put mayo in coffee, and
Exactly.
people are like,
There was no-
I feel good about that guy.
He wasn't getting the leadership bump that JJ McCarthy was. It's
The
entirely
other guy
different. He wasn't.
meditates in the middle of the game.
I think it's a little weird, personally. I think there's a lot of intangibles that people like
Okay.
about JJ McCarthy, though.
I'm just saying that as of this moment last year, Will Levis had intangibles that teams liked until they didn't. And John James McCarthy having intangibles that teams like until they didn't isn't completely unheard of. That's all I'm saying.
I'm going to say this. From the Chiefs' perspective, this is the best scenario.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie. Marvin Harrison Jr. to Arizona, that's slam dunk. Absolutely.
I would prefer him to go to the Chiefs.
Well, okay. Secondary slam dunk.
Perfect.
So much for the
But-
Malik Neighbors stuff.
The Los Angeles Chargers are sitting in the catbird seat right
I don't
now.
like that if I'm a Chiefs fan.
No,
Can we
I don't
retire
like that
catbird
either.
seat? Can we come up with a new name for the catbird seat? What do we got? Can I get suggestions for the catbird seat?
Okay,
instead
hang
of
on,
catbird?
hang on. Puma Eagle seat.
Puma
the,
Eagle?
The
Okay, that's
Puma
your-
Eagle seat.
What do you have besides Puma Eagle?
No, don't listen to him. So the Puma
don't
Eagle
want to.
seat
He's
of the
lost.
Chargers. Yeah, he's very lost. So from the Chiefs' perspective, the Chargers, again, hearing from some potentially inside sources that we're going to vet out as the, as
we're
the
vetting
draft
them.
goes
Let's
along
go.
now.
Can I vet people?
We're vetting them. They really like some of the offensive tackles in this draft. So trading back at this scenario is ideal for them. I mean, there's a quarterback on the board that the Minnesota Vikings would really like to take at this moment.
Will Levis?
Yeah, definitely Will Levis. J.J. McCarthy. But there are a couple of offensive tackles, and based on what I've heard, the Chargers had 3 offensive tackles in their tier 1 scenario. So, they have placed the same grade on 3 different individuals. If they are truly settled on offensive tackle earlier in this draft, why not trade back? It feels right for them to do so at this point. Now, that's good for the Chargers. Don't get me wrong. That's probably a very smart move at this scenario, but it alleviates some of the, hey, they're going to add a Ruma Dunze to the AFC West. They're going to add a Malik Neighbors to the AFC West. That's good for the Chiefs because they are built to try and attack the passer already. They don't need to add another guy in this scenario.
No, I mean, this really kicks off the rest of the draft. The Cardinals stand pat. They take the KCSN, a #1 player off the board, Marvin Harrison Jr.
Congrats.
Congratulations. You win everything.
Thank you for consulting.
Yep, I'll take my payment by mail. And so we continue on, and now we are wondering what the Chargers are going to do. So according to Tucker D. Franklin, the best available players, and this is directly out of Tucker D. Franklin's mouth, are Roma Dunze,
from
wide
the book.
receiver.
It's from the KCSN draft guide. Did you read that? Anyways.
Out of Washington. Malik Neighbors, wide receiver out of LSU. Joe Alt, tackle, offensive tackle out of Notre Dame.
Ooh. Yeah, go ahead.
No, continue. It's okay.
No. I was going to say,
Okay.
offensive tackle, not off the board yet. This is good for the Chiefs. It's good for the Chiefs.
Olu Fashanu, offensive tackle out of Penn State. Kent, do you have something you want to say?
I don't.
You look like you did. Okay. Terrion Arnold, the cornerback out of Alabama, and cornerback Quinyon Mitchell out of Toledo. Those are your best players, according to Tucker D. Franklin, according to the KCSN Top 350, right there coming at you guys after the the Chargers are on the clock. After the Cardinals take Marvin Harrison Jr.
So
By the way.
4 minutes left on the clock for the Chargers too. I'm
Nailed
wondering,
it.
you kind of wonder if maybe they're just trying to listen to some calls here. I could see a team trying to come up and make a Godfather offer for another quarterback. It did seem that there might be not a Will Levis level of fall happening for a J.J. McCarthy, but maybe some teams are kind of looking to move back.
His floor is 11, right?
Yeah, I think so. Like it's
And
not
11
like
is the Minnesota Vikings original pick.
I like how 3 minutes ago you were like, is this Will Levis? And now you're like, it's 11. But whatever. We're waiting to find out. We're gonna see. We're gonna see what happens here with JJ McCarthy, the Chargers. Clock's running down. They haven't made their pick yet. You have to think they're listening right now.
They have to trade.
think they're
This is
listening to
the
us?
maximum value.
Yeah. I think it'd be. I mean, the funny thing is, if there's a team looking to move up right now, it's Jim Harbaugh kind of controlling.
They should trade back.
The Chargers are picking.
They want a right tackle.
The Chargers are keeping pick number
Who's
5.
it going to
There
be?
will
Don't
be
look.
nothing.
Don't look at me. Look at me, not your computer.
I
Who's it
think
going to be?
I like the J.C. Latham buzz.
J.C. Latham. Who do you think is going to be, Craig?
I think they're trading back.
They're not. They just said they're not.
I think they're trading back.
Okay.
I deny your reality and substitute my own.
Per Ian Rappaport.
If you go with J.C. Latham, I'll take Talise Fuaga.
I was going to say Talise Fuaga is my other guy.
You have trading back.
No.
You
Okay,
have
then
trading
Joe
back.
Alt. I have seen supposedly their tier 1 players, and J.C. Latham isn't in there. Now, we'll see.
Well, that was very candid.
We'll see. I'll be very candid.
You are an open book.
That was,
I will be an open book. And I will remind my open book that they were wrong if they take J.C. Latham and pick
That's not how this works. Okay, so
what if it's Joe Alt?
I mean, it could be. That's not crazy. It's interesting to draft Joe Alt, move him to right tackle while you have Rashawn Slater, who is a very good left tackle playing there already. But I mean, best player available, slap him in, play out the trenches.
We have the pick, folks.
Sure, announce it. Kent.
Well, actually, I'm gonna. Do we want to roll with Pretty Ricky?
Yes,
Pretty Ricky's been right up.
let's not roll with Pretty Ricky. Let's
Hold
not
on.
roll with Pretty
Pretty
Ricky
Ricky has
until
been
we
right.
get a little more confirmation
I like
bias.
Pretty Ricky. Pretty Ricky's my dog.
Pretty Ricky believes that the Los Angeles
no.
Chargers have selected.
He's tweeted out twice.
No, you can't get me to believe. I needed like a confirmation that he says this is.
Just select Joe Alt.
He's also tweeted that they selected neighbors. He's tweeted both.
What?
Well, that's interesting.
He said
Why
Neighbors
don't we
is
wait
still
this
a-
out?
No, here's the pick.
He just
The
deleted
Char-
his neighbor's one.
The Chargers are taking Notre Dame offensive tackle Joe Alt.
That is a tier 1 player per what I heard a month ago.
Okay, Craig, you're right. Jeez.
So they do take Joe Alt here. So good for them.
No, that's good to know. That's good to know. You know, we've talked about this plenty of times. We hear lots of things. It's not always true. This is a good thing to hear. Joe Alt is a slam dunk
Kinda.
left tackle. We are in a scenario where there are so many quality offensive tackles in this draft to where it's going to be a bit of a pick your poison. It's not like one of those things where, oh, if this was J.C. Latham, oh, that's the wrong pick. No, it's still the right pick. It's just a preference sort of thing. Joe Alt has the highest floor, a really high ceiling. Like, it seems like from a Rashawn Slater standpoint, put him at left tackle or right tackle, you're fine.
Malik Neighbors, John James McCarthy,
John James.
Joe Alt are all on the board. Every defensive player in this draft is on the board.
John James.
And Jim Harbaugh, John James Harbaugh.
John James Harbaugh.
He's decided
Jingleheimer Harbaugh.
Triple J Harbaugh.
Triple J Harbaugh has decided to select Triple J Alt to move him.
Triple J. Did he add another one?
To move from left tackle to right tackle. It's just a choice. I'm not saying it's wrong. It's just a choice.
Do you think that Rashawn Slater moves to right?
No, I think Triple J Alt moves to right tackle.
And let me ask you this: do you think he can?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
I absolutely think he can.
Do I.
It's a choice.
It's a choice.
Nobody wanted up. Nobody wanted McCarthy. Nobody wanted Malik Neighbors. Nobody wanted Roma Dunze. Nobody wanted any of these players. You had to settle from drafting Joe Alt and moving him to right tackle at this pick.
When
That's
you
your
have
choice.
3 J's in a row.
Yeah.
That's the
You got to
problem.
be in Kansas.
I think you guys had 3 J's in a row before the show started. Thanks everyone that is hanging out with us today.
What's
We
that
appreciate you. Okay.
We had a lot of drinks.
We are 5 picks through the first round of the 2024
That's it?
NFL draft. Yeah, it feels like it's been forever. The build-up is insane. But thank you all for hanging out with us today. We really appreciate you. Please feel free to hit the like button. Please feel free to hit the subscribe button. We'll
Done.
be here for every single pick of the 2024 NFL draft. And if you realize that pick 221 is where the Chiefs are last picking, and there's 256 picks in the entirety of the draft. So we're going to be here a while, even after the Chiefs pick on Sunday. But we're excited to do that. We are sitting here at pick 6, and the New York Giants are on the clock. There's some talk that they might be a team that could take quarterback. There's still there's some top tier players that I personally like more than J.J. McCarthy.
Who's your favorite?
Right now, probably Malik Neighbors. Maybe Ramadunze.
He bailed.
He what?
What about
You bailed.
I did bail.
Yeah.
My gut reaction started taking over.
what about Olu Fashanu?
For the Giants? I don't like Olu as much as I would like
I think you
Ramadunze.
need to shut your mouth.
What about Byron Murphy? Second.
Yeah, Byron Murphy's fine.
He's pretty good.
He's good.
I thought we were talking about favorite players. I was just listing my favorite players. I was looking across my horizontal board at the players listed as round 1, and I was listing the guys listed as round 1. That's all. I'm sorry.
Maddie, if you put your papers there, no one can see your face.
That's perfect. That's exactly what I'm going for, Tuck.
He keeps doing it.
Okay, Kent. Would you like me to put him in front of your face?
I would just like the tone down just a little bit.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, buddy. What would you like?
I would like everyone that's watching, listening to donate to this Therese Paylor scholarship raffle. By the way,
thing to want.
anything that you donate on the super chat tonight will go towards the Therese Paylor Foundation. So please make sure any donations, any super chats will go towards that tonight, just so you guys know. That's how we got it over an obscene amount of money last year. Was it over $10,000 last year, BJ? The Therese Paylor? No? It was a lot. It was still a lot of money. It was close to $10,000 last year.
You know what? I want to throw something out there.
Okay,
That
please.
you don't know, and you don't know.
Ooh, that's good.
I brought trimmers with me.
Like the movie with Kevin Bacon?
No.
Okay.
Like, if you would like to see us all with mustaches, maybe day 3,
Trimmers.
Quality time to throw some money at us
To shave live on air?
to shave live on air.
I mean, my mustache is really short, but I'll do it.
I'll do a mustache.
I'll do a
Yeah,
mustache.
we'll talk about that on day 3. So just
Yeah.
keep that in
Just
consideration.
saying. Just saying. Formulate things. I'm putting it out there into the world so that maybe day 3 you get some stuff together.
Okay. I will strongly consider doing that. Actually, I will. If we can get to a certain number, I will totally shave down to a mustache.
Will you stop yelling at me if we get to a certain number?
No.
No,
That's
no.
never
I
going to
did. You
happen.
know what, Maddie? I will pick up his slack
Yeah,
if we get to that number.
I
Hi,
have the pick.
Oh, okay. Can you please tell me the pick
Yeah, I would love to.
non-aggressively?
Can the New York Giants have selected Malik Neighbors, the
That's a
wide
good pick.
receiver
That's a really
out
good
of
pick.
LSU. I think that's a really good pick for them too. I think at pick 6, there's conversations about do they go and draft a quarterback. But if you've heard John Mara, the owner of the Giants, kind of talk a little bit about where he sits. At the owners' meetings just a month ago, there was a support for Daniel Jones as the quarterback, and he's paid him a lot of money. I get why they're trying to give. They're trying to give Daniel Jones a fair shake, and they really haven't given him a ton of weapons to work with last year. And there's some buzz that Darren Waller might wind up retiring this year, which, if that's the case, that's the best weapon removed from the New York Giants, and you really don't have a lot. Malik Neighbors, a clear-cut wide receiver 1 player, going to the New York Giants, finally giving Daniel Jones some help. Even though, hey, I understand, maybe wanting to bail out of the quarterback situation a little bit. This is at least giving Daniel Jones an opportunity to do something with the skill set there.
I think it's a safe pick. I think it's not a bad pick by any.
It's a safe high ceiling pick. Yeah.
They take another wide receiver that can stretch the field vertically. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
You have another Darius Slayton, another Wandale Moore, another Jalen Hyatt. You're taking a lot of the guys that Malik Neighbors is better than all of them, but he's the same type of wide receiver. You're just hoping that Daniel Jones eventually starts using one of them correctly, right? That's what you're hoping for. And so, I get it. I think it helps. This team clearly just made the playoffs 2 years ago. They were able to make, Daboll was able to make them into a playoff team. I get it. I get what they're going for. But this team screams, we need a quarterback.
Yeah.
And they're still sitting here just we'll take Malik Neighbors and settle for Carson Beck next year when we are 3-13 or 3-14 again, right? What are we doing here? Why is that the goal, right?
Correct.
Why is that the goal going forward? So I get it, but I also don't get it. I get why they're adding Malik Neighbors. He's a better player. He's one of the best players left on the board. I'm sitting here looking at looking at my horizontal, not even the KCSN draft board, my horizontal draft board.
Personal.
He's clearly right there at the top of this list, right? You can't see it right here, but he's the top of this little list right here. And so it makes sense, but at the same time, swing for the fences. Do something. Do something that matters. Go take John James McCarthy, please. Do something that might change your outlook.
Okay, so let me put the twist on this, just to play devil's advocate in
Sure.
this scenario.
The blue
here.
Thanks for the
devil's
super chat,
advocate.
Derek.
The blue devil's
Can you move your papers away from your face, please?
Derek, thanks for the super chat.
Shout out, Derek. Thank you for supporting. All that money's going
thanks,
to the
Derek. Hell yeah.
the super. Yeah, that is all going towards the Trez Paler Foundation.
Listen, CB in round 1 for the Chiefs. If it's Quinion Mitchell, if it's Kool-Aid McKinstry, if it's Nate Wiggins, if it's Terrion Arnold, I'm over the moon. I'm on board with that. But let's talk about the Giants just a little bit here. So they addressed Malik Neighbors. They have addressed their wide receiver position. They're saying, hey, we need a pass catcher. What if they feel comfortable with Bo Nix? What if they feel comfortable with Michael Penix at the top of round 2?
Yeah.
We are talking about this in a different sort of scenario. It makes all the sense in the world to say Daniel Jones ain't it.
Yeah.
And I totally agree with that sentiment. I really do. So Daniel Jones ain't it. If they walk out of this draft with a wide receiver 1 and a QB 1, no matter what the draft pick selection is, whether it's J.J. McCarthy and let's call it Xavier Worthy. Let's call it Adonai Mitchell. We'll just go ahead and put some names on that. Let's say it's J.J. McCarthy, Adonai Mitchell, or we're saying it's Malik Neighbors and Bo Nix. are you really mad at that? Like, are you really looking at that any differently? Because they've still prioritized the two positions in a massive way. Yes, J.J. McCarthy's a better football player than Bo Nix. But Malik Neighbors is a significantly better wide receiver than an Adam.
One of them has to touch the ball every play. One of them only gets the ball
I totally
when
get
the
it.
quarterback
I totally
can
get
get
it.
to him.
Yeah.
But maybe you fell in love.
Sure.
Yeah.
I get the rationale. If you sit there and you're like, hey, we're the Giants, I'm Brian Daboll, and I'm like, hey, I really love what, Bo Nix can do. I really love what Michael Penix can do. Then sure, it makes sense. But, man, I'm watching Daniel Jones. I'm like,
Daniel Jones ain't it, to be clear.
How's he going to get the ball to Malik Neighbors consistently enough to matter? That's my thought. That's why why don't you tell us what you think about the Daniel Jones to Malik Neighbors conversation? My papers are out of my face. You please tell me what you think about that combination.
My papers are Maddie's face.
It's true.
I don't know if I love it.
The papers or the connection?
But I think like the Giants have both. I think the Giants have kind of put themselves in a situation that's difficult because they have a lot of money tied up in Daniel Jones. They decided to go ahead and just invest in him and not play in the area of the unknown. And I think one thing that's starting to happen in the National Football League more than it ever has is the idea of the unknown at quarterback is scaring a lot of teams away. It's scaring a lot of coaches away. It's scaring a lot of personnel people away because there's a whole element of job security that honestly trumps a lot of rational decision-making at times, right? So they decided to go and invest in Daniel Jones. They went to ownership and said, we need to pay Daniel Jones an absorbent amount of money. And now they sit here with Daniel Jones not playing very well last year and on top of that, getting hurt. So can you go to John Mara and walk up and say, we want a quarterback? Give us a quarterback. We need to be able to take
Titans pick.
Oh.
It's a receiver, isn't it?
It is not. It is decidedly not a wide receiver.
Ooh.
The Tennessee Titans are taking offensive tackle J.C. Latham.
There's the one that we thought.
Out of
like, okay.
to Alabama.
Yeah, absolutely. And I totally get this by the way that the Titans play football. The way, again, they don't have Derrick Henry out of their roster anymore.
How do they play football now?
But I can understand still prioritizing the run, still prioritizing some of this. J.C. Latham, as we talked about, Maddie, before we got on the air here, this is a guy that I can understand a team in the top 10 prioritizing. He is very technical. He is very smart. He understands exactly where he needs to be in the run game. He has just a tremendous amount of consistency. Like, you know what you're getting from this guy. It's not a gamble. You're not developing this guy. He's walking in day one. You know what you're getting from him. So from that perspective, it makes sense from a top 10 offensive tackle perspective. Again, in a different class, maybe we're talking about this differently because this is such a good offensive tackle class. J.C. Latham has been a late riser because NFL coaches, NFL GMs look at him and it's just like, hey, listen, he's consistent. We know what we're getting.
Is he a riser or has he just always been there? And that's kind of one of the things I kind of wonder is when you look at J.C. Latham, he's got the pedigree, he's got the size, he's got the athleticism, he's got the production. He's been a guy that has played a lot of football at Alabama. Maybe he's not really as much of a riser as much as he is just kind of this is the logical type of player that typically goes early. I kind of wonder if that's just been the case with J.C. Latham. And the Tennessee Titans, their O-line stinks. It's really rough. I mean, it does. It's bad. They needed somebody like this. They needed to get somebody like this into the building.
Do you think he's going to play right tackle or left tackle?
I don't think it matters.
Okay, where do you think he's going to play, though? I agree it doesn't matter. Where do you think he's going to play?
I think he's probably going to play left tackle.
Okay.
I think they're going to give him to Bill Callahan and let him do his magic. And one of the conversations I think that was really strong and smart about the Tennessee Titans was, do you have to give the best offensive line coach in football a top 10 pick, or do you try to get cute with it and maybe you give him a second-round pick and you go and take a receiver like a Roma Dunze here at pick 7? That was some of the logic I thought was interesting, especially since, their coach came from Brian Callahan. He was with the Bengals when they decided to draft Jamar Chase over Penei Sewell. And so, Roma Dunze now and then go draft an offensive lineman in the second round and let Bill Callahan kind of do his work. No, they're just going to go ahead and take a solid pick. They've already paid Calvin Ridley. They've got him. They got Nuke Hopkins. They've got capable weapons. And instead of getting greedy at the weapons, they're just going to go and give their quarterback an opportunity to make some throws down the field to some of these guys.
Yeah, I mean, that seems to be the route they're going to go, right? Whether it's left tackle, right tackle, the Titans just say, hey, we need to shore up the trenches. We need to give a better platform for Will Levis. We need to give them a little bit more solid of a run game. Mm-hmm. So we're just going to go ahead and take J.C. Latham, who we have as the number 1 or 2 offensive tackle in this draft class. So we are going to shoot him out there, whether we put him at right tackle, left tackle, whatever it is, he's going to be our guy, and then we are going to move on. And, I don't think anybody really saw the Titans going with J.C. Latham. I think everybody thought they thought the move was going to be Joe Alt. They thought that was going to be the first tackle off the board. He is not. He's decidedly not the first tackle off the board. It's Latham. Latham is the one going to the Titans. So now we're going to have to see what moves forward. I don't think there's been any surprises so far, though, Kent, right? This is pretty chalk. Maybe the order's a little different, but the first 7 picks are relatively chalk for what everybody thought. I think, yeah, especially the late buzz with J.C. Latham. I'm not looking and saying, oh, man, there's just anything glaring to me that says, oh, this is crazy. Tucker D. Franklin, I believe, might have the next pick. No, I think he's just acknowledging his tribal chief.
I was also going to throw out there that you guys had J.C. Latham in your KCSN top 350 at pick, or not necessarily pick, but number 32 in your top 50.
I don't think that's right.
Well, that's
the consensus board had him at number 18, so we were a little lower on him than the consensus board was, and I think that makes a little bit of sense, though.
Okay. I have it right here.
Okay.
Yeah, no, the consensus board had him at 18, which is still relatively low for a top 10 pick, right? That's a pretty big gap. 11 pick gap is pretty big for a guy that's going in the top 10. The KC draft guide had him a little bit lower. It's because some people see him as a guard, right? Some people see J.C. Latham as an offensive guard, which does push him down. That says, hey, whoever was grading him as an offensive tackle for the KCS and draft guide probably didn't see him as a left tackle. So that makes sense to lower him down a little bit. I think that impacts his grades. They might move him to a little bit of a guard. Tucker, you're still hot. And so, yeah, here we are, and he ends up in the 30s. And, that's fine. It is what it is. I'm not saying it's bad, wrong, right, yes, no, left, right. It's just that's what it ended up being. The consensus board was lower on him, too, so that makes sense. He has risen up draft boards lately, though, because he's a wide, athletic body.
We are about to have, per James Palmer, the Atlanta Falcons are about to shock the world.
Ooh, we have a bigger shock to the world. We have a new addition coming in.
Hello, Haley.
To the draft show here.
Oh, wow.
We're going to let her get her settled first before we can throw it completely to her.
I think we're about to get a quarterback off the board to the Atlanta Falcons.
A quarterback
I think we are about to get a quarterback.
Huh?
To the Atlanta Falcons.
I think you're all over the place right now, bud.
Oh, my gosh. The Atlanta Falcons have selected quarterback Michael Penix.
That's high.
With the 8th pick in the NFL draft.
I didn't realize I was on yet.
Well, hi, Haley.
Guys, I was shopping online for some really cute pullovers for the gym.
Same.
And then Craig's like, you want to tag in?
Oh, my.
Sure.
I want some pullovers to the gym.
For the drama?
You came in at the best time.
Oh.
What is happening?
Okay.
So that's interesting.
Yeah. Haley, what's your thoughts on the Atlanta Falcons not drafting the first defensive player off the board, but in fact going with quarterback from the Washington Huskies, Michael Penix Jr.?
I mean, when I was doing the top 50 prospects going into this one, and I promise you, I was quite literally shopping 2 minutes ago. So let me jump on back onto this. But to see him go so high, I mean, now Washington. I mean, Washington, Pac-12.
What is happening?
Pac-12 doesn't exist anymore.
The non-existent. I mean, trust me, when I was out there covering Oregon, it was all about Justin Herbert and blah, 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 blah. But to see this Washington quarterback do what he's able to do, I mean, for him, get your bag, man. What conversation did you have at the draft? What was that interview like?
All I see is his image is reversed. He's throwing left-handed for some reason. I don't get it, Kent.
So I just... I wonder, what I'm wondering is
look at all that they had available.
I know. Michael Penix goes before Roma Dunze.
For John James McCarthy.
Before J.J. McCarthy.
John James.
Why wouldn't they get an edge? Why wouldn't the Falcons
Any
get
defensive player. Byron Murphy.
any line player, any
Atlanta is insulating themselves to the max at
They
the most important
tampered with
position in
Kirk
football.
Cousins just to draft Michael Penix Jr. in the top 10.
No, that's foul.
I
That's
just love-
foul. That's
That's a
some
bird.
trickery.
I see what you did there.
I love the NFL draft so much. And it's for moments like these.
Yeah, it was pretty boring till now. I'm not gonna lie. It was
Yeah,
pretty predictable.
it was. What
Here
is
we are.
happening?
I don't think I can wrap my head around it.
I'm flabbergasted right. This is so good.
What do you think the thought process was there?
I think the
And how
Atlanta
is this
Falcons
gonna
were.
play in
I think the Atlanta Falcons were
season?
into the Ben Holiday bottled and bond bourbon that we were into earlier today.
Is there no Costco in Atlanta, so they don't think Kirk Cousins will be there very long?
Is Kirk's rehab going poorly?
It's a good thought. It's a good thought, but also is it just more of like, okay, we bring him in, we get him ready, he plays just like Mahomes did under Smith for a year, and then we pop him in, and this is our new guy. And Kirk Cousins gets his bag and his Chick-fil-A and walks out the door. But
Michael
not on
Penix?
Sunday because it's closed.
Michael Penix, Michael Vick, left-handed quarterbacks.
Now
I'm
that's
just
a-
Four, five,
saying.
now
40.
that's a dramatic name.
So
I'm
I'll-
just saying.
here's a little nugget from Albert Breer. Atlanta was rumored to love Penix. The owner there
Aren't we all?
wanted one in the pipeline.
Left.
3 weeks ago, a massive group that included Raheem Morris, Terry Fontenot, and Zach Robinson traveled to Seattle to work him out. It was not a smokescreen.
Is that Troy Fontenot's dad? He said Tori. Okay.
I said Terry.
Corey Peters, shout out to him. How much I got to donate to get y'all to grow mullets and a skullet for Craig?
I don't think we can grow mullets in a weekend.
Oh, I can.
Haley
I'm ready.
could. Haley's in.
Let me pin back my hair.
Just reading the chat, buddy. That's all.
I
Pin it back. I want it. Is it 200 you said?
20.
Yes.
Well, he is just $20.
No. If you
Not
don't,
just.
if
Sorry.
you
I added a
donate,
zero.
Thank you.
if you donate $200 right now, we will give Haley a haircut to get to a mullet. I will do
Maddie,
it.
Maddie, you cannot throw that out there.
That's
You
what
can't
you guys
do that
just
to
said. I'm
Haley.
sorry.
And it's been nice knowing Haley Lewis
That will
here
not
at
happen.
KC
Haley's
Sports
getting out of
Network.
here now.
That will not happen. We can pin some of my split ends on his hair, but that is not going to happen.
Let's glue him to Craig's head.
I see Charles Wheeler already just said 200
I see money. I add $1.
on air.
On air? This is getting a little too weird.
Michael Penix of the Atlanta Falcons wasn't weird enough for you?
This is actually
Yeah,
probably
that's
the
what I mean.
appropriate time to be
It
doing
is.
this.
It is. It is.
Because this is the weirdest. I love the NFL draft so much.
I like having to be
This
live
is
for this.
the best.
Like, this is keeping the takes like relatively mild because everyone's trying to be like very like concise with their information, whereas the Falcons just got in trouble for tampering for adding a new NFL quarterback to their team and are now going to lose draft picks in the process of drafting a replacement to the player that is costing them draft picks.
Yeah, and they're getting the old 24-year-old developmental quarterback. The one that will be 30
Kirk
by
Cousins,
the time
Michael
Kirk
Penix,
Cousins
they're the
is done.
same age.
Like, I think Mike. Yeah,
They're
Relative.
trading recipes.
Michael. Michael Penix went to high school with Kirk Cousins.
What is happening?
What do we? I love it. I don't totally get it, but
All of Michael Penix's highlights are Roma Dunze highlights. What are we doing here?
and look, I don't like we talked about Michael Penix, probably a first round pick when it
No.
was all said and done.
No, I didn't even have him.
Haley's
I'm-
like, no, I'm all the way out.
Same.
I think the NFL.
He's not bad. I just didn't have him in the top 32.
No, I mean I don't. Where do we have him? I think we have him
66.
Thank you, Tucker.
66.
Thank
So
you.
fun.
That's where you guys had
Let
him.
me scroll. Hey, I'm going to put my papers in front of my
I
face for
had
a second.
him
Kid, calm
at-
down.
Oh, you keep doing that the whole time.
I got to go to the second page.
Now,
Maybe-
this is a good question here from Nefarious. Does Kyle Pitts keep his number?
Again?
He was number 8 at wasn't he number 8?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was number
Oh,
9.
Michael
I think,
Penix? I think Michael Penix was.
He's 9, isn't
no,
he?
so does Drake London keep his number? Right?
Yeah, it would be Drake London.
No, my.
And it made me in the London.
I hope Michael Penix wears number 19.
Maybe we're 69.
Yeah. Thanks everyone joining us right now on
Gosh, the lower thirds they're throwing up there are just not great.
the Bears are back on the clock. They can get Roma
they're gonna get
Dunze.
Roma Dunze.
They're gonna
Oh
get
my
Roma
And that just brings us
Dunze.
into the
They could also
conversation.
draft John James McCarthy and have
I'm
the
so
quarterback
excited for them to
competition.
take Roma Dunze and still flail as an organization.
Wait, let's look at who are the quarterbacks who are left still.
So you have J.J. McCarthy,
John
Okay.
James.
Bo Nix, and no one else matters.
Spencer Rattler.
Spencer Rattler.
Michael Penix in the top 10 picks. Spencer Rattler belongs in round 1.
I don't know if my best player is available. I think it's still good because all the picks have not been.
This
Okay,
I
thank you,
just
Tuck. There we
Oh,
go.
Tucker's best players available. This is according to Tucker D. Franklin, which stands for best players available. Is Rome Odunze, wide receiver out of Washington, Olu Fashanu, offensive tackle out of Penn State, Terrion Arnold and Quinyon Mitchell, cornerbacks out of Alabama, and Toledo, and Brock Bowers, a tight end / receiving weapon out of Georgia, and Dallas Turner out of Alabama.
The Chicago Bears have selected
Oh, God.
Rome Odunze.
J.J. McCarthy.
Oh, that's great.
It's I'm just
I
kidding.
know you're
He
messing
was
with me.
punking us.
Look,
Okay,
Stop doing that.
Okay, Ashton Swanson.
it is.
What is going
They've taken
on?
Rome Odunze, the wide receiver out of Washington.
That's a good pick.
Put your papers down.
I know. I can't see anything. It's like a wall.
I know. I can't see her.
They voted against that, you
They
know?
can't
You gotta
see
put that
you. We can't see each other.
He's just white balancing the
put,
entire day.
Who put Maddie in the middle?
I did. I put
That was a
myself in the
Matthew
middle.
choice. Matthew decided to put himself in the middle.
I do want to shout out the KCSN Discord. We thank you. I've been seeing some of the updates from Matthew because I'm not in right now, but he's been showing like
I'm
I
having a
actually
great
do
time.
love Matthew in real life.
Not really.
Rome Odunze, this one makes a lot of sense. I mean, like this is the logical pick for the Bears, and congratulations to the Bears for getting him without having to move up aggressively. I mean, this is good for them. Like this is
The Bears are doing good things. They got a good front office, you know.
I think Ryan Poles has done a
Foles
great
is doing
job.
great. Now they have they took Ted, so they got more from the Chiefs that they continue to bring to their front office.
And not the teddy bear Ted.
No,
but
not the teddy bear Ted.
Good. I mean,
Ted
good
did
on
not
them.
give teddy bear vibes. No.
Look at the Vikings have traded up with the New York Jets.
Do you think John James?
I think it's JJ McCarthy.
Ooh, you think so?
So do you think the
I would think so too.
I think
the
it's JJ
Jets were
McCarthy.
upset that Rome Odunze went off the board? They said, we don't really want this tiny tight end. Let's go ahead and trade back with the Viking. One pick?
I think the Vikings are trading up just to make sure that they get their
They can
quarterback.
lock it in, yeah.
That's smart. No,
Because
I think it's
Get their machine guy.
because you're running into quarterback.
Tucker's got his hand up.
I just have a
Tucker's here.
question. I just want to ask you guys a question.
Sure.
Perfect.
Are you surprised that Michael Penix went before JJ?
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
He's like 4 years younger.
Shooketh.
That's true.
Has a better arm.
So
Bo Nix is the same age as Zach Wilson.
No,
And-
he's not.
And
Oh
he
my
throws
God.
the correct way. He doesn't throw with the wrong arm. That's big.
that is a good point.
The
These
ball
are-
spins
these are
the
points
correct
we cannot
The
dispute.
ball spins the correct direction off of John James McCarthy's hand.
But doesn't he actually throw it, though?
That's true. That's a good point. But he hands it off with the right arm.
It's also very true. Look, if you got a good running back, I think you're set with JJ.
I mean, I assume the Vikings are coming up one pick. They saved their extra first-round pick, and they get to sit at. I've been moving up to pick 10 to pick presumably J.J. McCarthy. If this is Bo Nix, I might just stand up and walk out. If Bo Nix is off the board, I might be out of here.
Let's
Yeah.
Someone just tweeted at me, Kent and Maddie are just out here vibing, and Haley's just being professional.
yeah.
Fact.
They've
No,
been drinking since 4.
Kent is trying so
Okay.
hard
No,
to be
you
professional.
don't understand.
My
Haley,
bad. Since 2.
I'm actually trying to be on your level, but like I am just feeding off of the gin and tonics. Like I can smell Maddie's breath, and
This
that's
is
just
my
getting
first
me
Prosecco, and I put it in a whiskey. What do you call this? A whiskey something?
glass.
Something? To make myself look like a distinguished gentleman.
I've had half a whiskey. I've had half a gin and tonic. I've had a lot of other drinks. One of which is called a kiki of something. There's a lot of kiki involved. It's lime green. It looks great. It tastes great.
I would love it. Great.
It's right. It's
It's
that
good.
Hulk drink right there on the
A
table.
kiki.
It is
Oh,
pretty
yeah,
good.
it's
The
pretty
drink he's
good.
gonna knock over with his muddy foot. Maddie literally was running hills right before we started this. He was up on the hills
not
here
that
at
muddy.
Holiday
If
If
Distillery.
somebody super chats $20, I'll tweet out the video I took.
Ooh.
Ooh, that's great.
How about
Is that
fi-
of me running the hills?
How about
Yeah.
50?
Oh,
You
that's
should've done
really bad.
50.
That was really lazy hill running.
40 is
Why
what
were
the
we
fu-
running
what
the
asking price
hills?
is. $40.
I had a
super
lot
chat.
of drinks, Haley. I had
So-
a whole
Okay,
lot of drinks.
okay.
I needed to sober up.
All right, so good on the Jets. The Jets get pick. The Jets traded, or the Jets are getting 11, 129, and 157 for 10 and 203 from the Vikings. So the Jets came away with two solid.
Wait, what was the trade?
Yeah, so where are we now?
So the Jets traded, or the Jets got 11, 129, and 157.
Gotcha.
The Vikings get picks 10 and 203.
Okay.
So
That's
the-
actually good. I mean, I don't
It's-
have the
it's good on the
chart in
Vikings.
front of me. It seems fine.
It's good on the Vikings to go up and get their guy.
The vibes are fine.
Yeah, it's good on them to go up and get their guy. So good on them for
Shout
good
out
on them
Corey
for
Peter. $20.
$20. So now we have to tweet out the video of Maddie running hills.
That's a really bad hill run. I hope it's the first one.
Oh,
'cause
I
the
can't
second
wait to
one
see
was
it.
bad.
I think I got half of the first one and half of the second one.
It was bad. It was a very lazy, very drunk hill run.
Explain this trade to me, though.
mean-
What are we seeing? Why are we seeing
So the
this?
Vikings are worried about other teams jumping them
to get
to get
John
JJ
James
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Okay, I
So-
see. So,
They're worried about the Broncos and the
I
Raiders.
just caught on that you're not waiting. You're just telling.
Yeah.
I was
We
like,
are
I was
tipping
like,
picks.
should we be telling the people?
No. We're
And
tipping
you're
picks
like,
left
oh, we're
and right.
going
This
through
is not
with
like
it.
the live watch parties.
No,
Okay,
we can
yeah.
do whatever we want.
This is the Wild West.
Because there were many times when we were in like or the AFC Championship games or other things like that where I would like see, that stat thing that comes down on your computer and you can see the play before it goes on air.
Yeah.
And I was like,
I
don't want to say.
when we were doing that live watch party,
Yeah.
that spoiled it for me.
Yeah, it does.
That
it ruins
the
it for you.
that the Bills had missed the field goal.
Yes, that's right. Did I spoil that?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's all good.
sorry.
We had a good time. We're having a good time. The Vikings.
winners.
The Vikings have traded
Okay.
up to acquire
But we do not
JJ
know
McCarthy.
the Jets yet, correct?
JJ McCarthy. Yeah. No, we don't know yet. But
Okay,
JJ
cool.
McCarthy is a Minnesota Viking. Vikings don't have to do too much to get up there. One thing I find interesting, they have picked 23, the Vikings do.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they're more apt to trade out now.
That's I would follow that too.
So they don't really have, especially after trading up for 129, they really have huge gaps in their draft now. They don't have a day 2 pick right now, I don't believe. So if they wanted to move back, they could, accumulate
True.
some assets in day 2 to kind of give them a little bit more spread there, give them some more flexibility. So I think, the Vikings, I think, probably made a run to try to get Drake May. I think that's really what they were trying to do. That's why they got the assets. Yeah. No, at pick 3, yeah. I think try to get Drake May. They don't get him, so now here we are. They're going to wind up with QB4 in this draft, which is JJ or QB5 with this draft. It's JJ
you can't say that
McCarthy.
anymore.
We can't.
QB 35.
How has the Twitter world? I'm sorry, we're going back. I keep
Twitter's
going
losing
back.
their mind.
Are we still okay?
Have you seen the
No.
video, or you seen the meme of the guy like pointing to himself like, who, me?
Me?
Yeah. Someone said Michael Penix when the Falcons called. He's
Just
like,
got real.
me? Who, me?
I think Michael Penix has all the confidence in the world. I think he was pretty stoked that he was that pick.
I can't believe he was that big.
But you just paid a guy $180 million.
A guy with a bad Achilles. It's like, Arthur Blank wanted someone in the pipeline, so he got the 24-year-old developmental quarterback. I don't know.
Hey, I think what you said, it was a good point. It alludes to what's going on with Cousins.
Maybe.
Anywho.
But how are you going to lose a future, probably top 100 pick for tampering with Kirk Cousins and replace him with a guy the same age?
They're going to have to open Chick-fil-A on Sundays and start selling to make up for that loss.
But I won't complain.
I would. Sundays
be
are
in
when I
attendance.
want a chicken biscuit the most.
Oh, all the time.
So, I don't know. I would take that in a heartbeat.
So the New York Jets are on the clock. Is that what we were getting at?
yeah.
The New York Jets are on the clock. Brock Bowers makes some sense
I
here.
was looking at tackle for them, maybe.
That would be that would be
Potentially.
a good one too.
For the 13 games
Yeah.
that Tyron Smith isn't going to play?
Olufashano's still out there.
Okay.
The longer that
I was agreeing.
Potentially.
No, I was agreeing.
I think this is a pretty big hinge point, I think, for the Chiefs when it comes to the tackle situation.
And I think for the Jets,
I think they're gonna snag one.
For the power struggle, right? Like, is this Aaron Rodgers' team or is this anybody else's team? If it's Aaron Rodgers'
it
team,
is for
they
another
take
year.
Brock Bowers. If it's anybody else's team, you should take a tackle that is going to be a starter for the future to replace Morgan Moses or Tyron Smith, right? Like, is this your
Yes.
team as the owner, as Joe Douglas? Is this your team, or are you letting Aaron Rodgers run this until he decides to run for president? Like, what's your decision here?
Well, we have to go to the dark space to find that out.
Yeah, we got to
Or is it a dark room, dark space? Where did he go?
Ayahuasca dark room or whatever we call it. I don't know.
He went yonder, came back, the GM, head coach, and the quarterback after tearing his Achilles.
Teams just
Somehow.
let him.
Yonder.
Just yonder.
I
Yonder.
live yonder. So
Out
it's
yonder there.
I think that's why people freaked out the most when people were talking, or when Mahomes was talking about getting involved with the draft process. Just like briefly, when he just like briefly put that out.
When he
People
picked
were
Clyde.
Or McCool.
Chill.
All right.
Calm down, buddy.
We
It's a slippery slope, and that dude is Aaron Rodgers. Interesting.
Yeah, so we're kind of waiting on their pick. I mean, I think we all are expecting to be Brock Bowers, right? That makes the most sense. That gives them, like, they're clearly in a win-now mode with Rodgers, with all these veteran tackles. They're in a win-now mode. Brock Bowers makes a lot of sense. We won't be surprised if it's a tackle.
What tackles we got left? Let me look.
Olu Fashanu.
Yeah, I have an announcement to make.
Sure, Tuck.
We have
Please rip it.
we have 154 likes on this video right now. If we get up to 200 likes,
Oh, gosh.
if we get up to 200
for
likes
me.
in the next 5 minutes, I will chug this seltzer that I have in front of
Setting
me
a timer.
on the camera.
I'm about to say, keep my hair out of these
Yeah,
conversations.
That was
Haley,
my
you're good.
bad.
Yeah,
Chugging
that
the
was
seltzer.
was way too low too.
Yeah,
20
you 200 for the highlights wouldn't even cover it.
Yeah, I don't under even.
Sir.
Yeah, you need to grow up.
Listen, I'm a youth. I'm sorry. I don't understand
What
the
seltzer
world.
do you have, Tuck? What
This
seltzer
is
you got?
Quirk
Ooh,
hard
I love
seltzer
Quirks.
peach apricot whip. Apricot or apricot? Debate in the comments.
Apricot.
Ooh, Laurel or Yanni?
Shut up. This is Quirk peach apricot whip.
Donate and tell us
If we
apricot or apricot.
if we get to 200 likes by 8:25 p.m. Central
I lost my
Daylight
papers.
Okay,
Time,
we got 4 minutes.
we will.
I'm not.
Oh,
we
wait.
aren't doing anything.
Tucker, I've also seen you chug seltzers. It's like you drink half of it and call it a day.
We will drink an AHA seltzer water.
I won't.
I will.
I need a minute.
So
Thank you to everybody watching. Make sure to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We will be live every minute of the draft.
What are the Jets doing?
Holy cow, we have 315 likes now.
Well, buddy,
No
gear
way.
up.
I
Gear
swear.
up.
I
Haley,
that
swear.
did not take long.
Get the clipper,
at
get the
all.
trimmers out.
Hang
We're
on
gonna
a
get
second.
Haley's hair taken care of.
Hang on
No.
a second. Let me
No.
refresh this again.
No,
There's no,
no,
way
no,
that's
no.
not true.
Yeah, use the paper to cover your face.
It's 300.
No chance.
327 now. Wow. Okay. Well.
Wait, 400 and then is
Okay, what is
someone
the
gonna
number?
get in on the race? What if we get to 500? I could chug a seltzer for 500.
I'm not chugging anything tonight.
I'll chug a seltzer.
I'm
for
sorry. I
No.
love y'all, but I just.
I can fight through. I fought through the beginning of this. I'm good to go right now. I can chug a seltzer.
through the beginning
I will
of
chug.
this.
I don't
Chug,
roll.
we are going to chug. Craig is going to grab a seltzer right now. Craig.
Oh, Craig's chugging?
No.
Well, we're at 350 pretty much. So shout out
No,
everybody.
no. Let's say 500.
No. I'm chugging. Look, it's
No, you're chugging. But Craig
Two
could chug.
seltzers
We're
at 4.
chugging.
I have the pick for the New York Jets.
Ooh,
Yeah.
what is it? What is it? What is
If it's
it?
Brock Bowers, you can hold it.
No, I think they go tackle. I really do.
Haley's
so.
right.
Olu?
The New York Jets have taken Penn State offensive
State,
tackle
yes,
over
yes,
for
Good
sure.
yes,
pick.
yes.
So-
Good pick.
That's Craig.
Craig, you've been
Stout
replaced.
is upset. I think there was a lot of hope that
My
maybe
papers are
Olu
upside down.
Fashanu would fall to the Chiefs. Maybe there would be an opportunity for them
Who
to
had that
trade
hope?
up.
That
That
is
was
a very
false
long
hope.
tumble.
He
But then
was-
again,
Craig Stout literally.
we just saw a QB can take the
Look,
ride
we've
of his
seen
life.
some weird things today. So already, and
That's
it's only
11
picks
picks.
in.
That's 11 picks without a defensive player. I
There's
just
no
wanna throw that out
defensive
there.
players yet.
That's a record.
Is it?
Yeah.
I
It's a
wonder.
record.
Yeah, I wonder when the first
was-
defensive player is going to fall.
I believe it was if you got to pick 9 without a defensive player, that was a new record.
I bet Colts get someone defensive, probably.
unless
maybe by 15.
unless Brock Bowers is there. So there's been a lot of connection to the Colts and Brock Bowers from some people we've talked to in Indianapolis. So if he does wind up falling there, then I think it would be Bowers.
Okay.
I could see. I mean, I think this will be a pretty important stretch here for the quarterbacks, or the quarterback,
Yeah.
the single quarterback left, Bo Nix.
There's two. You keep downplaying Spencer Rattler like he doesn't exist,
He's
and I don't
not.
get it.
He's not going in the first round.
Do you think Michael Penix is going to the top 10?
No.
Okay.
But
then.
at least one was in the top 50. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
I think this is a good stretch for Bo Nix here. This is an important stretch here with the Raiders, with the Broncos.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Because what is it? We got Broncos, Raiders, Saints, Colts.
yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
I think the Saints are going to take an offensive tackle.
They
I would
have to.
anticipate.
They don't have a
They
tackle.
don't have one.
Trevor Penning's terrible, and Ryan Ramczyk might not be able to play this year.
Yeah, and
How-
so you're looking at
Raiders.
Talise Fuaga.
Ta-
Talise
tackle.
Fuaga, Troy Fatanu, Amarius Mims. There's some offensive linemen still there. Bowers not going to Olu Fashanu, that's a great pick for the Jets. I think that's the right pick for the Jets. They have some offensive weapons. The Garrett Wilson, Aaron Rodgers connection looked really good. So going and insulating your offensive line and continuing to add bodies along that group, I think is really important.
What if the Broncos get Bowers?
They should. No, that would be a great Sean Payton pick. Like,
Yeah.
he's used tight ends a lot in his past.
I mean, there's no one to throw to him.
Right, no, that's a connection
But-
that I've made with It's Cortland Sutton and a bunch of dudes. Like, just a bunch of Kents and Matts out there catching passes for the Denver Broncos. So they might as well throw a Brock Bowers in there. So I think that makes a lot of sense.
Playmaker, I think so too. So if they can get him, snag him, I would. Yeah. That's someone who I wish, could obviously fall very, very far.
And if the Broncos don't go with Brock Bowers, I don't know. I
don't know
where
what else
they
they would go.
Right, they have enough options to take any position really that's available to them, but they also don't there's not a desperate need for any of them. So they're in an interesting spot. If Sean Payton wasn't allergic to trading back, I would suggest that it would be a trade back team. But I don't think he's ever done it in his past. So
I guess who would be a threat to? Who would really be a threat to?
somebody winning Spencer Rattler.
Who would be a threat?
He's not going to stop. He's not going to stop.
Correct.
Yeah.
gonna
If
stop.
you'll get used. You won't get used to it. Actually, I'm still not used to it. I don't know who's threatening. I guess I just don't know who's threatening them to take. Like if Bo Nix is really connected
Brian
to
Thomas.
like who's threatening Denver to to take a quarterback.
I'm just
right?
suggesting guys that people might trade up for, right? Like no defensive players off the board. If you have a clear cut, if Seattle says, "Oh wow, we lost Aaron Donald, Byron Murphy's our Aaron Donald replacement," maybe you want to go up. That would be like your person to go up for it.
Sure.
But I don't think they're going to, but like that would be your option. If not, Denver's just kind of taking their best player. How far do we go down before you get defensive player? I mean, is 15 kind of the floor?
That's what I'm thinking. I say 15. I say the Colts go with someone defensive.
Bold.
If Denver doesn't go Bo Nix, I think they could go Terrion Arnold. I think they could go defensive player.
Surtain and Terry Arnold, that'd be
That's a
hell of a
Yeah.
I mean, their
secondary.
defensive line and their pass rush is not great. It's inconsistent at best.
I could see
So-
Vegas going corner too. I mean,
Well, okay, so yeah, I mean,
I don't know. I could see I could see an argument. It's just a matter of
I know how it falls, best available, all that crap. It's hard to.
do the Broncos feel they need to
Do
go
this
get a
math.
quarterback? That's the big question. And if they do, then
I don't
things
think they
get
do.
weird. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
It could happen right now. Who knows? But yeah, I don't see. I mean, man, what do we think? I think a corner pops up, maybe
It's interesting.
defensive tackle, maybe eventually. But yeah, you were talking about a record? What was the record that the longest time, or how far we have gone before a defensive player has been drafted? How many? It was
Eighth was the
The
latest
last time, and
defensive
now we're
player.
what? 11.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you.
I have the pick
Ooh. Who was 12? Who was 12? Are we right or wrong?
with the 12th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft.
Do it.
Oh my God.
Ducks.
The Denver Broncos.
Tucker
The Ducks.
okay?
The Ducks.
Quack, baby!
Let's go!
They go Bo Nix, the
Let's
quarterback,
go!
out of Denver.
What is happening?
6 quarterbacks in
Oh,
the
Zach
first
Wilson,
12 picks
you
of the
poor
NFL
child.
We are
draft.
loosely using the word quarterback right now.
6 teams have drafted not Patrick Mahomes.
Let's
Same
get
age.
it.
Bo
Bust
Nix.
the Ducks out.
Come.
Hi, buddy.
I just said
Same age.
6 quarterbacks.
I can hear
That
him.
was the more realistic scenario than.
Yeah, you can honestly.
Wow,
do you
that
want to
was-
hop in?
That was
Sure.
bad.
I don't want to take your microphone away. You're adding valuable content here.
Yeah. No. You can
We
hop
didn't
in.
break
I'm
1,000 on the
I'm
last
tagging
stream
until
in for
Maddie
Maddie.
showed up.
Okay.
I'm tagging in for Maddie.
Okay, yeah.
So,
That's
I
probably a good call.
Maddie, why don't you get a water?
Maddie needs a nap.
listen.
Go do
I'm
some
not
push-ups.
taking the same approach with Maddie that y'all are, but no, that was one that just made a lot of sense.
Okay, tell me why.
Because they desperately need a quarterback. I live out there. I am a
You
part
didn't think
of an.
that Stidham was going to do it?
I am a part of an organization
Wilson
that
wasn't going to step up?
bought in to the Russell Wilson hype 2 years
okay,
ago.
Okay, fair.
And it did not work
Crashed
out.
and
They
burned,
need
yeah.
somebody to hang their hat on.
I think it's utterly hilarious that the Denver Broncos are going to pay Zach Wilson $5.5 million
Yeah,
this year.
but- Yeah.
No.
And Jarrett
They're paying
Stidham.
half of that. They're paying half of Zach Wilson's
Okay, so they're
salary.
breaking it up, but then they lose him in 2025.
Correct.
So
They're
they have-
arguing with that.
What's the reason?
They have the battle of mid, some are saying, in their quarterback room.
But this didn't have to happen. Like,
Yeah.
Again, they did not have to trade
I'm
up.
tweeting that out.
No, they did not. They did not. So
That's the realistic part of this. They did not have to forego future assets for a Bo Nix. Now, if you would have told me 6 quarterbacks before pick 12, nah.
I never thought so, too. Especially with the quarterback class that we're looking at.
Absolutely. And it's a good quarterback class. Again, we talked about this before.
But look how deep we are. You didn't
but
think so happening.
We're 12 picks in.
Yeah.
Like, this is not a scenario where it's like, oh, yeah, you took a wild stab on a first-round guy to make sure that you got your 5th round, your option year. You got him under control. This is pick 12.
Yeah.
You love this guy.
So why does this guy fit there? Why you know the lay of the land?
Because he's a quarterback that played quarterback.
And that might be the
in
simplest
college.
solution.
Okay. Let me argue here because I
don't really hate Bo Nix all that
I
much.
hate him
totally-
because
I
he
totally
plays the
agree.
quarterback position.
It's just because he's
Totally.
breathing.
he has a pulse.
He has
in
played
Denver.
quarterback before.
Correct. I totally agree with you guys. So let me play devil's advocate.
Okay.
So
Your Devil's doing some work here.
yeah, I'm not.
This is
I'm
a
really
team that can't make the
listen. They're
playoffs
lubing
for
up the
8 straight
pitchfork.
seasons.
Don't say that. Please continue.
So
Where's my pen? Where's
no,
my pen?
it's one of those. He is still a younger guy. He's not the youngest guy. He's one of the oldest first-round draft picks at quarterback
Ever
that has
Summer.
ever been.
He's hold on. There is Brandon Whedon, who was
correct.
Maddie's age when he was drafted.
No, Matty is 6 years older than Brandon.
Okay, my bad. But then honestly, so 3 of the oldest quarterbacks
Correct.
in the last 3 of the last 10.
But that being said, we just got done talking
kinda
about
wild.
that. It is very wild.
3 of the top 10 oldest quarterbacks.
So we just got done talking about this.
Welcome to COVID.
In a random year that maybe we don't have the type of quarterback class, where we don't have a Caleb Wilson, we don't have, a Jaden Daniels, we don't have a Drake May, we don't have, even a Michael Penix. It's like, does Bo Nix go round 1 in that year? And I think he does.
Yeah, I do too. I think Bo Nix is the best quarterback in the Kenny Pickett draft.
Correct. So, with that being said, when you look at the round 1 as a whole, yes, we are all really liking the fact that the Denver Broncos took this stab on this older prospect that, by and large, is probably not going to work out as well as the rest of the other 5 quarterbacks
what is the
drafted.
age difference between Wilson and Nix?
Bigger than DiCaprio and his girlfriends.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
No, I don't know.
With the
I gotta look it up.
quickness
Hold on,
with
let me
that.
I don't know.
That's,
I don't know.
That's,
I don't
that's pretty sharp, man.
I don't know why I pulled that so quickly. Actually,
It came well.
What
Yeah.
do you have with Leo?
nothing.
All right, Zach Wilson, 24.
They're the same age.
They're not
or-
very far.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
6
was
months
gonna
No,
say
I
apart.
want to
6
know.
months
I wanted. That's what I wanted. I wanted the exact dates of how far apart they are in age.
August
so
31st of 99, I believe,
you
is.
think Peyton's gonna let him play it out? Like,
No,
seriously?
I
you think he's
think-
gonna let him fight it out?
Well,
I think so. I
maybe a
think so.
competition for year 1, I guess. But I think at some point they're going to try to hand it over to Bo Nix.
Listen, we talk about Kyle
Okay.
Shanahan all the time about a guy that just wants a guy that's just going to line up, do what the offense asks him to do, and nothing more, nothing less, and all that. We disregard Sean Payton as a guy that also does that.
Yeah.
So who better? We talked about this before. If Bo Nix went to a Shanahan offense, we'd be sitting there going, that might be a little spicy. He's going to a Payton offense.
Yep.
They might be a little bit spicy. Now, probably not.
Good point,
Denver's
Adam.
got a lot of holes that they need to fill here. Drafting this guy, you're really banking on him being the guy without a lot of help around him. But that being said, he is going to line up. He's going to operate the offense exactly how Sean Payton wants to.
Which is odd that they brought Wilson in to back him up, a guy who doesn't like to operate how everyone wants him to. You know, what I mean?
know,
I find it
know.
so
It's just
bizarre.
there's so many contradictions in this
It honestly,
Denver little
when they did the
bubble
trade,
they got going.
when they did the trade, I kind of
It's
wondered
odd.
if they were punting on quarterback this
Like,
year
you didn't
because
bring a guy who falls into line. You got a
they
guy who
thought they-
causes drama.
yeah,
And again, you're trading a late round pick. You're spending $2.5 million.
Yeah, yeah,
like,
yeah.
hey,
I mean,
there's
it's slim
nothing
pickings.
precluding you from drafting an early quarterback. it meant that they didn't need to trade up for a guy, and they didn't. They stayed put. They drafted him at pick 12. Again, I don't know that this is a solution. I don't agree this is a solution, but
What is
that's
it?
where we
What
are.
is
I
it?
have the 13th pick. Do you have the 13th pick?
my
I'll
God,
give
what
it.
is
I saw it. You got it.
The Las Vegas Raiders have taken Georgia tight end Brock Bowers
That's a good pick for them.
with the 13th pick.
I do not want to play against him.
Good for him.
I don't want to play against him.
Yeah, we got some haters in the building here. But yeah, Brock Bowers, that's kind of a surprise. I don't think he was really connecting.
Well, I
but
just never thought it would fall that way. I didn't think the chips were going to fall that way.
that's why the
That would-
NFL
he'd be-
draft is
he would
so
be
I
awesome.
thought his
available for
floor
them,
was the
you know?
Jets.
We still don't have a defensive player drafted.
yeah.
That's nuts.
I mean, hey.
This was a big and Haley, to your point, like you're talking about, this was a big window for.
Yeah.
And now we're sitting at like pick 14. The Saints are very well connected to tackles
Yes.
because they desperately need
This
one.
was the
they
Ola
have to go
Fashanu.
tackle. They have to go tackle.
So
Yeah,
the
this was the
Colts
old Fashanu.
the Colts have been well connected to Brock Bowers, like we just talked about, and now he's off the board. I would anticipate that 50 to now Haley, that
yeah,
this is
Colts
the
go cornerback
this
or
is
something.
yes. I think this is where I think it's going to be 15 now. I think because I think the Saints are going to go I think the Saints are going to go offensive tackle at 14,
Yep.
and then we're going to see a cornerback drafted in
And there's good ones on the table.
Yeah,
All
yeah,
of
yeah,
them.
yeah.
Offensive
They're
tackle.
all there.
every
They're-
defensive player is on the board for them.
Yeah.
Every single
So
one.
it's a
I'm mad about
first
that.
pick for them.
I'm mad about it. But
I'm mad about the Raiders getting this guy.
yeah.
Selfishly.
he's
Health.
a good football
Self-
player.
Man, I
It's
tell
his
you
health.
what, Aiden
That's-
O'Connell is going to feast with Brock Bowers on the field now.
Honestly, that is the biggest thing
Wow.
for Chiefs fans. The top 6 quarterbacks went off the board.
It's huge.
And the Las Vegas Raiders got
Yeah.
none of them. at
So if
pick
Colts
13.
go corner, are they thinking the Toledo dude, do you think?
Oh, Quinn Mitchell's a good football
Quentin Mitchell or Terrion
Or
Arnold.
Terrion Arnold.
Can I bring
both-
something up?
Yeah,
Oh,
would
sorry.
love for
Please
you.
do,
Bama
Tucker.
dude too?
No, I just saw this in the chat. Shout out to I believe it was Justin that brought this up. It seems interesting that they did this after just taking Mayer.
Oh, interesting. Maybe a little more 12 personnel
So-
for the Raiders.
That is a
Yes.
good way to look at
They
it.
don't. I don't really think they have a lot of overlap. I think they're very
I don't
different.
think so
You've
either.
got your
I would
Y
agree.
and your F, so they're going to go
Correct.
play. They're going to play out of 12, but it's going to be like 12-ish because Brock Bowers is more of a slot dynamic weapon than he is a
Apparently,
true.
they have
guy.
the recipe to beating the Chiefs, so
Yeah.
we'll see.
Yeah,
yeah.
like-
We'll see if this is their formula.
And the other thing is this is a new regime
But to a good point.
for the Raiders. So this is a brand new regime
Yeah.
for the Raiders. So they don't really care who the Raiders picked last year because this wasn't this regime. This was Josh McDaniels and Dave Ziegler or whatever his name is, and
Yeah.
it's I think his last name was Ziegler. I think it was
I
Dave
think
Ziegler.
it's-
Right. I think you're
Just
right.
made me laugh.
Ziegler.
Ziegler. whatever his name is, you know.
But yeah, no, it's an interesting one for sure. But it's probably just a best player available kind of situation for the
Yeah,
Raiders.
look at those.
Speaking of,
There's the
Thank you,
KCSN top 350 according to Tucker Franklin. Terrion Arnold's the top player on the board. Quinyon Mitchell is there as well. Dallas Turner, Cooper DeJean, Nate Wiggins, Jared Verse.
all defensive players. by
That's
the
a
way.
whole lot of corners.
Boy, fantasy football is loving this draft because there's just no defensive players
Yeah.
being taken right now.
I hate it. Thank you.
I don't. Yeah, well, Craig, your defense is being put in its rightful place, if you ask me. So,
Oh, they're shooting off confetti for Brock Bowers in Vegas.
Wow.
I mean,
that's just such a
Wow.
snag.
are you
for
mad
them.
about that? Like, I mean, seriously, Brock Bowers is one of the
Think it was
premier
New Year's
talents in this
Eve.
draft.
Oh, wow. So 6 QBs have now gone in the first 12 picks, matching the total that went in that famed 1983 QB
That's
draft
crazy.
class.
That's crazy.
Saints are
For Adam
listed.
Schefter, wow.
Wait, what'd you say? Sorry.
Oh, I was just saying 6 QBs have now gone in the first 12 picks, matching the total that went in the famed 1983 QB draft class. Adam
Yes.
Some
Schefter
of us
tweeted
were
this out.
alive then.
I was not.
I was not
and
either.
The
Cannot
Chiefs
say I
selected
was.
a really good college football broadcaster with their pick.
He is an exceptional
He's a very good college football
college
broadcaster.
football broadcaster. I want to remind everybody, Therese or All Juice or Draft, any of those drafted or any of those texted to codes 53555 will get you to the site for the Therese raffle. So again, Therese, All Juice, those will get you 53555 to the KCSN Foundation draft. We got a lot of benefits
Guys.
here. Yeah, it's on the board here.
Sorry. I'm sorry for jumping in so quickly.
You should be.
I should be. That
Yeah, you
was
should.
inappropriate. But this is very
more important.
Yeah,
Really
it is
sure
more
is.
important. Please consider donating to the Trez
Please
Baylor
do.
Foundation. Brock Bowers played quarterback in high school.
Did he really?
So there's
Isn't that
their
cute?
solution. There's their solution at quarterback.
They're gonna
That's
just throw
what you
him
were
in.
going to
Yeah, it was a
interrupt me
mistake.
for?
Yeah, I got locked in.
Is this a good time for me to do the chug now?
I
yeah,
think it'd
come
be
on
great.
on.
Come on over.
We got
Hey,
some dead time.
Come over here.
Or are you gonna
I-
switch camera feeds?
I've
Or
got mostly
you
a
wanna hop in
full
here?
beer here.
these Saints are making their pick. They were looking to trade out, but they are going.
Oh
to be
wait, hold
making
on.
their
Let me
pick.
get it for the gram, because love the gram. Hold please.
Tucker's mom high.
All right, fellas, here we go
I'm not doing. I'm
for the
not doing
likes.
that. Tucker said, "Make sure to like and subscribe."
Like and subscribe. KCSN YouTube channel. Wow. Oh, that's got to burn. Keeping it classy. Keeping it classy.
Thanks, y'all. Keep donating. We'll have
Yeah,
lots
we
of
should.
things.
We should. Oof. Oof.
Oof. Oof.
What can we do for more likes? This is a fun game.
I mean, I'm just saying.
No, the hair is
I-
untouchable. we are
listen,
not touching
your,
the hair.
Your hair is
We are not
untouchable.
touching
However, I have broached this subject with the males on the podcast here. I do have a trimmer here.
Yeah.
Do you see this
If,
flash
so,
on my face?
if somebody
Someone just tweeted,
wants,
"Keep them away from your hair."
We're gonna do
if
mustaches
somebody
on day
wants
3.
to roll us down to mustaches, there is a price for that. You want to donate
Let's-
for the Teresa
I'll go
Taylor
down to a
Scholarship.
mustache. I'm good with that.
Okay, good. I'm
Great.
glad you're good.
Put me in.
Haley is also in.
I'm in. I will get a microdermabrasion. Abrasion, whatever
My
they're
chest
called.
hurts.
I'm sure it's
Yeah,
gotta
but-
be salty.
All right, so I believe the New Orleans Saints are staying and picking Talise Fuaga.
Okay.
We will wait to confirm.
When we get a defensive guy, I'm gonna tap in Maddie. So how about?
Ooh,
there?
that's a fun game.
That's the
Oh
out.
man. Might
I'm
be a
gonna
little
tap
wild.
you in. I'm gonna tap you in when we get a defensive guy.
I think it's going to be pick 15. I really do.
Okay.
Now,
Let's do it.
Right? Is what you're
Talise
saying,
Fuaga.
Colts?
Yeah, Colts.
I
We're
think-
saying.
Let's talk about Talise a little bit.
Well, let's double check because it was Pretty Ricky who's been right about everything. And if you guys don't know who Pretty Ricky is, this is guy that's kind
That
of
is
gone.
baffling to me. No
Isn't
one
it
knows who
amazing?
he is still.
Just blind out of
Come
the
on,
nowhere.
is
This
it
guy-
not Adam Schefter's little intern or
Cousin?
something?
I don't know,
It's
but
gotta
he,
be.
Pretty Ricky 213 on Twitter. Ricky is spelled Rickey, and he has been accurate on everything.
From a Chiefs perspective, he predicted Hollywood.
And he didn't predict. He reported Hollywood. And from a Chiefs perspective, he is saying that the Chiefs will be taking a tackle tonight. So it's something worth monitoring. He's been right about everything tonight. He had
Ooh.
Amon-Ra St. Brown. He had A.J. Brown
Do you
being
have news?
Does he tell? No, but does he tell us what tackle, or does he just go?
He
tackle?
just said tackle.
Oh, he just said tackle.
he said tackle. They're trying to trade up for a tackle, which has been reported as well.
Oh, I agree with Corey Peter. He says it's more fun not knowing who rookie is. And I agree with
Absolutely.
that.
I would rather
sure,
not
sure,
know.
but
do
can,
love that.
can we know at the end of the draft?
It's John Dorsey is what Justin says. Shout out, Justin.
And Pretty Ricky's right before everyone again. Talise Fuaga, the offensive tackle out of Oregon, is the pick for the New Orleans Saints.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I am not going to say what we said last year about this draft where we felt really good about where things were going for the Chiefs. But what I will say is I don't think Talise Fuaga was someone the Chiefs would have been considering at offensive tackle.
Yeah.
So this is someone that, there's 14 players off the board, 6 of them being quarterbacks. Wow. And here we are at pick 15.
I will say from a Talise Fuaga standpoint, I watched him a little bit on the plane ride over here. It was a very short one, but I got a little bit of
He got some
time
work in.
to watch a little bit of Talise Fuaga. I don't think he was a Chiefs guy. Like, I really don't.
I mean, I can see
He's
that
a run
when-
blocker.
Yeah, when
Yeah.
you're looking at how they did things in college versus how he's probably going to fit in for the Reed scheme, I would agree with you on that.
Yeah, but still a really good one. Like, I can understand
Absolutely.
the Saints looking at this and going, hey, we're going to pivot. We're going to go to a more run-focused offense. The rest of the league is pivoting
Which
a
they
little
can.
bit. Yeah, absolutely. Rest of the league is pivoting a little more pass-heavy. We're going to draft a right tackle that's going to be a bulldozer. He moves guys. Like, when you watch his run-blocking tape, it is fun. Like, it was one of those where I turned it on and went,
he's a big dude.
I get a good picture of what this individual is, and I kept watching because it's fun to watch him run block. So,
but that's Oregon versus the Chiefs, right?
Correct.
You know, and that's how they did things there.
Correct.
And Kansas
Oregon
City's
State.
not going to be.
Absolutely.
Kansas City's not going to be able, which it's kind of wild. We're talking about Oregon State because they were so bad for so long, and now they're
Well, listen,
they're doing
DJ
good.
Ukulele was what he was, but yes,
Anywho,
go ahead.
But yes, to your point, it's not something that the Saints can transition. The Saints can adjust. It's not something that the Chiefs are going to do. So when he was in conversations with KC, I feel like that was shot down pretty easily.
Absolutely.
But yes, I get what you're saying. He's
I
an
don't
interesting
think he
guy
was
to
an
look at.
Andy Reid guy, but I simultaneously understand how he can go with this early. So yes.
You guys ready for some Costco drama?
Wait.
Per
This feels like it's coming a little bit out of left field.
per move the sticks.
Daniel Jeremiah.
That's Daniel Jeremiah, for those that don't know. Kirk Cousins was not given a heads up that the Atlanta Falcons would be taking Michael Penix.
Now, how do they? How does he know that? You know what I mean? Like, what did he do? Text Kirk.
Daniel Jeremiah, he's well connected. He might.
So did Kirk's wife text him and be like, he was complete? Like,
I
I don't feel like Kirk
maybe-
Cousins is saying that.
Maybe DJ knows Kirk's agent well, which I believe would be the case.
I'm not discrediting what he's saying, but don't you ever think on some of those things, it's just like, is this drama for drama's sake? Like, do you
I
really
just
think
don't
Kurt was caught off guard by that?
I don't think Daniel Jeremiah is the messenger for fake news. That's all.
I'm not saying fake news, but maybe like making news.
Maybe like a
little more making news out of
Kirkland
something.
2-year deal versus an NFL 2-year deal.
Yeah.
I have.
He's
Sorry.
like, shut up. This is the news. You're gonna take the news and you're gonna get past it.
You guys can process that a little bit. I want everyone to see a few things that we have here.
Oh yeah, we got goodies.
We have
that.
a Trent McDuffie signed football.
Hand that to me.
Let's just pass it around.
I've heard of him and he's really good.
Very good football player.
Yeah, yeah.
Good football player.
Good team too.
We have a Nick Bolton signed jersey.
That's
MIZ.
the other linebacker that I want to hold right now.
Yeah, I've also heard he's good
I'm
too.
going to hold Derek Johnson's signed
No,
jersey.
Oh,
you're
that's actually
passing
really
that to
cool.
me.
That's
Fine,
really cool.
you can have it.
Let me
Anyways,
text that guy.
all of these prizes are available for as
Be
part
like
of the
a ring
Therese
girl.
Paylor Scholarship Raffle. These are things that you can win. If you donate, you will be entered to win the raffle.
We'll come to your table like this.
Yes, Haley will come to your table like that with her already freshly cut split ends that she can
Taped to,
she can
taped to
tape on
Craig's
your
head,
forehead.
and he'll be falling behind.
If you would
My
prefer
2-year-old
that.
would love nothing more than that.
But anyways, the link in this is in the description of the show here to donate. You can always
pretty
donate
cool.
on the super chat as well to help raise funds for the Therese Paylor Scholarship. So please consider doing that. There's tons of great prizes,
Yeah.
including the ones we're holding here: an MJ Melendez signed baseball, L'Jarius Sneed signed jersey, and a signed copy of 15 cents on the dollar, co-wrote by Ebony Reed herself. So please consider
Good stuff, good
donating.
stuff.
Yeah, wonderful stuff and wonderful cause.
DJ wants you to do that, by the way. I don't feel wrong for speaking for him. DJ wants you to donate a bunch of money to this.
What a name drop. You're just acting like you're just boys. I love it.
Colts are
They do
clapping.
text.
Do you want me to text him?
Oh, oh,
I would.
Colts. Do we know the Colts yet?
Well,
Yeah,
Yes, the-
BJ saying the top one thing that has happened for KCSN was me getting to know my favorite Chiefs football player ever, and Derek Johnson. That's my boy. It's my boy.
You guys are boys.
What the Colts got here?
Yeah, I know. That's what I want to know. What's going on here?
It sounds like the pick is
I
in,
think
maybe.
Ricky had tweeted something that Matthew showed me, but I would be very surprised if that was the pick. But Ricky also hasn't been wrong.
What did Ricky say?
Why are you looking at Maddie? You're like,
Because Ricky said
Oh, wow.
Latu. Ricky said Latu.
Yeah, Pretty Ricky has said it's Laiatu Latu, which would be the
That's a
first
defender.
defensive player off the board.
Get on over here, Maddie. Get
Tag
your
it.
green drink. Get your green drink.
Regardless.
Come
it would
on
be
over
the-
here.
yeah.
All right. I'm going to go be professional yonder.
More rosé? I think we should get professional and take it to the 2-shot of Craig and Maddie for a minute.
No.
Okay, we got you, buddy.
I need a drink of water.
Hey, Maddie. Do you want to talk about Latu? Let's talk
He's
about
the first
Latu.
defender off the board.
Yeah, let's talk about Latu. Okay,
I get to stop talking defense too.
this was
I'm here.
what the
I'm
third
ready.
guy that we probably would have predicted would have been the first off the board.
Probably
from a
my
defender.
fifth guy.
Fifth? You
I
think
would
it'd go
Dallas
that deep?
Turner, Byron Murphy.
Those are the two.
Either cornerback.
I thought he was above both cornerbacks.
I don't think
so. That's
it's
personally
just, it's the injury though, right? Like this
For
is a guy
sure.
with a neck injury is the first defensive player off the board. That's crazy
But
to me.
man, he's got the bend, he's got the explosion, he's got the
The
production.
explosion's pretty mid.
It is compared to some other guys, but also
fine.
we're talking about pick.
Yeah, no,
what,
we're
15?
fine. I think it's a fine pick. Like I have nothing against it. It's just he wouldn't have been the guy that I would have pegged as the first defender off the board.
For sure.
Also,
but at the same time, if I would have told you that Latu would have gone pick 15, would you have been surprised by that?
yes, because I don't think I had Indy. I don't think I had Indy penciled in as a defender.
Okay, maybe not Indy, but I mean,
No, I
you
know
know,
what you're
versus the rest of the
Roughly
yeah.
speaking, yes, that's about
Yeah.
where his range was. I'm mildly nervous. We're gearing up to Byron Murphy being available for the fraud goals, and I don't like that.
Don't. I don't want to think
Hey,
about that because he's
Kent's not here to yell at me. Can I get my papers?
Yeah, you want your papers?
I do want my papers. I don't know where they're at.
Are they in my seat?
You took my seat.
I did take your seat.
Anywho, but yeah,
Here you
no.
go.
If we find my papers, I would much appreciate them. I like to cross
buddy.
guys off. Oh, let's go. Can I block my
There's
face,
some
please?
paper. No,
Perfect.
don't block
That
your
is,
face.
It
It's-
is from now from Jordan Schultz. He is saying Latu to the Colts.
No, it's a fine pick for them. I'm not saying it's a bad pick.
And I want to qualify this. I don't think it's even a fine pick. I think it's a good pick. Like he's a bendy rusher that gets home quick, that has lots of production. Yes,
Every corner's still on the board.
I know.
Byron Murphy's still on the board.
I know.
Dallas Turner's still
I
on the
know.
board.
I would take all those guys before
I know,
him
no,
as
I get
well.
it. I'm just.
But at
Bo
the same
Nick
time,
Switwell wasn't here, by the way. I just want to acknowledge that they took a quack before while I wasn't here.
Quack.
Bo Nix, at 28 years old, was drafted in the first round.
Over JPJ.
Yeah. Okay. Anywho, Colts. Latu. Yay. Come on down.
No, I liked Latu. He was another guy that I watched today.
Yeah.
Again, on the plane, one of those that I had, kind of had some awareness of, but the Chiefs weren't drafting an edge player at this early in the draft. So, hey, yeah, maybe I just kind of refreshed myself. I liked what I saw. Like, very assignment sound individual. Actually drops into coverage pretty well. So a 3-4 team or maybe a hybrid defense team that wants to have a defensive end that can drop into coverage a little bit more and be competent, he's more than competent. Like I've watched other linebackers in this class that are like second, third round guys. Latu covers the pass better than they do. Then he also rushes the passer better than they do. So I mean, I don't know.
I don't have
it.
complaints about the pick. It would have been my preferred defensive pick to be the first one off the board. But like I get it. It makes sense. It's a little interesting giving the defensive line that they have. They have bigger holes at cornerback. They have bigger hole. I mean, I guess with DeForest Buckner, maybe not defensive tackle, but they have bigger holes at cornerback. But they must have really liked Latu. He doesn't fit Chris Ballard's
He does
trend.
not.
Very
He does
short.
not. We are breaking from trends from Chris Ballard, which our guy Zach Hicks tracks as a part of the indie draft guide. This is very much breaking from it. This feels very similar to what we have felt as Chiefs fans over the past couple of years, where it's like, oh, we like that guy, but maybe doesn't check all the boxes the same way that some of these other guys do.
Good player. I mean, kind of makes sense. There's a lot of, but beyond just his pick, this is a lot of offensive players. I wasn't on here when you guys were on here. Like, there's a lot of offensive players off the board. I don't know if that's settling well for the Chiefs. I think the Chiefs would like more defenders off the board, to be honest.
I would agree.
I don't think they love the look of this right now.
And honestly, I'm going to say this. Latu going here maybe it's a string of defenders here. That would be the best case scenario from a Chiefs perspective. Quenya Mitchell, Terrion Arnold, Dallas Turner, Byron Murphy. As much as I would like to have Byron Murphy in Kansas City, those guys going off in the next 4 or 5 picks, I feel pretty good. Again, like we can recalibrate this in the favor of the Chiefs.
Who's up? Seattle, Jags, Cincy, Rams. I don't see any way that Byron Murphy makes the next 4 picks.
Let me ask you this.
Hold on, real quick. I'm going to predict the next 4 picks.
Okay.
Byron Murphy.
But he should go.
Quinyon Mitchell.
Uh-huh.
Cincy. That's a tricky one.
You think they go pass catcher?
T. Higgins report.
Or Brian Thomas Jr. still on the board?
So's Dallas Turner.
I know. With a Trey
Jared
Hendrickson.
Jared Verse for Cincy.
Oh, man.
And the Rams, Dallas Turner.
We just talked about this.
Byron Murphy, Jacksonville, Quinyon Mitchell, Cincinnati is Jared Verse, Rams, Dallas Turner. That's my prediction for the next 4. No idea what's about to happen. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway.
No, that's a good one. That's a good one. My ideal scenario has already been off the board. Ola Fashanu getting drafted much earlier than this, which he should have. He should have. Let's be honest.
Hey, the Jets did the right thing.
They did.
They said, hey, Aaron, I know you want to run for president and play, MVP for the Super Bowl. We're not going to give you Brock Bowers. We're going to draft a tackle to back up our tackles who are definitely going to get hurt.
Should.
Yeah.
They absolutely should. That was the best case scenario. That was the absolute right pick for them. But from a Chiefs perspective, it doesn't make sense. So I am now no longer looking at the Chiefs in a trade-up scenario, even though Quenya Mitchell is existing. Our guy Sully would absolutely be over the moon with the Chiefs trading up for Quenya Mitchell right now. I don't think that makes sense. I just don't think that's the best usage of their capital right now.
Yeah, I mean, no defenders going to this point for the Chiefs is a little bit tricky. Like, we knew this was going to be an offensive-heavy draft, right?
For sure.
We knew it was going to be the case, but you didn't think you were going to go 12 picks.
Yeah, the Vegas line was 10.5 defenders in the first round, which is insane.
Oh, okay, for the first round. I thought you meant before defensive players picked.
No. For the first round, it's 10.5 players picked. We are on track for that right now.
That's
it's insane. Yeah.
That's crazy. I mean, yeah, it's pretty crazy. We're waiting on Seattle's pick right now. We know the Colts picked Laiatu Latu. We're waiting on to see what the Seattle Seahawks do. I think we might have a stretch here with a couple defensive players. I guess I predicted 4 straight defensive players here. I predicted a run on defensive players here. You still have Troy Fatanu. You still have Brian Thomas. Like, there's still offensive players that clearly need to come up. Any of the interior offensive linemen. You have offensive players that are probably better or at least high up, rankings right now on the board that are available. But I just think you're going to get some defensive players coming up next.
So let me ask you this.
Sure.
Let's eliminate defenders for the Kansas City Chiefs. Let's just go ahead and
that's smart.
Take them off the board
Sure.
for round 1. Not saying that they're not going to, because honestly, if they traded up for Byron Murphy right now,
I got a blanket in my way.
you're not going to see me.
Buddy, I will front flip. I will cartwheel right across the screen.
Naked cartwheels?
Sure.
Okay, cool.
Bet.
Go for that.
400 likes.
400 likes.
No.
And Byron Murphy.
No,
I'm putting a no on that one.
Tucker, who has the numbers in front of him.
800 likes.
No.
Challenge him.
Not for that.
So, who are the offensive players that you legitimately think the Chiefs would try and trade up for?
Up for?
Within the next several picks. Because I don't think Troy Fontenot is one of those.
I don't think so. I think we talked about this. He plays like a junkyard dog at tackle, and I don't think that's what the Chiefs want.
I absolutely
like
love
it.
the way that
I just
he
don't think the
plays.
Chiefs love that.
Correct.
Amari Smith is a possibility. I know Peter Schrager had that in his mock draft. He's a possibility, but those injuries make me a little nervous about a trade up for.
Yep.
Brian Thomas Jr., I think they would consider trading up for. I could
That's the guy.
see them thinking he's a blue chip prospect and wanting to make a big trade up for. Xavier Worthy's analytical profile is very similar to Zay Flowers, who we think they were interested in. He has that kind of speed. He's a guy that makes sense. So I could see Zay Flowers being a guy they're also intrigued in.
With the number of offensive players that have gone off the board with pick 15, do you feel like you need to make a move up for a guy? Or
It's getting thin.
Yeah, it is getting thin. But at
Kent.
the same time, it's getting thin, you got to think that other teams are starting to think, well, it's getting thin. I need to take a defender as well, right? Like, at what point does that start to pivot?
Until they start coming
To the
off.
other side.
Right,
Can
until
we-
they
Well, I mean, Latu's
Hey,
off.
what do you want to do, Kent? You're back. What's up?
I'm a
I
little.
don't care what Kim wants to do.
We're having a good time.
Yeah, we're having a good
I think you guys are doing great.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That was the first nice thing you said.
Hey, buddy, I love you. What
I
do
love
wanna
you
do?
too. I was just listening to you guys talk a little bit here. I wonder. This is the first time I've ever heard us talk about a run on defensive players. Not a run on positions. We're just like, maybe this starts the run on defense. Like,
Wow.
that's just wild. I do want to shout out a few people that have made some substantial donations here.
Oh, please do.
28-year-old Bo Nix, and we're happy.
No,
Shout
not-
out.
If Bo Nix donated, we will shout him out.
Greg, will you change your mic? Will you move your mic?
Bonix did not, but Randall Brown donated $125. Patrick Allen, our guy, donated $150. Thank you, Patrick.
Good Lord.
Robert Cooey, $200. Thank you.
What
all
are you
so
guys
much.
doing? Thank you so much.
Appreciate you. Really do
Appreciate it.
appreciate you. We also have some more here. Stephen Wilkinson, Nick Travers, Gino Tabachi, Oliver Schwab. Thank you all so much for your donations
You're
as well.
the
We really
best.
appreciate
We
it.
love you so much. Honestly, we are doing this for fun. The whole draft thing. This is what we do. We would be doing this without y'all. You donating, you benefiting people who want to go into what Therese Paylor did for the city of Kansas City, the influence that he had, that means the world to us, that you are willing to donate, to influence, to try and create more of that. Thank you so, so, so very much. Please, please, please continue to donate. We will be doing this all 3 days. We love all of you that have donated already. Thank you so much.
We have the 16th pick in the draft if you guys have not already announced it.
I have also seen it.
Okay.
My prediction was correct.
The run on defense has started.
Let's go.
Byron Murphy, the defensive tackle
Oh,
out of Texas, has been drafted by the Seattle Seahawks. So, there's the run on defense, I guess, is something that's happening now here.
It's a great pick by the Seahawks.
It's an insane pick by the Seahawks. Like they have to be over the moon by the fact that they have Byron Murphy at their disposal at pick 16. He could have been the first defender off the board
could've gone
instead he's
pick
the
8.
second.
He could have gone pick 8 instead of Michael Penix, and nobody would have batted an eye.
Good pick. Yeah,
I get it.
we're not talking about it at all, but here we are. And so that first half of the first round is completed. And the Seattle Seahawks have selected Byron Murphy. Back-to-back
Two
defensive
defenders.
tackles.
Two defenders.
Such bad news for the Chiefs. No, but 2 defenders in the first half of the
no,
that's
no,
bad
you're
news for
not
the
wrong.
Chiefs.
You're not
Now,
wrong.
6
Now,
quarterbacks.
Six quarterbacks is
is
wonderful.
great.
And it probably evens itself out roughly. I would say
I mean, like, yeah,
four defensive players in the first 16 probably sounds about right. If we were, because we're talking Latu, Byron Murphy, one of the corners.
and another edge.
And another edge.
listen,
Dallas
I mean,
Turner.
It's about even, yes.
I think ultimately, Dallas Turner's going before the Chiefs pick.
Yeah, you weren't here. I predicted the next 4 picks. I went Byron Murphy for Seattle. I said Jacksonville, Quinyon Mitchell. Cincinnati, I went with Jared Verse. And the Rams, I went with Dallas Turner. So I think 4 straight defenders are coming off the board right
Yeah,
here.
I think that makes sense.
Right, and like I think that makes sense, but the problem is 6 quarterbacks coming off the board is good for the Chiefs.
It is good.
It is good.
It is exceptionally good.
But
to
that
be
just
clear.
means a lot of the defenders are about to come right off the board too, right? Like a lot of these teams weren't waiting for a quarterback as is. So like,
But that being the case, you have 6 quarterbacks going off the board within the first 12 picks.
Yeah, that's helpful.
Let's have a run of defenders right here. Let's have a
Hey, let's
Quinyon Mitchell.
get Brian Thomas into the early 20s and see what shakes.
Let's
see what shakes out of that tree.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, we're going to.
let's get Amarius Mims into those 20s and see what shakes out of that
The
tree.
3 of us are going to be a little bit salty.
We're gonna
early.
be clinched up here
Oh,
in
yeah,
in about an hour. We're gonna be real clinched up.
We're going to be awful tight.
Kent's real upset that we're talking about this, but we're gonna be real clinched up here in about
we're
an
gonna be
hour.
super tight.
I probably will. Last year, well, I think it's funny because last year we sat here sitting, when the 20 started, and we were feeling pretty good. I'm gonna walk in. I'm miserable. I hate how this board is shaking out.
You just trying to
set the
polar
expectations low so that if something else happens, we're in good shape. But
I get it.
Yeah, we'll
I got to
see.
find my defensive sheet for the
yeah,
for
no
my
kidding.
horizontal board. I haven't had to use it
remember that
until the last 2 picks. What's up?
I just need Terrion Arnold to be the first cornerback off the board. I'll make a little bit of
thinking
money.
Quinyon Mitchell. I'm hoping for you. I am hoping for you that it is Terrion Arnold.
The Minnesota Vikings have traded up to pick number 17 from pick number 23 with the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Okay, that the Jags are getting away from their choice of cornerback?
Yeah, and the belief is
Vikings screams corner to me, and I think Terrion Arnold. I'm changing my pick from Quinyon Mitchell to Terrion Arnold based on it being the Vikings.
Yeah,
So-
based on the trade up. Yeah, specifically.
Alec
Yeah.
Lewis, the reporter for the Minnesota Vikings, believe it will be an Alabama edge rusher.
Dallas
Oh,
Turner.
Dallas Turner.
So
Okay. I mean, like, we'll see. I mean, that makes sense, you know.
I get it.
I'm gonna
I
go
do.
with Terrion Turner. I'm gonna go with Terrion Arnold still because they have no corners on that team. He makes a lot of sense. Ricky, pretty Ricky, 213 is also going with the Dallas Turner in the trade up.
Okay.
So we're not locking it in yet, but I mean that still continues to run on defenders. Whew. Bold.
hey, it's basically it's kind of like let's see, the Vikings. Okay, so 2 straight years a team takes a Big Ten quarterback and an Alabama edge rusher in the first round while trading up for the second
There are
one.
worse.
It's like the Texans. What the Texans did last year. They took a Big Ten quarterback and then they traded up for an Alabama edge.
I guess.
I'm just saying.
No, you're right.
The Vikings are the new Texans. They're going to the playoffs.
You're
next
right.
year.
You're right.
I know I'm
you're
right.
I don't. They traded a future third and a future fourth, as along with this year's fifth, to move up those 5. That's a lot
That's
of picks.
a lot of assets, but they just probably believe strongly in
But
this guy.
they're
and-
mid-round aspect. I mean, they're late mid-round assets.
That being said, let's talk about the player himself.
Oh, Dallas Turner.
Yeah.
He's good.
He's an exceptional
good
edge
at
rusher,
football.
right? Yeah. He's your edge one, right,
He
Maddie?
is. He is my edge one. He's a
Ken,
super athlete.
Is he your edge one as well?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, let me toss you back.
Oh, back to me. Okay, yeah. He's kind of short, but he has the length that you look for at the position. He's a super athlete. People are going to always draw comparisons between him and Will Anderson because they played on the same team. Dallas Turner's more has a higher athletic upside. He's not as strong, he's not as physical, he's not as technical, but he has a better athletic upside. So he's more flexible, he's probably a little bit more explosive. There is so much upside to his game, and I don't think he's necessarily a bad run defender. He just is undersized. So there are certain matchups that are going to get to him. I think he makes a lot of sense. You were talking about a team that developed Daniil Hunter, an undersized edge rusher with a lot of athleticism.
Yep.
He makes sense. And they got Jonathan Grenard on the other side. Like, he makes sense for the team. They need some corners. They traded away a lot of assets over the next
They
2
did.
years without getting a corner, but Dallas Turner's a good football player. There's a lot of good defenders available right now. So, I mean, it makes sense.
One of the ways that you can help nullify bad cornerback play is by having a quality pass rush.
That's on the defensive side of the ball, Kemp.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they're finally coming off the board here a little bit, so that's good for them.
What do you have to say about Dallas?
I
don't mean to put you on the spot.
no, you're good.
He doesn't play quarterback.
I think he plays the run fine. Like I think he plays the run fine.
Yeah.
I get why he fell a little bit, and maybe we were just
He's a little lighter. Yeah.
I mean,
Well-
is there even a fall, or is it just this draft? The teams didn't like the defensive players.
and I don't blame them for liking the defensive players, and maybe we even overvalued the defensive players because we just thought logically someone would have to go earlier than this. I don't know as a group, but I mean, there's been some props out there for like offensive players drafted in this first round, like over 21.5, and like I think the over made some sense because like
Yeah.
it's a mid-tier of defensive players rather than what we've seen on the offensive side of the ball, and like a lot of offensive players have gone off the ball early. 6 quarterbacks is kind of a surprise, but
It is.
Dallas Turner, I think, is a fine edge rusher. I don't think he is a elite pass rusher. I don't think he is a edge one type player, honestly. But I think he's a good player and an NFL starter.
I will say this. I wrote down in my notes a more complete Brian Burns. Like that's what I saw him. A lighter pass rusher with some bend, with the ability to win quickly, but he plays the run a little bit better than a Brian Burns did. I know there was a lot of concern about Brian Burns coming out, about his weight, about his size, and all of that.
Yeah.
Dallas Turner shares some of that concern. Like, they're not absolved of that. But at the same token, I see him play the run better. I see him win in different ways than a Brian Burns did. So that was what my note was.
I got some stuff here.
Okay.
First of all, on the consensus board, on Arif Hassan's consensus board here, the top 10 top 10 players are off the board finally. With Dallas Turner going off the board, all top 10 players in the consensus board are off. And I also have the Cincinnati Fraud Goals pick at 18.
Okay.
I hate what's about to happen.
Offensive tackle, Amarius Mims
Are you
from
kidding
Georgia
me?
is off the board
Wait, hold
to the
up.
Cincinnati Fraud Goals. They draft a backup tackle
Did
for
they
Orlando.
pass on? They passed on Byron Murphy.
No, Byron Murphy went to the
went
Seahawks.
to the Seattle Seahawks.
I missed the Seahawks picks. I'm so sorry.
You're
guys.
so locked into
I'm
Dallas.
so
Turner. I
locked
get
into
it.
Dallas.
I get it. You're locked in. Yeah, I got you. But no, the Fraud Goals are taking a backup tackle on first round at pick 18. While Trey Hendrickson is asking for a trade, while T. Higgins is asking for a trade.
Yeah, I don't get that. I figured it was going to be a move. Again, we've talked about the Bengals
Fraud goals.
routinely. Fraud goals, thank you. Routinely moving up for a Brian Thomas Jr. because he made sense, because he could just immediately slot into the Gabe Davis role.
So there's been some talks about medicals with him, with Brian Thomas
I know,
Jr.
but still.
And I would have anticipated he goes a little bit earlier. And okay, so there's a couple things to consider here. We've seen a lot of offensive linemen going off the board. There's not a lot of offensive linemen to be excited about, I think, for the Chiefs at this point.
Fatanu.
It's just Fatanu.
That's about it.
It's just for time.
Unless you're a big fan of Guyton or
Which,
Kingsley
again-
Sumatea or Patrick Paul.
As we talked about, Fatanu probably not
Yeah.
an ideal
Oh, I agree.
Chiefs fit.
So maybe teams feel a little bit okay with passing on wide receiver, kind of like how we've sat here and talked about with the Chiefs at 32. The best route to building a roster with this draft capital is let's take a tackle at 32 and then dip into the wide receiver market in the second or third round. Maybe that's how a lot of teams are feeling, and so you are seeing more receivers fall back.
They love the trenches.
And focus on the trenches in round one, which I'm not knocking any of these teams for making the same decisions that we're kind of talking through right now.
I think the Chiefs and maybe a lot of other teams really like the day two, specifically round two wide receivers,
Yes.
right? I think there's a handful of round two wide receivers that a lot of teams feel probably pretty strongly about that are good players that could help them early on. That said, we are now getting close to range where Brian Thomas Jr. is significantly better than every other wide receiver available.
Yeah.
And if you keep skirting a little bit longer, you really have to consider, if you're the Chiefs, starting to make some calls up and seeing what he goes for, or any team, really, for that fact of the matter, as long as the shoulder isn't a big issue. And, I know his shoulder is starting to get flagged a little bit, starting to get a little bit of run. The way it's been phrased is, not significant. Just the fact that it has been noted that there is an injury there. I don't think the shoulder is what's pushing him down. I think it's the strength of the trenches in this class. So, hey, get them phones working.
I think, Brian Thomas Jr., I wouldn't be stunned if the Bills try to go up and get a Brian Thomas Jr. at this point.
Jump them.
Yeah, they do it. Right? Yeah, just jump right in front of them. That would make perfect sense, just like they've done in the past. So, thank you, everybody that's hanging out with us today. We really appreciate you jumping in here. It's been a lot of fun. Please feel free to hit the like button and subscribe button. We are getting closer and closer to the range in which the Chiefs could be going out and making a move if they so choose.
This is pick 19. This is a familiar trade-up territory for some of the natural mocks there. Peter Schrager had the Chiefs trading up to pick 19 for an Amarius Mims who just went off the board to Cincinnati.
How do we...
Brian Thomas Jr., Xavier Worthy.
Cornerback.
Let's expand it. Yeah, every cornerback. Let's expand it out to offensive linemen. Tyler Guyton. I don't love it. Troy Fontenot. I don't love the fit for Kansas City. I love the player. Don't love the fit.
I think he's locked into Miami.
I think so too.
Troy Fatano?
Yeah.
I think that's right.
Is this the point where we see the Chiefs maybe get a little little bit spicy for a Brian Thomas Jr. or a Xavier Worthy.
Well, I mean, what are the Rams looking at, right? Like, if you're the Rams, you're sitting here looking like you're stuck with Jared Verse along the defensive line,
Good
and that's
pick.
probably their biggest need. It's a fine pick,
Really
but like,
good pick.
is that exceptionally better than what you're going to get at 32? Is it worth kicking on back a little bit? Maybe, maybe not. They also aren't, I wouldn't say, extremely settled at left tackle. So if you're looking at, if you're the Rams and you're saying, hey, Fatano's our last like day one tackle, maybe he makes sense. Like, I could see the Rams going any direction here. This is the first time the Rams have had a first-round pick under Sean McVay. So like, what do I know what they're going to do? This is literally uncharted territory.
Trade out.
Sure,
Take A.D. Mitchell.
sure.
Why
It's
not?
all a possibility. They could draft a kicker for all I know in the first round. We don't know what Sean McVay does in round one.
Ooh, are we going to talk about kickers?
You got
No.
that.
I
I'll just go
this.
with
I
you.
got this shit on lock.
This what?
Stuff on lock.
Sorry for cussing.
Thank you for apologizing on behalf of us.
Kick's
Don't
so bad.
apologize for me.
Everyone just froze to listen to what BJ said and had no idea.
That's
That
great
was
content.
great content right there.
BJ, why don't you jump into?
Yeah, you can take my headset.
No, don't do it.
The barrel pick.
Oh, we haven't. Are we allowed to talk about that?
You guys want to know why Kent was so mad at me to start this show?
And why Maddie's yelling.
We did something really cool today at Holiday
anymore.
Distillery that was a very unique
Not
experience.
anymore.
Can I talk now?
Maybe.
Sorry.
We got to do something really cool at KC Sports Network here.
Hey, Kent, what do we get to do?
We got to
Tell
pick
me
a
about it.
barrel of Ben Holiday bottled and bond bourbon here at at Holiday Distillery.
What,
We're here.
specifically, the soft red wheat.
The soft red wheat. And anyway, so we went through a whole process together.
Specifically number 4.
It was a lot of fun. We had a great time. It's been a really cool experience. As it's been an incredible partnership here with Holiday Distillery, but getting to do the barrel pick as a group. So some announcements will be coming out about how you can get that, I'm sure.
Great
But
bonding.
it's going to be going to the KCSN Foundation. So thank you
Good bond.
to Holiday for supporting KC Sports Network, and thank you to them for donating a barrel of bourbon and letting us go through the process to pick one. It was a lot of fun. So we are halfway through the NFL draft, a little over halfway through the first round of the NFL draft. Cincinnati Bengals have taken Amarius Mims, the tackle, out of Cincinnati.
Thank you,
Can I
Holiday.
say that people that are interested in that specific bourbon, chosen by you, myself, Matty, Tucker D. Franklin, and BJ Kissel.
No, Craig, you were on the other side.
I was on the other side.
Yeah, you were picking wrong. You
I
were
was picking around. But
snob. No.
he
He was the lone dissenter. He was the guy standing up in the Norman Rockwell. But
maybe
anyways,
if you enjoy that, you should sign up for outdoor activities that KCSN hosts.
maybe uses to raise money
Running up hills?
for the KCSN Foundation. No,
Yes, definitely raising up hills.
maybe putting down them.
Adam Sheehan says, I think they finished that barrel already.
I'm good. You.
No, we're good.
Do you want to tag in?
We don't.
I'm good.
Do you want to break?
I don't want to break. I don't trust you.
Do you guys want to break?
I'm good. Thank you, everyone that is hanging out, though. We
Kid,
do
do you wanna
appreciate
break?
you. The Los Angeles Rams are. I'm going to try to get this back to the draft. The Los Angeles Rams are on the clock with 3 minutes left on the clock for them. We'll see what they do. And again, this has been like the first. This could be a Seahawks pick for all we know. This could be one of their random, just like let's get weird kind of picks because, we don't really have a trend with.
We don't.
With Sean McVay-led teams, I would anticipate a defensive player. I think that makes a little bit of sense here. Are you guys a little bit surprised the cornerback hasn't gone off the board yet?
I mean, yeah. It's a solid cornerback class to not have anybody off the board at this point in time. I think it's a little surprising. You are coming up on a couple teams, the Steelers, the Eagles, the Jags traded back away from their choice of corner. And, they got a good haul, but it makes me think that they must feel pretty good about multiple guys, more than just 2, to trade back that far, right?
That's where I am. Yeah.
So it must be a lot of these teams kind of see a lot of these corners as relatively even, relatively equal to one another, and that's why the Jags traded back because they don't have a starter across from Tyson Campbell. So we'll see what happens over the next couple picks, I think, is the big move here.
I look at this as there is not a definitive definitive CB1. Like, hey, you look at this,
Yeah.
and they absolutely need this guy to go off the board first because he's a top 10 pick and all of that. Like, you can debate a Quinion Mitchell. You can debate a Terrion Arnold. You can even debate a Nate Wiggins or a Kool-Aid McKinstry, like, or a Cooper DeJean. Like, these five
Enos
guys.
Rakestraw.
Enos Rakestraw.
No,
Why
you
not?
can't.
Well, I mean, why not? But I mean, there are not like definitive. This guy is the best corner in the class, sort of standpoint, and in a really good cornerback class. Again, we are going to see a ton of these guys go off the board in round 2 and round 3. I think you're going to get quality starters in round 2 and round 3. I think this is actually a byproduct of not having a super high top end at the class, and then the distance between the top end and the tier 2 guys being a little bit smaller than we've seen in the past.
I think I've seen the Rams pick.
I have the pick.
Okay, Craig, do you have a guess on the Rams pick since Kent also has it? You're the one out of the loop. Give us your guess. Be right. Don't be wrong.
Please be right.
No.
Brian Thomas Jr., why not?
No.
Incorrect. Wrong side of the ball. Do you have another guess? Want to try again?
Terrion Arnold.
No.
I have seen Jared Verse, defensive end
That's
out
a
of
good one.
Florida
We
State.
talked about this earlier today.
So
That is the pick that I have seen. I am waiting for
I've
full-on
seen multiple
confirmation. You've seen-
confirmations here. It's Jared Verse,
Jared
the
Verse.
defensive
Let's talk
end
about
out
Jared
of Florida
Verse.
State.
Yeah, he very powerful, very strong, explosive edge rusher. He kind of pairs really well with Byron Young, who they took in the mid-rounds last year out of Tennessee to be their speed rusher. He slots in across from him. He gives them a little bit more of a power rusher. I think it was pretty known that the Rams are going to probably look for some form of pass rush help to replace the loss of Aaron Donald to pair with the Byron Young. So he makes a lot of sense, right? He makes a lot of sense to go in there next to him. I think they would have preferred a Byron Murphy. I think they would have preferred a defensive tackle to be available, but Jared Verse still fits very much the mold they're looking for. I think it's a solid pick, especially at pick 19, and we get some more defenders off the board.
There was some talk they were trying to trade up at some point earlier, maybe even
To
to
the
get in the
top
top 10. Maybe that was around quarterback, maybe it wasn't, or maybe they really did want to get a Byron Murphy to replace Aaron Donald in the middle. Jared Verse is an interesting guy because he started his career at Albany. He was a FCS player. Kansas was actually the first team to offer him when he entered the transfer portal.
Of course.
Did you know
we
that?
are going
False.
Down this
I can
road.
tie it all back. I can tie it all back. But no, he's probably the best power rusher in the class at the edge position.
I would agree.
Good against the run. And I mean, I think if you're talking about building, just a solid double type player, I think Jared Verse is exactly that kind of guy. And so, stacking a quality, rotational player, I don't think he's going to bust. I think he's a solid double type player that you're going to get.
That's what it is. It's a high floor edge. He may not have the higher ceiling as some of the other guys that are in this class. High floor edge. Watched him again today. I'm just impressed by the way that he reads out the run game. He saw a lot of option play in his career. Defended it really well. When he kind of got to play against true traditional drop back passing teams, he won the quickest way possible as a defensive end. Like it through the tackle, crushing the pocket. There is a need for that. And at this point in the draft, like you're not looking at a guy and going, oh, well, he doesn't win in 2.1 seconds, so therefore I'm not interested in this individual. At this point in the draft, at pick 19, you're cool with a guy that plays the run well, that wins through the tackle, and is just overall sound. Like, I know that he got a little bit run down earlier in this year because Florida State was, I don't know, maybe not regarded as much of as a defensive team as they were at the end of the year when that was basically all they were. It was a stark dichotomy between what everybody viewed him at the beginning of the year versus what everybody viewed him at the end of the year. I saw a player that was very consistent throughout the year. I didn't see a guy that fluctuated much, so this is just a guy that you feel comfortable slotting in at edge full-time.
Tucker D. Franklin.
I would like to ask you guys a question. Looking at this best players available board right now, Terrion Arnold, Quinion Mitchell, Cooper DeJean.
It's a lot of corners.
A lot of corners.
So that brings me to my question. Would you be okay if the Chiefs traded up for a corner with these corners sitting here?
No.
No, because there's too many. Because assuming
That's
the
it.
way this draft is going, I don't expect all 4 to go before 32. And if they do, I think that is good news for pushing down a player at a position that matters a little bit more to the Chiefs right now. That said, if one of those 4 corners that you just mentioned fall to 32 and the Chiefs want to take them, sure, let's have at it. I'm fine with any of those 4 corners at 32. I just don't know if that's a pick worth trading up for.
It's the trade up
Yeah.
aspect of that fully. Like, I like all 4 of those guys. Like, I'm on board with all of them, but I don't want to trade up.
I feel like the next couple picks are pretty important for the Chiefs because you've got the Steelers at 20, you've got Miami at 21.
For Therese, thank you so much.
Eric Gonthier.
Shout out.
That is a nice .99
Canadian.
donation. Thank you so much.
That's Canadian money.
Love it. Thank you
We
so
love
much.
it. We love Canadian money just as much as any other.
It works.
I feel the next 2 picks are very important for the Chiefs.
Specifically the Steelers. I mean, like the Steelers passing on a Brian Thomas or a Troy Fatanu would mean a lot. I think
Or
that's
Xavier Worthy.
I mean, Worthy as well, but I think Thomas or Fatanu, just like there's questions about
Picks
them
in.
and how they would maybe fit with the Chiefs. So I just think those 2 guys specifically getting past the Steelers who have a need at wide receiver and a need at corner makes it a little bit questionable. So if they get by them, we will see what that goes to. I think after that, with the Eagles, with the Dolphins, the Eagles, the Jags all coming up next, those are teams that might not eat into the same position group that the Chiefs are looking for.
I do feel like I have to state this.
Sure.
Based on what I do,
Uh-huh.
the small amount for the KCSN draft
It's a
guide,
large amount, but continue.
small amount.
Don't discredit yourself.
Quinion Mitchell is a tier 1 CVAT. Still on the
He
board.
is, yes.
Still on the board.
Yeah.
And I get play style. I understand Spags may not like a guy with his particular play style. But, man, this is the highest rated
Ooh.
tier 1
saw it.
CVAT that is still on the board.
I've seen the Steelers pick.
I
From
want,
Jordan Schultz.
I want to see
Is it Graham Barton?
It is not Graham Barton. The Steelers
That would
have
make sense, though.
taken
Another
Troy Fatanu,
That also
offensive
makes
tackle
sense. Yeah,
out of
yeah.
Washington.
For all the same reasons that Graham Barton makes sense,
Yeah, I know.
Troy Fatano makes sense.
Offensive line versatility. He can step right in at left tackle or right tackle or left guard or right guard for them if they want to move Broderick Jones out to left tackle. He makes a ton of sense for this team. It gives them a player across the board. I now have to ask, how serious do we think the injury to Brian Thomas Jr.'s shoulder is? It's now. We're
Yeah.
to the point now where we can start
We're
talking.
pick 21.
We can relate all these picks and how they impact the Chiefs. We're close enough now.
Yeah, for sure. I think
Brian Thomas Jr. is still on the board this late. How much do we think his shoulder injury is impacting what the Chiefs do? Because go get him. Go get him at this point. Right? I mean, like, if the shoulder injury is not an issue, go get him. Yay? Nay? Type?
Yay. I mean,
I would do it, yeah.
You're not going to have to twist my arm especially hard here at this point because you can solve a situation here. In our very first mock draft that we did with the 3 of us, where was it that we traded up? 24? Mm-hmm. I believe it was 24, where we gave up pick 95. So the
Sign me
third-round
up.
picks for the Kansas City Chiefs, we are 3 picks away from that specific scenario.
Like, you'll have to, yeah. I don't even think you need to trade up before then, too.
I loved that scenario for the Chiefs. I really did. Now, that being said, we got to weigh a little bit here. Do you love Xavier Worthy at pick 32
I do.
versus Brian Thomas Jr. at pick 24? Because that was always the discussion that we had
Yeah.
here. Yeah.
All right, so let's do this real quick. Let's figure out.
Let's do it.
I want to
Let's
look
do
and
it.
see. I want to look and see what it would take at this point.
Okay.
We are super within
You do
range.
that. You filibuster that out. We're at pick 21. I'm going to read off the next 11 players on the consensus board, right?
would
And
love
you
that.
tell me the first time you hear a player that you would not be.
I would love that. Hey,
Happy-
shout out to J.A. Felton. $100 donation.
Woo!
Holy cow,
Let's go.
man. Let's go.
You
Thank
tell me the
J.A.
first player
Felton.
you're not okay with taking here for the Chiefs in 32. There's 11 players here. Quinion Mitchell, Terrion Arnold. Those are both cornerbacks. Brian Thomas, wide
Are
receiver.
we talking trade up?
No, we're
This
just
is
talking
pick
about
32.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. I just wanted
Brian
to clarify.
Thomas Jr., Johnny Newton, Cooper DeJean, Nate Wiggins, Chop
Wiggins.
Robinson. You would not
No,
like
I'm
him
not.
at 32.
I'm still on board.
Okay, we got one on
I
board.
think it's Nate Wiggins for me.
Graham Barton.
Yes.
Yeah, that's where it is, and it's just because of Andy. I like the player a lot.
So we can't get to pick 32 without the top players going off the board. Last
Correct.
year, we did this exact same exercise, and we got to one pick away from the Chiefs before we started saying these same things.
Yeah, that's true.
Trade up. That's what I'm saying right now. We got like 5 players that were like, yes, we love that pick at 32. Go
and
get
I
'em.
think, I think there's probably even a couple more players that I'd feel better about other than a Nate Wiggins, a little bit more than Nate Wiggins, honestly. So
No. And it's not even a perspective of I love Nate Wiggins so much that I'm willing to give up something for him. It's like I'm okay with him.
Yeah,
He's
at
one of the
32.
32 best players in this draft. So I'm on board with drafting him there.
I really am starting to wonder if those Brian Thomas Jr. medical rumors were real.
Man.
Uh,
Chiefs get him a little bit later than we're even thinking of.
you know what? I'm not gonna say it.
What are you not going to say?
Naked bat flips?
I don't want
Cartwheels?
I don't.
Tucker already vetoed that.
I really don't want the Chiefs trading up for a tackle at this point.
Tucker already vetoed.
I really.
Cartwheels?
Tucker said cartwheels are not allowed on this this broadcast.
I said naked cartwheels.
Oh,
To
okay.
be clear, you can do a regular.
Can't do it.
Regular cartwheels? What about naked backflips?
Veto.
What, front flips.
Veto.
Okay.
Listen, how do you get a veto and I don't get a veto?
Whoa. Holy.
Say that again. I'm sorry. BJ, can you jump on Tucker's
Jump on.
mic
Take his-
to say that real quick because that's a monster one.
Just want to shout out Eric Esping for the $500 donation
Holy
to
cow.
the Therese Paylor Memorial
Thank you,
Scholarship.
Eric.
Thank you very, very much.
Holy cow. We
appreciate
love you
it.
so much. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. That's incredible. We really appreciate you, man. That was awesome.
That's going right to all the right places.
Yeah, and just know, the way the KCSN Foundation goes is 100% of the profits go to, or proceeds go towards it. So, we are a remarkably efficient foundation.
Yeah.
And BJ puts a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into that and making sure that all the
Great
money
job,
goes
BJ.
where it needs to go.
BJ, Tucker, Christian Gumminger.
Shout out.
Yes.
I don't do anything with the foundation. Sorry.
Well, great job, BJ Kisserman.
Wow.
Just
And Christian.
Hates charity.
Shout
Wow.
out Christian.
But yeah, shout out our guy, Christian
Tucker is
Gumminger.
anti-cartwheels and charity.
that is.
Wow. Hates naked backflips for charity.
So Jacksonville is interesting, right? Because
Interesting.
They're a big city.
so Miami, we'll see. I would guess offensive line with Miami.
Maybe with Fontenot off
Graham
the
Barton.
board,
Yeah, Barton makes a little
yeah,
sense.
Barton does.
Graham
But,
Barton makes
like-
some sense for them. I could see Graham Barton being them. So
What about JPJ?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think Jackson Powers Johnson's going in the first round.
A little
Okay.
too Mauler
You
to
don't-
fit into Mike McDaniel's system. I think he's a little too scheme specific.
What about San Francisco? A little bit later.
The buzz that it has appeared more that we in the media are higher on Jackson Powers Johnson than the NFL.
And the only reason I bring that up is because we are now in the scenario where we've got to pay attention to guys that go off the board a little bit earlier for the Chiefs' perspective. This is pick 21. They can trade up simultaneously, but also if you don't feel like the Chiefs are going to take a corner early or an interior offensive lineman
Yes.
early, you need to be rooting for Terrion Arnold, Quenya Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, Nate Wiggins.
That's where the value is.
I mean,
If you're not willing to take those guys early, you better get on that phone.
better hope.
No, you get on the
that that's
phone.
the case.
Yeah, you get on the
Yes.
phone to move up and hope that one of the teams you're calling is willing to take those positions early.
Correct.
So wait, what positions would you trade up for, Maddie? Would you trade up for Quinyon Mitchell right now?
No, not with all 4 corners left.
Okay.
There's still all 4 left. I would start to let them start to dwindle down a little bit. I also am not sold that any corner is worth the trade up that we're still looking at. Let's get to 26, 27 before we start looking at that.
I have always maintained do not trade up for a corner after trading L'Jarius Sneed. You have one of the biggest market inefficiencies in the NFL right now, and Dave Merritt producing
we get to
quality
Tampa or
player.
Arizona and Terrion Arnold still available,
For
though?
sure. No. A small trade up is fine.
Yeah.
But you don't need to make a massive trade up. You have one of the biggest market inefficiencies in Dave Merritt.
Miami's taking a long time with their pick. I wonder if they are just never mind, the pick is
It's in.
I was going to say, I wonder if they're hammering the phones or something right now because it's taking them a long time to get this in.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't
Everybody
seen
freeze
yet.
until we see what it is.
I haven't seen anything
Do
yet.
you think the best player available on the board is going to be a cornerback for the Chiefs when they're on the board at 32?
Yes.
Probably.
I think
I
so
do too.
I think so too.
I don't think you're going to like the receiver options there.
I
think
think
Brian
it's-
Thomas Jr. will be off, and I
And
think
Worthy?
Xavier Worthy will be
You
off
think
before the
both
Chiefs
are
pick.
going
Yes.
I think we're going to see that go off the
I
board
think
sooner rather than later because of the
I think the Chiefs.
amount of corners.
I think the Chiefs have to trade up with the Philadelphia Eagles here to jump Jacksonville, and I think Jacksonville felt good about trading back because they're
What you
going to
got,
still
Matty?
get one of Brian Thomas
Oh,
Jr.
I'm looking to confirm, but the Miami Dolphins might have done the Chiefs a solid. The Chiefs, no, they have. The Miami Dolphins done the Chiefs solid. They have taken defensive end Chop Robinson out of Penn State.
Oh, man.
Good player.
Great
Makes sense.
player.
I don't think it's a
Great-
bad pick whatsoever.
No.
However, from the Chiefs' perspective, this is one of the guys that you probably wouldn't be jumping through the roof if the Chiefs were to take at 32 because he has such a crossover with Felix they took last year in the first round.
I want Kent to speak first on this before I speak on it,
Chop
but
Robinson?
Yes.
Okay, real quick, Felix Uzoma, continue.
Yeah.
Felix Anudike-Uzomah?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said.
It's just a like-for-like scenario.
Tomato.
similarities. Yeah.
Potato.
Chop Robinson has an elite first step. I think he has the best first step in the entire class. I don't, he does do a good job getting up the arc, but turning the corner is a little bit more challenging for him. But he is going to pressure up the field and give problems there. I like his juice. I know he didn't have a ton of pass rush predictivity this year, but he's still, he's a prospect I really enjoy. And I think I felt comfortable with him at 21. We've talked about him as a guy that we liked, a little bit higher than maybe some of the other people out there. I think it's a great pick.
He's actually, before you go in, Craig, he's the lowest person taken on the consensus board now. He was 25th on the consensus board. The consensus board's been pretty spot on. I mean,
It actually
J.J.
has.
McCarthy was obviously, he was 20th, so he had been one of the previous, Amarius Mims was the lowest at 21, but the Bengals took him at 18. Sorry, the Frog Eagles took him at 18. That's a small gap. McCarthy had been the biggest gap for a while, or J.C. Latham was actually probably the biggest gap. But Chop Robinson is the lowest person taken. That's only at 25. The consensus board's been pretty spot on so far.
It really has. I have maintained throughout this entire process that at pick 32, if Chop Robinson was there, I would take him because I think that is truly a best player available. I know that the Chiefs are settled at defensive end, that they truly are in a position where they don't need to draft somebody on their defensive line, that they feel comfortable on their defensive line drafting a guy. But if he was available at pick 32, I've watched so many Big Ten offensive linemen now because there are so many good ones in the first round of the NFL draft this year. I have watched Chop Robinson destroy almost all of them. So that I take that with a grain of salt, knowing that I think that Chop Robinson is going to translate to the NFL level. Simultaneously, I don't think he was worth a trade up to this point. Tugger D. Franklin, what you got for us, buddy?
Yeah, I just got another question for you guys because, I'm just over here thinking.
I have answers.
I'm just over here thinking about this, looking at the best players available. There's not a lot of tackles, not a lot of best players available tackles.
Correct.
I know that entering the draft, you guys had talked about the potential of leaving today with the tackle. Does your confidence change a little bit with the Chiefs leaving today with the tackle?
I think if the Chiefs are sitting, I think, here's the thing. So I think the options walking into today entailed the Chiefs potentially trading up for one if one of them fell. Absolutely zero have fell.
Correct.
I still think that there is, from that regard, it's dwindled. From a pick 32 perspective, I think
it's still on the board.
I think it's very much still in play. I think the Tyler Guytons of the world, if they fall to 32, I think Kingsley Suamataia. We're sitting here talking about how we like how the board sits. I have no expectations that the board's going to be sitting well for them because we went through this exercise last year. And
We
I think
are so far away from the Chiefs pick.
some of these players
We're
you're going to
not
start
that
falling.
far away.
So I'm wondering. I think we might wind up here in the same spot that we were thinking we might wind up anyway, which was like a Kingsley at pick 32. I think some of these players that we really like are off the board when the Chiefs pick at 32. If the Chiefs do pick at 32.
Can I? Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, me? Okay. You're looking at a Kingsley or a Patrick Paul or whoever at offensive tackle, that kind of developmental tackle at 32 versus a Cooper DeJean who is higher up on the consensus board versus a Kool-Aid McKinstry who is higher up on our board or at the consensus board. Where are you feeling about those two? Like, if that's what you're looking at, pick 32. It's Cooper DeJean versus Kingsley Suamatea.
I'd take Cooper DeJean.
Craig?
I would take Cooper
In a heartbeat.
You're looking at Patrick Paul or Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Kool-Aid.
Probably Kool-Aid.
Kool-Aid's
Okay,
a better football player.
There's a
Yes.
lot of, I'm not saying it's a guarantee, but there's a lot of corners left to get to pick 32 right now with not having having all of them off the board. Not impossible, but to have all of the corners and the 2 wide receivers, the Brian Thomas Jr. and the Xavier Worthy that we all kind of agree on off the board. That's just, it's looking like that might be a good spot for the Chiefs for offensive tackle to no longer be the best player available.
Yeah, for sure.
I want to posit another theory because we are 11 picks away. Brian Thomas Jr. is still on the board.
Go get him, please.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'd go get him.
100%.
What's the ideal scenario?
Who's answering the phone?
I think
Philly.
Philly here.
For sure.
Green Bay.
Maybe Green Bay, maybe Dallas.
There's a run of NFC teams
I actually
right
think
Green Bay really wants an offensive tackle,
every
and
team
there's
up
not
until
one
Buffalo.
on the board.
Every team up until Buffalo right now is probably not turning down the Chiefs phone call because besides Jacksonville, they're all NFC teams, and even Jacksonville, they've already traded down once, but no corners come off the board. They only probably trade down because they had all the corners equal. If all 4 corners are still equal, are they certain that they're not going to get one at 32?
That's the thing. If you feel very strongly about this corner class, which it's a very good corner class, I just got done saying
They could also want Brian Thomas.
the tier 1 of this cornerback class is not such a difference between tier 2, like some of the other position groups. Like, you don't feel like there's a significant drop off. Wait.
Yeah.
Wait for it.
Pick
Be
up
comfortable
stuff.
trading back in some of that. We are operating
so-
in an ideal scenario where Brian Thomas Jr. could be a Chief with a minimal trade up, or best case scenario, he's still around at pick 32 because his medicals aren't great.
Boy.
Why wouldn't the Eagles trade out of this pick right now if they really are
It's
in
not
on corner?
great. It's
Because-
not-
Because they have all 4 corners at their disposal, right?
If they have one is clearly better than the rest.
That's true.
Jacksonville clearly didn't, or they would have taken him, right? Like, Jacksonville clearly didn't. We don't know what Philadelphia has, and we're going down to the wire here, so maybe they don't have one either, right? So we're about to find out. They don't have a tackle maybe that they love. So, like, we're about to find out what Philly thinks. It's just, I think Jacksonville clearly didn't love what was available for them. We will see what happens with the Eagles here as it grinds out. It looks like according to Diana Rossini, it looks like the Houston Texans are trying to get back into round 1.
Oh, interesting.
After trading out.
Maybe a Brian Thomas Jr. for them.
They have a lot. They just traded for Diggs.
They did.
But they don't-
I would
There's a
assume-
lot
Dell.
of pass catchers.
I would assume corner. They don't have anybody across
That's
from
fair.
Stingley.
That's fair.
That's a good point.
Oh, that would be an elite room with
Be a good
Quinion
room.
Mitchell and Derek Stingley.
Anybody.
That would be
Any of
Quinion.
the 4 corners across from him. Maybe not Cooper. Oh, no, because is Lovie Smith still, is it still that cover 2-ish type defense? Because, then you just slap in Cooper DeJean. The pick is in for the Philadelphia Eagles. They are picking here. We'll see who it's going to be. I don't know who it is yet, but, we're really gearing up for this.
They're not trading out.
No, we are getting close to really starting to do the pick per slot for the Chiefs to come up. We did it last year, and it went really ugly after I did that. Hi, Tuck.
It did go ugly, yeah. That you were not wrong.
We were all so hopeful and optimistic, and then everything fell apart for us last year.
welcome.
It's got to be a cornerback here for the Eagles.
If it's not a cornerback here,
I think
man,
What Georgia player could they possibly take at this pick?
Kamari Lassiter.
He ran like a 4.8.
I know.
Okay.
Hey, buddy, I'm very well aware of cornerback athletic testing.
the Philadelphia Eagles have selected cornerback Quinion Mitchell,
Tier 1.
tier 1 cornerback.
Tier 1
Good pick.
CBAT.
I
That's the
would-
first one off the board.
I would go Terrion Arnold, but I'm not going to argue about anybody
For
that
sure.
picks Quinion Mitchell. He's
At this point,
he's
yes,
a better.
especially.
He's a better athlete. He is probably better in off coverage than press coverage or anything like that. I'm not going to. We're splitting hairs here. My preference would be Terrion Arnold. But I have no complaints about Quinion Mitchell here. Good pick at pick 22. I think it's a pretty solid corner class, and to get who you think is the best corner pick 22. Hey.
2 thumbs up. Philly didn't have to trade up to get their choice of cornerback.
I know.
That's kind of stupid.
That
Come on, Howie.
That is the ridiculous nature of this. Howie stays put, continues to get
once.
a player that that just performs at a ridiculously high level. 35% of the corners drafted in round 1 are contributors in the rookie contract. Kent, do you know how many of those
Brian
corners
Thomas, man.
are drafted that are tier 1 players that are contributors in the rookie?
I'm gonna guess like 87%.
95.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess 95%. Thanks for asking.
That's a great one, Matty.
Okay.
You know,
The games are always rigged.
95%. Quenya Mitchell is a tier 1 cornerback. It is inevitable, based on the history of the NFL since 2010, that this individual not only is going to be a contributor during his rookie contract, but he has a 1 in 5 chance of being a Pro Bowler. Like, I mean, that's what you're hoping for when you take an elite cornerback in round 1. That's what it is. So that's where they are with this. You take a gamble on the athletic traits. Worst case scenario, you are in the 5%, the 5th percentile of cornerbacks drafted since 2010 that did not contribute.
I mean, it's a good swing.
I mean, it's a great swing.
If you're
at
betting
that.
on that and athletic profile, and I mean that's a really sound bet to make.
Correct.
And I think it's smart. It's a smart I mean, they took the number 1 cornerback off the board at pick 22.
I would agree. Yeah.
And I like Terry.
Exception.
I mean,
Love Terrion Arnold. Love Terrion Arnold. I think that he's going to be a good cornerback in the league, but you gamble on the athletic traits that have proven time and time again in the NFL to be the definitive factor for cornerbacks.
I think the pick here at 23. I'm anticipating Jacksonville takes a receiver. If
Think
Xavier,
so?
yes, I do. I mean, I could see him. I guess I could see them taking a cornerback still, but I wonder why they wouldn't take cornerback 1 at
Unless
17.
they have them all
Unless,
by match.
Quenya Mitchell and Terrion Arnold are equivalent on their board. Now they feel good because now they're going to take
It just
Terrion.
feels like a big risk to take,
Wait,
right?
we're at the point now where if I'm the Chiefs, we're now getting to the point where I'm mildly frustrated if the Chiefs are not trying to trade up for Brian Thomas Jr. Because I think he's that good.
Unless they have a line on the fact that he's going to be a little bit available later.
Unless the medicals just aren't unless they aren't good.
I mean, like, yes, I guess, but okay, if he comes off the board in the next 3 picks, I'm a little annoyed the Chiefs weren't able to trade up for him. I'm not saying it's impossible or it was possible for them to ever do. We are just now to the point where Brian Thomas Jr. is good enough that the Chiefs should be trying to trade up with Jacksonville, with Dallas, with Green Bay, with whoever to go take him at this point. So if he comes off the board before they get a chance to pick at 32 and they don't trade up for him, it's mildly annoying. I'm not saying there's not a reason. I'm 100% not saying, like, there's clearly going to be a reason they don't do it, whether they couldn't get a trade, whether the medicals didn't check out. It's just he's a good enough player that, like, really at this point in time, I feel like you really got to start doing the work for a position of need, and he is a clear different level of player than the other guys left.
I would agree.
I have the pick for the Jacksonville Jaguars from Pretty Ricky.
And
It's Brian Thomas Jr.
damn it.
See, I kind of just wondered if they felt comfortable trading back and getting a wide receiver.
Okay, so let's work through this now.
Okay, yeah.
How many offensive tackles do you like that are still on the board that you're like, oh, I really am excited about this at 32?
0.
Okay. How many wide receivers are you really excited about at 32? One with Xavier Worthy, right?
Correct.
Yes. Okay. We're in trade back territory.
Jags got that in quick. By the way, I just want to say
Yeah,
that.
they knew what they were
Jags got
doing.
that pick in
They knew
really
what they were
fast.
doing. They were going to take Brian. Yeah, they were.
We are in trade back territory.
I can't trade away from Terrion Arnold if he's there.
Can you not?
I can't.
I think I
can't
could.
trade away from Terrion Arnold.
I think I personally could.
Terrion Arnold is very close to where I have Trent McDuffie, who they traded up to pick 19 to get, or pick 20, 21, whatever it was. 21, I think. They traded up to pick 21 to get Trent McDuffie. I think Terrion Arnold is very close to that level of player. Trading away from that at 32 would be that's a lot.
I like him there. Like, you get a good value to trade out. Sure, let's
Oh,
have
the
at it.
value is exceptional.
Right, you have at it, but like Terrion Arnold at pick 32 is exceptional. I've even got Cooper DeJean there, Kool-Aid McKinstry. I'm even fine with.
Yeah.
It's just like there's players still at 32 that I'm good with, but like Terrion Arnold specifically at 32, I would be ecstatic with.
And to be clear, we did this exercise with Cooper DeJean because we did not think that Terrion Arnold would be available there, and I was over the moon about a Cooper DeJean. I would be over the moon about a Terrion Arnold because he's a higher ranked player on my board.
Yeah.
But with this many corners available, I start to look at it a little bit as value in the trade back versus what we've got here. And I don't know. Because there's so many cornerbacks available, I'm looking at that and going, trade back.
The only thing is, I think what are you trading away? What are you trading out of for? And
We're about to find out.
Yeah, but I think it's like if you've got a similar pocket of players, and like, do you really want to play around with trading back to pick 40?
Yes.
And
If I'm not taking the best corner that's there, like we're under the impression that whatever corner you want to insert is the best player at 32, and you get a good deal to move back, which consists of pick 40-ish and a top 100 pick to pair with it. Trading back to take your Patrick Paul, your Kingsley Sumatea, your whatever wide receiver you want to take at that pick, plus getting that other day 2 pick, I think may be worth it to take over a Kool-Aid or a Cooper DeJean. I don't know about Terrion Arnold because I think Terrion Arnold is a better player than those two. I think that's a little bit of a separator there. It's like I wouldn't be mad either way. I just have a hard time passing on specifically Terrion Arnold.
Okay, let me flip this on its head. Who would you be upset with at 32
I don't want to go there.
based on the players that are still available right
A guard?
An A.D. Mitchell?
Yes, and a guard.
I'm not a big A.D. Mitchell guy personally, so I'd be a little
Patrick Paul, that's a B.J. Kissel.
Developmental tackles.
Trajan Jeffcoat.
See,
all developmental tackles.
Thanks, Tuck.
You're welcome.
All developmental tackles, offensive guard, A.D. Mitchell. I mean, I wouldn't love any of those picks.
If Graham, I don't think I'd be upset with Graham Barton
and JPJ. Again,
I would not like
interior
JPJ because I think he's center only because he has like.
I totally agree.
Plug your ears, Tuck. He has Tucker length arms.
He does have Tucker link arms. He's holding up his arms right now, and guess what, guys?
I can't see him.
It's surprisingly short. But, I think we're in a scenario where the best player available may not be the right fit.
Tony Khan's pretending to have a broken neck for his AEW stuff.
Okay, what are we doing?
Why are we even talking about this? Tucker D. Franklin took his headphones off.
Yeah, Tucker even left, and you're still talking about wrestling.
Like, this is totally a wrestling thing that, thank you, Tucker.
That's not a water bottle.
Water.
I want water.
Yeah, how you feel if Johnny Newton's the pick, Matthew?
Solid. Mm-hmm. I think there's a lot of crossover between him and Chris. I don't think him and Chris Jones fit extremely well together, but I think he gives you an avenue to rest Chris, bring him along in the playoffs. So, like, I think it works. I don't love it, but I also kind of I don't dislike it in any way, shape, or form. He's a good player. I wish he was a year younger. I wish that he was a little bit more dense. I wish he could play the run better. I wish I could see an avenue for him and Chris Jones to play on the field at the same time more than I currently do. But I don't dislike it in any way. I want to be clear.
One of the things I've talked about with like just a interior defensive lineman, and we've seen the Chiefs kind of dig around a little bit on like a Michael Hall Jr., is if you can get good interior rush in support of Chris, that can help lengthen Chris's career a little bit, so he's not playing 90% of the snaps the next 4 years.
For sure.
And so that's one thing I kind of, in the back of my head, is he plays scenarios about positions like if the Chiefs are doing this, this is why. Just something to think about.
I have been very cognizant of the number of snaps that Chris Jones is taking. Now, to be fair here, Chiefs aren't giving up a round 2 pick anymore. Like, let's reset that. Like, we have talked a lot about trade-up scenarios
at this
for
point,
the
they're not
Kansas
even
City
giving up a round
Chiefs.
3 pick, right? Like, at this point, you just ride a couple more slots.
If they really felt passionate about a guy, they would still give up a round 3 pick for this. But the Kansas City Chiefs are picking at 64 or earlier tomorrow based on what we have seen.
Yes.
at this point. And
So now you're in the territory where like if you've got some flexibility to maybe trade back and still get a
correct.
tackle if you feel
That's
good about
where
it.
I'm looking at
yeah.
it now because wide receivers are all off the board. Yeah, the major ones there. Maybe you stay put. If Xavier Worthy's there, you take him. If not, cool. You feel comfortable maybe trading back a little bit, getting a developmental tackle, taking a round 2 wide receiver. This is all on the table. It's not a bad thing for the Kansas City Chiefs right now. This draft is actually shaping up just fine for what their needs are, for what they are looking for. And again, if they turn around and pick Terrion Arnold at pick 32, I'm going to be excited about it because he's one of the round 1 players that they probably have on their board right now. And the fact that he would still be available is a huge benefit to this team.
I'm looking through the board right now, and I'm trying to figure out where our expectations were. And I think it's a little bit of how many of these players are we really disappointed are not sitting there at 32 for the Chiefs versus how many players are we disappointed didn't wind up in striking distance for the Chiefs? Because, I think if I'm looking at it Xavier Worthy is like a hope, right? You're hoping for a Xavier Worthy.
I would say Worthy and Terrion Arnold right now are for me, the cream of the crop. Like
Blue
that's
chips.
your
For
top
sure.
2. That's your top 2 guys.
I guess I'm just trying to figure out where our disappointment really lies right now. Like,
That
what were we
Brian
hoping
Thomas
for?
Jr. made it to the 20s, and the Chiefs did not trade up to get him.
Or weren't able to trade up to get him?
I don't mean this as in they were incapable of or they made a mistake. I just mean this as they were not
Right.
able to trade up to Brian Thomas Jr., who fell to the 20s, which was the range that if he got there, I think that was you need to kind of move anything to get there. That was the moment. That was the moment in which you had to
I'm not sure what
just
happened right there.
throw it all
I think I know.
into the wind.
I want to ask a question.
That's my only upset part.
I want to ask a question of you two.
Yes.
How many top 30 visits have gone off the board from
Well,
Kansas City
they didn't
Chiefs right
have
now?
any. They didn't
Oh, wonderful. Okay, cool.
Hey, trade back's still completely on the table, right?
I'm not
Absolutely is.
disappointed in a trade back. If we have to do a show tonight about the Chiefs trading back, I'm okay.
I'm actually.
Are we doing a show if the Chiefs trade back? I guess we'll be on the
Yes,
clock anyway.
Absolutely. We're talking about the best players
Yeah,
available.
yeah.
Yeah. No,
Okay.
It's one of those that, depending what's on the board at pick 32, I am supremely okay with a trade back at this point. There is nobody that I am staring at right at this very moment that I'm going, oh man, the Chiefs absolutely have to go up and get that because Dave Merritt is on this roster and Dave Merritt has maximized a
on the
lot of players. And if they didn't have Dave Merritt, I'd be pounding the table for a corner right now. But I feel good about his ability to maximize some of those guys.
Dallas is doing the Dallas thing.
Dallas is a big one here too.
Well, they're doing the Dallas thing where they take the entire time.
I don't think they're trading out either.
I think they're fielding 800 calls to trade out, but then won't do it because
That
that's the
sounds-
Dallas thing.
They're here to win.
And then they're going to say the Chiefs also wanted Mozzie Smith.
This year,
Again.
the Chiefs offered pick 32 for Mozzie Smith.
But the Dallas Cowboys said, no, thank you. He was too good for us last year.
Listen, we are so confident in his ability to impact us. Remember when Jerry Jones was peacocking around the fact that
Yeah,
Mozzie Smith?
real proud of it. We still haven't seen the pick on the Dallas Cowboys because they are trading down from pick 24. We're gonna find out.
Oh, you don't even know yet.
We'll see who is trading up. I wonder if it's the Buffalo Bills just playing it safe.
That would be smart of them.
That would.
Refresh.
We're all doing it.
Okay.
Speak for yourself.
Oh, Craig's calmer. So the Dallas Cowboys are indeed moving out,
Yeah. Okay.
and we still do not know who has traded up.
Tick tock. Just time's going away. We don't know. We will never know.
Okay, before the
The
pick
Lions
comes
have
in-
traded
Detroit
up to pick
Lions.
24. The Detroit Lions have traded up to pick 24.
Okay, so before
Terry Arnold.
yeah, I think so too.
Didn't they just trade for Carlton Davis?
But
and they don't have any other cornerbacks
Well,
outside of that.
the ex-Pittsburgh Steeler Cameron Sutton,
They released.
he or she riced it, and
he did.
got in a lot of trouble for that, and then they released him. So
Yeah.
Okay, We are at pick 24.
That's
the
why
Lions are probably not picking one of these two wide receivers. Let me throw this out here. Adonai Mitchell, Xavier Worthy. Who goes first?
Xavier Worthy.
Xavier Worthy.
You still think so?
I still think it's Xavier Worthy.
I don't know if the NFL loves A.D. Mitchell. I think the NFL is very old school, and they might see a guy that runs 20% on the majority of his routes and says, he's not for me.
I get it, and I understand why the Chiefs might not. But speaking NFL-wide, a super athlete with that size and that sort of body control, I can see a team.
Sure.
That falls in love.
I can see a team that likes him, but I'm still going to root for. I still think Worthy is the pick.
Can I give you guys the Detroit Lions pick at 24?
Only if I was correct.
I would love nothing more than for you to speak this into my ear
Johnny
holes
Newton's
right
an
now.
option, I guess, but
I
I'm going
would-
with Arnold.
I would love Matty. I would love nothing more than Matty to be wrong, but he's not. It's Terry and Arnold, the cornerback out of Alabama.
Good.
What a pick.
That's a good pick.
I
That's a
went with-
fantastic
here's the
pick for
trade.
them.
Okay, here's the
24.
trade. They traded the
29 and 73. Wow, that is a lot of assets right there. 29 and 73 to get all the way up to 24 is a lot of draft capital.
But I get it. Again, I think Terry Arnold's the best corner available. I think
Totally agree.
You're borderline blue chip player, and that's all you gave up was a 3rd-round pick to go get him.
Detroit just paid a premium for that, though.
they paid roughly
Which
the value
means-
of the 20th pick to get
Which
to 24.
means Dallas probably had other
100%. It means the Chiefs were probably in on that too.
I don't know
Well,
if I go that far, but they had,
you're right. You're right.
They had other offers.
I just
on
know
the table.
Beach is being very aggressive. This is the window that they were going to start being aggressive.
Terry Arnold was the number 12 player on the consensus board and probably pretty high up on every board you're going to see. I don't think I have an issue with overpaying to go get
No, I
It's
don't
not a
either.
huge
To be
overpay.
fair.
to go get a player that is 12
Number-
slots higher.
Number
Yeah.
8 on the KCSN top
Yeah,
350.
I think you're getting a blue chip player. You can overpay for a blue chip player there. I think that's no qualm. So like, have at it, Detroit. That's a good pick. That's like the
That's a
Chiefs
great
going
pick.
up to get Trent McDuffie.
It's a great
I mean, like
pick.
same concept.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I love that pick for the Detroit Lions. I don't think it measurably impacts what the Chiefs were going to do. I don't think the Chiefs are probably going to trade up.
You're rooting for corners.
Terry Arnold.
You're rooting for the corners to go off.
I was rooting for him to get Terry Arnold. I'm not going to lie. I was rooting for him.
No,
to
I
get
know you were.
first
I
too.
know.
I don't
but
think he was
now
ever
at
getting
this
there.
point, you want to see Nate Wiggins and Kool-Aid McKinstry go off the board.
And
Is
Cooper
that
DeJean.
correct?
And Cooper DeJean.
Yeah, no, I
Tyler Newbin wouldn't suck.
Well, he's not going off the board.
neither would John Jeffcoat, according to Tucker.
Jackson Jeffcoat. Yeah.
Jackson Jeffcoat.
Well, look, I wouldn't want him at 32 is all I'm saying.
So here are the wide receivers that are remaining at this point. Xavier Worthy, A.D. Mitchell, Xavier Legette, Ladd McConkey, Keon Coleman, Troy Franklin,
Keon.
Jalen Polk, Ricky Pearsall.
Keon got a lot of round one hype here down the stretch, too.
I
I
mean,
think it's worth noting.
So and also one other
That being said, if we drop Troy, Jalen, and Ricky off of there as clear round 2 players, not dunking on them or anything like that, that's 5 wide receivers that have been routinely mocked into round 1 right now.
I think the Chiefs are going to be tempted with it for sure.
I think so too.
Dallas, and I'm also going Dallas jumping back this chunk of these
That's
mini
what
picks.
I was gonna say.
The I'm sorry. I know I'm completely sidebarring us. Dallas going back this chunk of picks from where they were makes me think they're looking at a developmental tackle that they think is going to
Tyler
survive
Guyton.
this run.
Tyler
Or
Guyton.
they
Or
feel
interior offensive
comfortable,
line.
or they feel comfortable with Xavier Worthy being available to them.
But they went behind Buffalo.
I feel like Buffalo, I feel like Green Bay's a big trade out option here too.
Okay, if Buffalo does not take one of these wide receivers, who else is
Who?
taking a wide
Buffalo?
Buffalo.
I mean, no, probably nobody. I just mean like shoving yourself behind Buffalo if you have a wide receiver target is a kind of bold strategy.
So if you have somebody on your board that's equivalent, like let's say you've got a Worthy and an A.D. Mitchell equivalent right there, you feel comfortable getting behind Buffalo because if they take one, you're still comfortable if you're Dallas there. So I'm looking at this now because I do not think the Kansas City Chiefs are like, not to say that they're not going to take a tackle at offensive, or at pick 32. I
Right.
think the value.
You're
is
more whelmed
better.
at tackle at this point than you
Correct.
are with some of
I
the
think
receivers
I was
here.
gonna look at my
value is better. Right,
my
wide
horizontal
receiver.
board right now. I'm just going to read across. I'm looking at late round one, round one guys that I have scheduled in, or like slotted into round one. We have Xavier Worthy. We have Graham Barton. We have Kool-Aid McKinstry and Cooper DeJean. I have all of them as like round one values. So like that's 4 players. We're getting pretty close.
Of those 4, is there anyone that you would not like to see the Chiefs take at 32?
Say those names again.
Graham Barton, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Cooper
Graham
DeJean, Xavier Worthy.
I'm happy with all of them.
Graham Barton, and only because
Where are you putting him?
I think he's got to be an interior
For
offensive
year one,
lineman.
you're
For
taking
year
a
one.
full-on 2025 pick.
I absolutely love Graham Barton on this roster in 2025.
So, okay, one question for you. I'm going to throw this out there. If you don't like it, you can throw it right back.
Get a counter after that. No, you go ahead.
What if the Chiefs what if Jawan Taylor's been working on playing left tackle all offseason?
Graham Barton's got
I'm throwing
32-inch arms.
I understand.
I am throwing that back at you because they literally took a right tackle in round 3 last year, and then they moved him to left tackle. That's how much they feel about Jawan Taylor.
I'm just
going
to throw that out there. If you don't like it, you throw it right back.
I totally agree. This is me with my water polo throwback at.
The Packers picked, and we have it.
I do have that. I just real quick, I want to do the Barton conversation first. Then we'll go into the Packers pick. I don't think it's that super rush to get to it.
No, we're good.
Okay, so Graham Barton, you put him you want to say you're going to play him an interior offensive line in the future because he's a really good player. He's a good player. Replacing Trey Smith with Graham Barton, it's a fine move, but you completely miss out on the edge. You completely miss out on the power. You no longer have the guy that you run behind on all 3rd and shorts.
Right.
You're going to run behind Tooney. You're going to run behind Graham Barton. Neither one of those guys are people movers. Now, I'm not saying it's a bad player.
Is Barton more of a Tooney replacement than he is a Trey replacement?
I think he is a Tooney replacement, and the guys that I'm targeting in round 3 are Trey replacements.
And so you're now telling me that you're going to draft a player that can't play until 2025, and then he's replacing your best interior offensive lineman instead of your worst interior offensive lineman. That's a tough sell for me in round 1.
But that being said, if I posited this theory that Graham Barton was your best interior offensive lineman, even with Creed Humphrey under contract.
I don't believe that.
You don't believe that?
I have Creed. I mean, on my board right now, I have Creed ranked higher. Yeah,
okay.
I think Creed is higher. Yeah.
That's fair. I am willing to accept that.
As long
argument.
as he can learn how to snap. Again, okay. We do have the Packers pick. They take offensive lineman Jordan Morgan. I think he'll play tackle for them from tackle out of Arizona. They don't care about short arms. They don't care about non-traditional tackle-sized guys. I think he plays tackle for them. If he doesn't, he kicks into guard. He's a good player. I think it's a little early for him. I don't think he's a first-round caliber player, regardless of size. I think this is a little bit of a reach, but Green Bay has had a lot of good luck and a lot of good outcomes for developing tackles.
And let me say this Jordan Morgan playing tackle, I don't, like, when I was taking notes about him, I didn't have a ton of negatives. Like, I really didn't. Like, I kept trying to look for holes in his game, and I didn't like it other than the fact that he didn't have a ton of length.
Yeah, and I think it's good players kind of gave him fits. Like Braylon Trice out of Washington gave him fits, and like Laiatu Latu gave like the best players he went up against.
50-50 against them. Yeah,
he did suffer some bad losses versus them in college. So what does that translate to the NFL? But again, there's not like glaring negatives other than the fact that he doesn't have a lot of lengths. Like I'm not saying it's a bad pick. When I watched him, I wasn't ever like, oh, wow, I see. With the Graham Barton, you see the first-round potential. It jumps out.
Absolutely.
With Jordan Morgan, I don't know if I ever saw that.
I am a little bit surprised that Jordan Morgan is going in front of Graham Barton based on their measurables, based on their tape and everything like that. But at the same time, I get it. Like, with the Packers, this makes sense.
Now, he's a new lowest guy on the consensus board. 35 is Jordan Morgan. He is the first player outside of the first round on the consensus board that has come off of the draft board.
And that being said, that is a great pick.
You mean non-quarterback?
Where was Michael Penix at on that?
Penix
Ooh, yeah, I didn't go chase down
Penix and Knicks were out.
Yeah,
that's fake. That's fake.
Yeah, that's fake. Those are fake numbers.
We haven't talked about Darius Robinson, the edge out of Missouri, yet either.
Well,
I was going to say that Jordan Morgan, from the Kansas City Chiefs perspective, that is an ideal pick. Going off the board at this point, I don't think the Chiefs would have targeted him as a day one player for them.
Right.
So
no, I think that's fine for them. I'm mostly worried about Buffalo, Dallas.
Sure. Buffalo, Dallas,
honestly,
Baltimore
and San Francisco trading out and not letting and locking the Chiefs and freezing the Chiefs out so the Panthers can come up and get a receiver. Like you can't. It's not just looking at the round one players at this point. It's also looking at the round two teams early in round two that could potentially jump the Chiefs from a San Francisco or Baltimore perspective if they want to jump out.
Man, I am almost fully to the point where I want to trade out.
Xavier Worthy's looking at me.
I know.
No,
I know. Xavier Worthy's the one guy
if it's
that's
Johnny
really
Newton.
hold me. And Cooper DeJean. Like
I'd be okay with this, yeah.
Yeah.
Johnny, Cooper.
I don't think any of those players are what I would call blue chips, which is why I would maybe consider trading out. Xavier Worthy's the one guy I don't know if I'd love trading away from. I don't know if I think Johnny Newton or Cooper DeJean are blue chips, so I could go either way on those two.
Yeah.
At this point, with who's left on the board, depending on how far back they go, if they go to pick 40, I still feel good.
Yeah,
Like,
and-
again, like I'm looking at these wide
ready to learn
receivers
Patrick
and all of
Paul.
that.
I think at that point you're kind of just accepting that you're in that tier of players, right?
Right,
There's a couple
exactly.
players you're hoping fall just a little bit, and maybe you
a
catch
wide
one of them.
receiver falls that you're comfortable with, but you're also maybe at the leading edge of the next round of offensive tackles. You know, you feel good about that sort of scenario right now. So I'm paying attention. That might be my best case scenario right now.
Patrick Paul. I could see the Chiefs taking
Trading back
Patrick.
for Patrick Paul.
Yeah, I mean that's what we mocked in the scenario is trading back. But even if they took him at 32, like we were taking him at 40. So like, you know, I think the preference I think there's going to get to a point where there's going to be a preference
Yeah, the next pick.
that the Chiefs trade back.
Do
But
you?
The Tampa Bay Pirates take Graham Barton, offensive lineman.
Oh, that's
out
a
of
good pick.
Good for them.
Again, a good pick. Him and Jordan Morgan going with the one pick of each other, like it. I get that in my mind. Yeah.
They had a lot
were
of turnover.
Such similar players and such similar value.
They had a lot of turnover on their interior offensive line this
They
year.
did.
So it makes sense to go get a guy that could put. I think some teams will let him play 4 positions.
Is this the IOL movement?
Maybe.
Do we see JPJ now go as well?
The
we
two
see
guys
the
that we
West
just
Virginia
saw,
tackle?
one I think is going to play tackle for Green Bay, and the other can play all 3 interior offensive line positions.
and
it's
maybe tackle.
and it's just clearly better. I don't know if we're ready for center onlys yet. I don't know. I mean, maybe. I just
Maybe.
don't, we're ready for center onlys yet, and
Best case scenario for the Chiefs is
Is JPJ falling off the board here soon?
and the West Virginia
Zach
center.
Frazier.
Yes,
Or-
both go off
and
the
both
board.
corners go off the board.
Correct.
And Johnny Newton probably goes off the board. I mean, like, the best case
Do you-
scenario is
do you
Xavier
tr-
Worthy falls to pick 32.
I know. But if in that scenario, I would get how they would trade out if they don't have Xavier Worthy a tier above the rest of those wide receivers. I totally understand it.
I'll tell you what. With Arizona on the board, it'd be the funniest thing ever if the Chiefs jumped the Bills for Xavier Worthy.
At this point, pick 26.
I don't know if the Bills are going to love
Wait.
Worthy.
Is
Why
it-
wouldn't they?
Is it pick? Well, they need a vertical threat.
Because they
still.
have Curtis Samuel and Shakir.
Khalil
They have-
Shakir's a short to intermediate guy.
They have 2 5'11", 180-pound wide receivers already. Are they
No,
going to
that,
put another
that
one
is
on
fair.
the field?
They have
They
Dalton
are
Kincaid,
different
too.
players. They are different players.
Yeah,
for
he's a
sure.
6'3", 233-pound tight end.
No, I totally. I wasn't thinking of it that way. They are different players for sure. But how light can you realistically go?
And for Josh Allen in Buffalo, like, how many light guys can you have in like the coldest weather?
Hey, Kent,
Stadium.
what would it take to move up to pick 27 right now?
So right now, the Chiefs would be giving up.
And I'm not saying that can't happen, right? I'm not
No,
saying
no, no,
Buffalo
I
can't
know,
do
I
it. It's
know,
just
I
like
know.
I get the rationale where
No,
we're working.
I wasn't
Nine-
thinking about it from a weight perspective, though.
32 and 95 get them up there, and maybe you get a small little piece of sugar back from the Cardinals.
Sugar back. Let's go.
But
What's that sugar?
That's a new Discord
What's
name.
that? What's
the
that
Chiefs would be
sugar
giving
back?
Sugar back.
Sugar back.
the Chiefs would be giving up 224 points in value on the Rich Hill trade chart for 216 back. That's
wow.
roughly you're roughly giving up the value of a late 5th round pick.
You're roughly giving up the value of Ryan Watts, a tier 1 CBAT that would be an ideal fit.
In round 5.
Ryan Watts, Texas safety / corner.
Okay.
I would be okay with that move if they went and did it just to.
Man.
Teams are trying to come up in the 20s. So according to Rap Sheet, we'll see if
Man.
we get a trade. But there is a lot of action in the late 20s from teams trying to come up.
I would love it if those teams wanted to stay put and did not take the players that they wanted. At this point, make a bidding war for pick 32. San Francisco feels like a team that really wants one of those interior offensive linemen. They really do. Chris Jones wrecked them. Like, that is a lasting image for them right now. So please have them stay there, take an interior offensive lineman, allow the Chiefs to trade out.
You want to hear a funny story from Nick Saban?
I do
About
wanna
Quinion
hear.
Mitchell. He was our number one guy in the portal last year to try to get him to come out of the portal.
Yeah.
He would never. He basically just admitted he cheated.
Right. Well, he said,
We're trying
I
to
don't
get him
want
out-
to leave Toledo.
I know, but he was trying to get him out of the portal, and he wouldn't do it.
Yeah. No, Quinion Mitchell said, hey, I'm going to ride with the team that brought me here. Like, I'm
Dance
I'm
with the
not-
girl that got
Yeah,
you.
I'm not going to trade out.
This was a choice to go like 6-7 instead of play at Alabama and go to the college football
they made,
playoff.
mean,
they
he's
made it to the
around
MAC
what-
championship game.
6-7.
They lost the MAC
that-
championship game, but they made it to the MAC championship.
That being said, he went round one. Like, how much did it really hurt him? He went, hey, Maddie, how many
Maybe he would have gone top 10.
how many Alabama corners went in front of him?
How many Alabama players went in front of him?
One.
Maybe he should have gone to Alabama.
Roll Tide.
Imagine
Roll
Quinion Mitchell
Tide.
and Terrion Arnold in the same secondary.
And Kool-Aid.
No, Kool-Aid would have been sitting on the bench right
saw the Cardinals
where he
pick.
should have been.
I saw the Cardinals pick. Tucker,
is
put
it?
your pants back on. It is Cardinals are taking Missouri defensive lineman Darius Robinson.
Good for him.
In round one.
Good for
yeah,
him.
D-Rob.
We gotta-
Let's go.
You get a Detroit kid getting his name called in Detroit.
That was from Jordan Schultz, by the way. I just want to say
Yeah.
this at Schultz Report
Good for him.
on Twitter.
I mean, good for
No,
Darius Robinson. not Schultz.
he was always one of those guys that was a late round one,
Wow.
early round two guy. Like, it makes sense. He should be here. Again, hell, Will McDonald went
Okay.
how
Hold
early
on.
last year?
Like,
Darius Robinson is a better football player than Will McDonald
So are you.
was.
Hot take.
Thank you.
So the
You
Buffalo
buddy.
Bills are on the clock, and Xavier Worthy is sitting there.
yeah, so's
Good.
AD Mitchell. And so's Cooper
I'd
DeJean.
root for AD Mitchell.
They have no corners.
That's a good point.
And they have no rings.
Get him, Kent. Let him
Hey.
know.
Hey, how many?
And they have no wins against Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs at home.
Get him.
Or
How many
period.
car rings do they have?
Zero.
No
No
good car rings
Get
either.
him.
I
many
love when
playoff
inside
overtime
jokes
wins do
begin
they
into
have?
the show. So Buffalo Bills have a chance to take a receiver here. I'm holding my breath for them. Honestly, after that, man, I think you're more worried about teams trading up ahead of you than you are.
For what? What are we worried about?
I'm worried about a team coming up for Xavier Worthy.
Dallas Cowboys are still chilling.
Big chill.
I think that Dallas Cowboys are a potential,
I'm not out on Xavier Worthy
and that's fine.
being
Like,
a Buffalo Bill as much as Matty is.
but at
either.
the same time, I'm also not at the point where I think the Chiefs need to trade up for Xavier Worthy right now.
Well, I don't think they're going to get a chance to either because
Oh no, the window is closed.
I think it's
They're out of trade up partners.
I think it's like Dallas again. Like if Dallas is just like, yeah, we're good.
We know Zona's big. Buffalo ain't trading with them. Dallas probably not trading back. Baltimore ain't trading with them. San Francisco. Kyle Shanahan is certainly not picking up that telephone ever. He is going to a deep, dark room before he picks up that telephone for the Kansas City Chiefs.
You guys think I need a neck tattoo?
Yes, I think you need a neck tattoo based
Okay,
on.
cool.
I think it'd
Like
be
Cody,
an American
Rhodes'
nightmare.
What?
What was that, Matt?
That was his every single presser he's ever done since winning the title.
I'll
That's
tell
all
you,
it is.
this isn't the WWE draft. That's Monday in Kansas City. Thank you very much.
Sheesh.
We are awaiting the Chiefs pick here. We're getting
Waiting
closer
on
and
Cody Rhodes
closer.
to do anything worthwhile.
Arizona Cardinals are going to be taking Darius Robinson, which is awesome for him. And then the Buffalo Bills are on the clock, and we're going to be waiting to see if they take a wide receiver.
I will say here, Buffalo Bills and Cooper DeJean is a really good pick. Like, that's an exceptional pick for them.
Be good.
That solves a
That's a very Trey
lot.
White. That's a very Trey White pick.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, hey, you can't run. Just go play zone for us.
Yeah, exactly. Play zone for us.
It's not that
Find
Cooper's
the
not
ball.
fast. It's just like he's
Yeah.
stiff. Yeah.
Find the ball. Be a good football player on defense. Like that's what Cooper DeJean
Return
is.
some punts.
Yes. Yeah. Like that is an exceedingly smart decision for Buffalo at this juncture.
But how much faith do they have that Josh Allen is about to turn Khalil Shakur and Curtis Samuel into playoff football winning wide receivers to wait until the end of round 2, right?
I don't know.
If you're the Chiefs,
how confident do they feel in Javon Baker or Jermaine Burton?
but that's what I'm saying. If you're the Chiefs, you have faith in that because you've seen it twice now.
Correct.
Right? If you're the Bills, you've had Stephon Diggs and Gabe Davis, and you still haven't seen them win the games that matter, right? It's like, how confident can you be?
With that token in mind, well, you missed your opportunity already because Xavier Worthy is not going to be year one what those guys were for you.
Charles Amenihu, fun tweet here. Chiefs fans, I don't want to jinx us. This is a Texas guy. I think he's probably. I think he's probably wanting a Texas.
Of course,
probably wanting a Texas guy.
Either one of the wide receivers.
Yeah, he's probably happy with either. He loves. Yeah, he likes Texas. He's a big fan of Texas. So like,
because he went there.
Who is the best case scenario for Buffalo right now? Is it Adonai Mitchell?
I just don't think he's
for the Chiefs. For the Chiefs.
Chiefs.
Yeah, best case scenario for Kansas City.
Yes, for me, it's AD Mitchell.
Yeah, I think so too.
Probably for like what the Chiefs are looking for. Like, is there an interior? Jackson Powers Johnson. They lose Mitch Morse this year. He went to the Jags.
They did reshuffle their interior offensive line to where they basically have a starting group already.
So do they have it? But who's playing center?
I don't remember.
Exactly.
They're moving someone inside to play center.
Fake player. So like Jackson Powers Johnson.
Oh no! It's Chief Bearcat is playing center.
Oh, not a fake player.
As of right now, they have Connor McGovern. They moved Connor McGovern inside. David Edwards, Osiris Torrance, and Connor McGovern.
Oh, I actually kind of like that interior fine.
Yeah, they were reshuffling some things around.
Not fun.
Not like great, but they're fine. Good for Darius Robinson, man. He showed up at the draft day one
with a sweet suit.
With an amazing suit.
I have some news on the 28th pick. The Buffalo Bills have traded out.
They have traded out. I seen that they are in trade talks for moving out.
The Bills are trading out of the 28th pick.
Okay, I hear Dallas is also trying to trade out of the first round.
So a bunch of teams are moving up.
Man.
So nobody wants Xavier Worthy.
Nobody wants Xavier Worthy.
Well, Brett Veach, come on down.
I think a lot of teams are comfortable with that tier 2 wide receivers, and I think literally everyone is cool with that tier.
The gap is smaller than we personally are projecting right now.
I think the gap is smaller than I think it is, but I've also thought that for a while now the Chiefs feel really good about the Chiefs specifically feel good about that tier 2 and or tier 2, tier 3 wide receivers
and the offensive tackle. To be fair, because they don't have a choice at this point. But yeah.
No, I feel like teams don't see a huge gap. Now, I think there's a big gap between Worthy and the rest of the wide receivers, but it seems like the NFL might not think that. I've thought for a while now that the Chiefs are a fan of a wide receiver that is kind of slated to go in round 2. So we will see who is moving up with the Bills. We'll see what the Dallas Cowboys are able to do, I guess. Teams have not been a fan of Worthy, which is a little surprising because usually
Chiefs traded up with the Bills.
Are you serious?
What?
We've done this before.
Jordan Schultz, Chiefs are trading up to 28 with the Bills.
Okay.
Let's go.
Tucker, are you good?
Okay.
You positive?
We are ready to rock. Yeah. We are up.
Ladies and gentlemen,
we are up.
The Kansas City Chiefs have traded up with the Buffalo Bills for the 28th pick in the NFL draft. They are about to make their selection. Kent Swanson here with Maddie Lane.
Hi.
Craig Stout.
What's up?
Getting ready for this team to make their pick after they've moved up in a small trade up we'll find out. I'm surprised that the Chiefs and Bills have made a trade. You know, we've talked so much about teams kind of, wanting to shut the Chiefs out, and here we are.
I just want to say, the Chiefs and the Bills making a trade, it's tended to work out for the
Kansas City Chiefs.
Have the Bills not come out of the winning end of anything involving the Chiefs in a trade up in the NFL draft. Mahomes, Trent McDuffie, it has been a tough road for the Buffalo Bills.
Lots of players on the board still. There's a couple of wide receivers that can make the Chiefs a lot better. There's some corners. The BPA is corner
Where
right
do they
now.
go?
I mean, BPA is corner. If they traded up in a small trade
I
up
got
right
the
now.
I got the stuff I think for this. Hold on.
The capital?
Yeah, Aaron Wilson has tweeted it out. I'm trying to get like the exact.
Okay, yeah, I'm very curious about the capital.
Chiefs
here.
trade up with the Bills. The oh man, there's a lot of words into this tweet that make no sense. 28 is going obviously to the Chiefs. It says I can't read the way. I'm gonna wait for somebody else. This is confusing as can get out. All get out. Like, look, that's a lot of words, right? It looks like the Chiefs are giving their round 1 and their round 3 pick.
I've got it. Here's a
Yeah.
better perception on it. So the Chiefs have traded 32.95 and 221. They
Okay.
are getting.
I know the pick,
They
too.
are getting back 28, 133, and 248. So
Okay,
they have done a
okay.
3-for-3 pick
3
swap.
for 3.
And
Okay.
now pick 248 goes farther back. The Chiefs are, they're in the end of the 7th round too. And
I know the pick.
I see Maddie very excited about this.
I
pick.
believe I have the pick as well.
Let's hear it, you gentlemen. I
wait,
don't
so
know it.
I-
This is a genuine reaction from
I
me.
will kick us off here.
Sure.
And we will go straight to you, Maddie, for a quick response, then you, Craig, for a quick response.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, with the 28th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs have selected wide receiver Xavier Worthy
Let's go!
out of Texas.
Woo!
What a pick, Matthew Lane. What's your thoughts on the player Xavier Worthy? What are the Chiefs getting?
I mean, the Chiefs are getting the fastest wide receiver to ever grace the NFL, according to the NFL Combine. Like, you can't argue with it. He's run the fastest 40 time at the NFL Combine. He is bringing you a dynamic playmaker. He's bringing you a guy that can stretch the field vertically, give you yards after the catch ability. Like, he kind of fits the entire mold of everything the Chiefs have looked for McCole Hardman, from Tyreek Hill, from all these different types of wide receivers. Kadarius Toney, he fits that mold. He just also is a really good wide receiver at the college level. So Xavier Worthy coming to the Chiefs in round 1 makes the absolute most sense one could imagine, Craig.
Vertical presence.
Check.
Ability to run a route tree in the intermediate and shallow areas of the field. Check. Ability to run the full wide receiver route tree for Andy Reid. Check. Perfect. Like, that's what you're looking for at this point in the NFL draft. The Chiefs signed Hollywood Brown as a wide receiver on a 1-year deal. This gives you the vertical presence. It gives you the ability to run a full route tree. This fits perfectly with Hollywood Brown, fits perfectly with Rashee Rice, it fits perfectly with the rest of the Chiefs wide receivers. It really is truly an excellent pick that just seamlessly fits into what they needed.
This was one of my favorite options for the Chiefs back at the back end of the first round. I'm frankly a little bit surprised that they were able to get this player this late in the draft. I was anticipating that they weren't really going to have a great shot at getting Xavier Worthy. I thought he was going to be gone well before this. I'm not to say that let that ship sail entirely, but I wasn't overly optimistic that he would be down here at pick 28. They move up aggressively with the Buffalo Bills, of all teams, to go and get Xavier Worthy, the wide receiver out of Texas. A fantastic pick to start this. Looking back, on this a little bit, I'm surprised. I'm surprised that the Chiefs were able to trade up with the Buffalo Bills. Like, that's just interesting. I haven't had a chance to kind of look at the draft math, but it's interesting that the Bills trade out of this. First off, right? It's interesting that the Bills trade away from a vertical stretch player,
Absolutely.
like a Xavier Worthy.
That they needed.
Yeah, you would think, and they need that explosive element, and I don't think they have a ton of it yet, but. Now the Chiefs get they get Patrick Mahomes to throw with the fastest guy in the history of the NFL Combine. And I know people have compared him to McCole Hardman, but I think he's much, much more than a McCole Hardman. When we talk about how McCole really struggled to develop plays off a vertical plane, he struggled to develop a curl route, a comeback, operating off of that threat of the vertical. Xavier Worthy's already been able to build on that already. He already has that. He already has that ability. He has oilier hips than what you saw out of McCole Hardman, but he's still got that vertical speed. He's actually got more speed than McCole Hardman ever did.
I mean, he's a receiver. I don't think McCole Hardman was ever particularly natural as a wide receiver. He fought the ball when trying to track it, when trying to catch it. He kind of, you could see that he was working through the progressions of learning how to break off routes at the right time and the right spacing and stuff like that. And that's not a knock. That's just he went from corner to wide receiver in college, and it showed up when he got to the NFL. Yeah. Xavier Worthy showed up at 19 years old and was torching Power 5 programs as a wide receiver, right? Like, he is a natural wide receiver. He is a good route runner. He's loose. He understands how to run routes. He understands spacing. He understands how to set it all up. I think he generally has good ball skills. No, yes, he's a small player with a smaller catch radius than a big wide receiver. That is 100% true. And he's not going to be a guy that you're going to send into a safety and expect him to go high point of football and win through contact. But you can ask him to go track a football downfield and not lose it in the sun 3 different times in a playoff game, right? You can do stuff. You can ask him to be a traditional wide receiver. Oh, by the way, he has the best speed the NFL Combine has ever seen, and he has some of the best start-stop ability. His ability to decelerate and stop on a dime is through the roof, and I think that's what people miss. Everybody wants to focus on the speed because he ran fast at the Combine and talk about double counting it. I'm less worried about the speed. I'm watching this man run at full speed and then stop on a dime and break off his route, and a corner that is slower than him needs extra steps to stop at the same time.
That's exactly it. Xavier Worthy is a slider frame individual. I mean, he's not going to be a guy that you're going to say, oh, go out and beat press at 170 pounds. That's not what his game is. But that 4.2 140 matters. Teams are not going to play him the same way that they would any other random wide receiver. They're not going to play him the same way that they would play an Adonai Mitchell. They're not going to play him the same way that they would play an Xavier Legette. They have to give him cushion. He is going to see free releases routinely in this offense. It's not going to be a situation where he's going to have to face press all the time, which nullifies some of the slight frame. And to the start-stop part of that, a 41-inch vertical jump, an almost 11-foot broad jump, that is explosiveness that matters. That initial catch, you break off a route, you basically stop, you pull a hitch, you catch the ball. That initial step that beats every single NFL corner. That matters. That's why NFL athleticism matters. That's why we talk about Rashee Rice in an explosive profile and what he's able to do. Xavier Worthy is more explosive than that guy, and he's going to be able to eliminate angles. He's going to be able to stretch the top. Guess what? Isaiah Pacheco has to be licking his lips right now. Patrick Mahomes has to be licking his lip right now. They're going to see 2 high coverage all year long. You got Hollywood Brown and Xavier Worthy on this team right now.
Well, I'm glad he went to Hollywood Brown because, I've said it from the get-go. I kind of think that, the realistic floor for Xavier Worthy to me has always been a Hollywood Brown-esque player.
I like that.
You have the speed to win vertically, but that's not what your entire game centers around. You're still a good route runner. You still understand spacing. You still can create after the catch. That is kind of where I see the floor-ish. Obviously, saying a floor is Hollywood Brown is very lofty. That's a starting caliber wide receiver.
Exceedingly
that's
lofty.
Very lofty. But that type of player to where it's you have the speed to get behind defenses, but that's not your entire game because you have all these other skills. So to see Xavier Worthy, who I do think is more talented, I think he's a better prospect than Hollywood Brown was coming out of Oklahoma. I think Xavier Worthy is a better player, a better prospect, and you have those 2 guys on the same team now to go along with Rashee Rice when he is back from whatever off-field repercussions he may face. That's a lot of explosive ability on the field at the same time. Plus a Travis Kelce, plus an Isaiah Pacheco. There's a lot out there, but I really like the idea of Worthy and Hollywood Brown on the same team for this first year because it's a player that Worthy can really look up, not necessarily up to, but learn from. How do you play at this weight in the NFL? How do you, Hollywood Brown, how are you successful with this archetype of player at this level? Because I kind of see that as my floor, and then hopefully I progress into this is one of those players you don't want to comp people to, but Deshaun Jackson, if you I get Deshaun Jackson vibes watching him. I get those vibes a little bit. So how do you go from being Xavier Worthy to a Deshaun Jackson-esque player? Hollywood Brown can maybe set you on the right path.
And before you go, Kent, real quick, before I toss to you, Patrick Mahomes is at his most efficient when he is seeing 2 high coverage.
Absolutely. And we saw that, we've seen that.
Absolutely, we have. there is not a single team in the league that is going to dare to play single high coverage against this team next year, the year after, the year after that. Guess what? You just checked in. Too high coverage. That's what you get. From now on, Patrick Mahomes, have fun with that, buddy.
We talked about Pacheco. How about how happy Travis Kelce's about to be?
Travis Kelce is going to be thriving right now at age 34 because he's going to be taking less hits because there's nobody in the middle of the field anymore.
Happy early birthday to Xavier Worthy, who just turns 21 in 2 days.
You can't pop champagne until Saturday, Xavier. I'm sure you're not going to be able to. Xavier Worthy doesn't turn 21 until Saturday. So he's yet to turn 21. He's one of the youngest players in the draft, which is a trend that the Chiefs have, has leaned into a little bit. It seems like they prefer to take some of these younger players on the board. They get a unique vertical stretch player, and we talked. It validates some of the things like we talked about earlier today. What type of player might the Chiefs take? As far if you're talking about the receiver room, it's like what type of player are the Chiefs going to wind up taking? What is that telling you, right? The Chiefs traded for McCole Hardman in the middle of the year because they didn't feel like they had any vertical stretch ability. And
do you think that matters to their offensive game?
I think it might matter a little bit.
Okay, yeah.
And they clearly think it might matter, right? Because they went out and got McCole. They surrendered not only picks in a pick swap, but they missed out on a compensatory pick because of it, a fifth-round compensatory pick for it. So they felt they really needed that vertical stretch ability. And here we are, the Chiefs, with their first pick in the 2024 draft, go out and get one of the best vertical stretch players in this entire draft class. And so they're intent on doing that. Now, maybe things change out a little bit. Maybe they're just willing to try to get talent and maximize and exploit the strengths. But I think it's pretty telling that one of the things that they coveted and they felt like they needed in the middle of the year last year is the thing that they go out and get in the first round. And trade up for.
And the part that I love the most, it's not a trade up for and that you're sacrificing a bunch of assets.
Yeah.
It's a 3 for 3.
Yeah.
The Chiefs still have picks on the board. They obviously feel good about what they still have on the board round 3 in day 3. I don't disagree with that sentiment. Like, I really don't. I feel good about this. You are trading up for Xavier Worthy and still getting the same swings at the players that you generally had in day 3, which Brett Veach has admitted, like, hey, we have about 220 players on our board. We feel good about the ranges that we are able to trade up in and operate in and things like that. Like, now all of a sudden, maybe you're missing out on a round 4 player that you liked a little bit more, but instead you're still taking a round 4 player that you like. I love that they were able to get Xavier Worthy without giving up pick volume. Yes, pick height for sure, but pick value for sure, but not pick volume.
Yeah, and so I'm trying to look at, have we figured out what the trade values or anything are for this yet? I'm looking into Joseph Hefner, who has got his model that is running now, so I'm trying to read through it now to see kind of
I can start doing that if you want to.
I got it here. It looks like, it doesn't matter what chart you look at, it's anywhere between a late 5th round to a late 7th round pick value. It mostly seems like it favors the Bills by a little bit, but it's a late day 3 pick. So we see it favors the Bills by a mid 6, early 6, late 6, late 7th, late 5th. So it's a pretty even trade across the board.
Absolutely worth the trade up, man. That's insane.
And so just to recap, the Chiefs giving up pick 28, 133, and 248 to get pick. The Chiefs got pick 28, 133, and 248 by giving up pick 32, 95, and 221. It comes out to a relatively even trade, right? It's relatively even. That's about as even as a trade is going to get at this point in time. They go up, they get their playmaking wide receiver to add to a wide receiver room that clearly was a huge weakness of last year. I think they probably were looking at the way this board was playing out. The offensive linemen flew off the board. They waited as long as they could. We've been talking about it for 5-6 picks now, right? We wanted to go up to get Brian Thomas. Doesn't happen. But you're like, okay, Xavier Worthy's the clear-cut next best guy before you get to a good but not as good group of tier 2 wide receivers or tier 3 wide receivers after Worthy. What point do you try to pull that trigger? How long do you wait on this to become hey, let's go get Xavier Worthy? They wait as long as they could, and they make this small trade up, 3 picks, 4-3 picks. They go get for the KCSN draft guide, it looks like for the consensus draft guide, for a lot of different places, Xavier Worthy was the clear-cut next best wide receiver to come off the board.
I would fully agree. And I do think that we are maybe underestimating a little bit here. There is something very significant that we are missing for the Bills. They get to pick at pick 32, and that's not going to happen for a little while.
That's
for
a good
them.
point. They
So,
finally, the Bills just wanted to
wanna
pick at
feel
32
it.
for once in their
really,
life.
They just
you're
wanna
just
have that
teasing
good
them.
feeling.
You're telling me the Chiefs are just teasing them a little bit.
A little bit.
It's like,
They
hey,
just wanna
this
have
is
that
what this
feeling.
feels like.
So essentially, they got to pick at pick 32 for the equivalent value of like a late 5th, early 6th.
Late 6th.
I mean, again, like we are talking about a round 1 wide receiver that the Chiefs moved up for a late 5th, all the way down to a late 6th, based on Joseph Hefner's kind of math there, the calculator that he has there. I mean, again, we talked about giving up more than that for Xavier Worthy, or more than that for Brian Thomas Jr., because it was going to make so much of an impact to this offense. That impact does not change. And to be able to do that for such an insignificant day 3 pick, man, I'm over the moon for this.
I'm over the moon too, because at 23 we were starting to talk about it.
Yeah.
We were talking about Xavier Worthy, ideal scenario. Xavier Worthy, let's trade up for Xavier Worthy.
And I
Move
didn't
up
want
for-
to trade up for Xavier Worthy because I thought it was going to be like, oh, you're giving up pick 95 and you're going to have to lose that 3rd round
So
pick, and that was going to be a thing.
They finally found an entry point.
Correct.
They finally got one, and it wound up being the Buffalo Bills. I want to take you guys back to February, I think. It was like late February. We did our first mock draft exercise. Do you remember who we picked?
We picked Xavier Worthy.
Yeah.
You remember who we also projected as a free agent?
I don't.
Oh, it was Hollywood Brown.
Was it Hollywood Brown?
Oh, yeah.
Weird. Weird how that works. So Hollywood Brown and Xavier Worthy are both teammates here in Kansas City. OU Texas connection there. Texas Tech throwing to them. Who else in the Big 12 can the Chiefs go get? Is SMU joining the Big 12 soon? I mean, we'll see what,
hey,
ACC for free.
Yeah.
We'll
tried.
We'll see. But yeah, this is a great pick. Well, let's go around the room here a little bit and just kind of grade the pick. So Matthew, grade the pick of Xavier Worthy.
I mean, in a vacuum, just the pick of Xavier Worthy, we're going to give an A-. I always got to throw this out there. I think a C is fine. A C is a completely average pick. You pick the exact right player for the value you're picking. I'm giving Xavier Worthy at pick 28 an A-. So that means I like the value there. I think it's a good player. It's a good fit. Very good. With the trade up, I'm going to knock it down to just probably a B+, just because the Chiefs do lose a little bit of picks, but like we're real bored. I really like this pick. I don't want to come across as critical of it at all. I really do enjoy the pick. I think it's really good. I'm going to say B+, A-, just depending on accounting for the value of losing in the trade.
I'm going to say a straight A.
Yeah.
They go 3 for 3. So basically they trade 3 draft picks and get 3 in return. So they are not losing players in this scenario, in this draft class. Yes, the players may be of a quote-unquote lesser quality in day 3. Brett Veach has been really good at day 3, so you feel good about him taking more bites at the apple there. I'm going to give a straight A there. You're not going to see anything but too high coverage out of defenses now. And if you do, guess what? Think of Tampa Bay versus Tyreek Hill. 3 years ago, where they just obliterated him. It's like, oh, we're going to play single high because that's what we do. And the Chiefs just went, oh, okay, well, we're going to throw outside the numbers and we're going to dominate you. Teams are going to play too high again. Isaiah Pacheco, Travis Kelce. This is beneficial for more than just Xavier Worthy, more than just Rashee Rice, more than just Hollywood Brown. This brings in the full picture of the offense again. This is an A for me. You did not have to devalue significantly picks or reduce the number of picks that you have in this draft, and you force every defense in the NFL to play a different defense than they would have otherwise.
I will give it an A as well. I love this pick. I think when we were looking at the board and talking through some of these things as we were into the 20s, this was a player that we were all targeting. I wouldn't have been stunned if Xavier Worthy wound up going in the late teens, early 20s. It is really hard to find a player that can stretch the field like this. And I kind of wonder, if some teams are wanting to get a little bit cute and not in the sense that like a bunch of players should have been off the board by now at receiver, but I just wonder if, maybe a couple receivers might have gone off the board in a different scenario because they're trying to play, the round 2 game a little bit, right? And get the receiver a little bit later and take some of these players earlier. But I love the fact that Xavier Worthy fell in a range that the Chiefs were able to go up and secure him. And I love the fact that they still kept the same volume of picks that they have. And I think this is a player that can be maximized and his talents can be exploited in Kansas City better than about anywhere else. He is playing with the best player on the planet. He is playing with the best play caller on the planet. And he's got a unique skill set that could terrify the rest of the National Football League. There's already some personnel people out there I'm seeing some tweets with some vulgarities that are being tweeted.
They hate it. They hate
the AFC hates
the
it.
Chiefs have Xavier Worthy. That tells you exactly what you need to know about the fact that the Kansas City Chiefs just added Xavier Worthy to their roster. Most AFC teams are just like hanging their heads. They're pissed off.
I love that the Chiefs didn't reach for a tackle either. I don't think there was any tackles that I really liked beyond
Hey, guess what?
this group.
They still have a round 2 pick.
And they still can go get one.
Yeah.
But maybe they can play in that tier 2 of tackles now.
Correct. And they have pick volume. They can trade up a little bit if they want to.
They might be able to move up to 135. So I give it an A. Tucker Franklin, you have something for us real quick?
Yeah, before we completely get off the topic of Xavier Worthy, Andy Reid is talking about Xavier Worthy right now. He said that he could be a possible returner for the Chiefs as well. Nate Taylor tweets out that Andy Reid says, quote, "It should give Pat another weapon to use." Andy Reid also said, he's a good route runner. He's not a big kid, at least weight-wise, but I think you'll see the toughness he's got, which jumped out to him on film, a tremendous worker.
He is, and I want to speak to that a little bit because I think that all three of us walked into this season thinking, okay, we like a Xavier Worthy. We know he's a vertical stretch guy. We want to see what he's going to bring to the table from a toughness standpoint. And Texas really featured him in an underneath role in a way that I don't think that we really expected. And he didn't shy away from contact. The thing that I kept bringing up, and Maddie can testify to this, when people would say, oh, no, Andy doesn't want anything to do with Xavier Worthy. He's too slight. He's not going to run through contact and all of that. How many times do you remember Tyreek Hill lowering his shoulder and running through a guy? It didn't happen. It didn't happen very often. And that's not a slight to Tyreek. He was still such an efficient player for the Kansas City Chiefs. Xavier Worthy can be that as well. You don't need that run-through guy, that yards after catch guy, when you've got a Travis Kelce, when you've got a Rashee Rice, when you've got some of these other guys that you have on the roster. Like, it fits. It's not outside of the realm of possibility to say, hey, this guy's going to catch something, and he's probably not going to get a whole bunch of yards after catch. It still exists. They've lived with that in the past.
When's the last time the Chiefs asked any wide receiver, let alone their speed wide receiver, to go be physical at any point in time?
Well, I think the funny thing you're talking about, guys, I was going to bring this up earlier, and they just didn't find a natural place to do it. But how often was McCole Hardman having to deal with press last year?
Never.
Okay. Like the Chiefs
and
do.
They traded for him.
The Chiefs
How
do.
often did Rashee Rice,
wait.
best wide receiver last year, how often did he deal with press?
Let's think about this a little bit. What did they give up for McCole Hardman?
5th round compensatory pick, essentially, and a pick swap between 6 and 7.
A late 5th.
Yeah.
What did they give up to trade up for Xavier Worthy?
A late 5th.
Oh, a late 5th.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So they give up roughly what they gave up for McCole Hardman to move up in round 1 to draft a better football player than McCole Hardman.
I think they got into a tier of players I would have been happy with at 32. That list was dwindling as we were talking about. And here we are. So the Chiefs have selected Xavier Worthy with their first pick, number 28, after a trade up with the Buffalo Bills. That is the first pick for this team. Really excited about it. We're all giving it an A in some same way, shape, or form. Pretty awesome. So,
Hook 'em.
Hook 'em.
Horns up?
Horns up for once?
Up.
Man, I'm buzzing. The Bills have traded out again.
You're not supposed to react to that right now.
It's over. We're good.
Okay.
We can.
Okay, hang on. I gotta collect what just happened in the NFL draft because I was very excited about what just happened.
The 49ers took Ricky Pearsall. That was something.
That is a shocking.
Nate Wiggins went to the Ravens.
Nate Wiggins went to the Ravens.
Oh, that's a really good pick.
Which is a solid pick for them. And then the Panthers traded up exactly one spot from 33 to 32.
Well, run on receivers now. Ricky Pearsall going, Xavier Worthy going.
Yeah,
so they
and
got to go up and get their guy.
Goodness gracious, if Carolina waited one more pick.
I think they were probably worried about
is
teams
in.
jumping up for maybe Adonai Mitchell or a Keon Coleman or one of these guys potentially.
Or Lad McConkey, and the fact that we just named like 18 guys means it was there really a need to trade up one pick. That's just where I come from with it.
Yeah, they just wanted a first round pick
they
again.
they wanted whoever this is. Is this still Xavier Legette? Were they not taking him at 33? Were they afraid that the Bills were going to take Legette?
Maybe. I don't know. That one's weird to me.
What if it really is Legette?
Lad McConkey makes the most sense.
Feels like Buffalo was just like,
he's just like
screw it. I hate all of this.
Deontay Johnson clone.
Interesting.
Man, I'm excited about Xavier Worthy.
I'm
I don't
buzzing,
know about you guys.
Yeah, it's such a good pick.
That's especially going 3 for 3 on that. Like, you did not have to give up significant investment.
They're going to use 135 to go trade up.
Did you see the pick? Did you guys talk about this pick already?
We haven't heard the pick for Carolina. Do you have the pick for Carolina?
It's Xavier Legette.
Xavier Legette.
Damn, he wasn't lied to.
Hey,
No, he was lied to.
do you know?
That is true.
Do you know we had Carolina trading into pick 32 in our last mock draft for
we're
Xavier
morons,
Legette specifically?
We're morons. We picked Hollywood Brown going to the Chiefs and
Yeah.
Xavier Worthy going to the
Okay,
Chiefs.
I mean, good for you, Panthers. You know, you got your Jonathan Mingo and your Jonathan Mingo 2.0.
They get the 5th-year option. They get the 5th-year
Listen,
option. on
They
the
got
guy.
Jonathan Mingo
They got
and
the
Jonathan
fifth-year
Mingo
option
with the
on
fifth-year
When it
option a year
hits,
later.
When both of them hits on the same rookie contract, that's going to be
I mean,
fun.
who am I to talk? The Chiefs have Hollywood Brown on a rookie deal. So, who am I to really say a whole lot about
I'm more
it?
excited about Hollywood Brown on the rookie deal than I am on Hollywood Brown on the veteran
Good
deal.
for the Panthers, right? And good for Xavier Legette. I think it's pretty good business from the Bills too. The fact that they traded back twice to get to where they are,
that's smart.
and they're still probably going to take whatever wide receiver they wanted at 33 to
Keon.
start
AD.
whoever it is.
AD, yeah.
But they moved back twice. I mean, they just picked up a lot of picks to do that. So,
They did.
probably good business by them if they
But
didn't
again,
want Worthy.
again, at least the trade with the Chiefs is they're swapping picks with the Chiefs. So it's not like they're accumulating a bunch of picks. They're accumulating a little bit
better
value.
picks. Yeah, so
And,
now they.
I mean,
I could see it when they're in the cap, but they're in the best spot. They're in the best spot at pick 33 too.
According to Seth Walder, the Chiefs trade up for Xavier Worthy is one of the 10 cheapest first-round non-QB trade-ups in the last 20 years.
I would absolutely believe it because it's a late 5th value. Like that
At best,
does not
at best,
happen.
at best, it's anywhere between a late 5th and a late 7th. I think the Jimmy Johnson chart even shows that it is a value for the Chiefs moving up, so, like for the Chiefs to make the move. So yeah, it's like they didn't give up a lot to move for it. It makes a fair amount of sense for them to it's pretty even. That's about as even as it gets.
Love it.
Yeah, I do
love
too.
it. I did too. I love it.
Are the Bills cooked?
No.
People are asking. I
No,
just wanna know.
no,
Bills aren't
that's smart.
cooked.
That's smart by them. Like, in all honesty, as much as I want to dunk on them, that's smart by them. If they did not have a Xavier Worthy, near the top of their board, if it's a A.D. Mitchell, if it's a Lad McConkey, whatever it is for them, trade out a couple of times.
Are you okay? Here's a good question. Are you guys more surprised that the Chiefs got Xavier Worthy, or more surprised that they traded with the Buffalo Bills to get Xavier Worthy?
More surprised that they trade up with the Buffalo Bills to get Xavier.
What do you
Worthy.
think?
No doubt.
I'm going to go with Xavier Worthy because I feel like while the Buffalo Bills and the Chiefs have a rivalry that goes back and forth, I think the Bills have always gone about it the right way and that they don't despise the Chiefs. They are always doing what's the best for them. I don't feel like they're ever petty about it. I've never felt like the Bills are petty about what the team is not petty about what the Chiefs have done. I think the Bills felt this was best for their team, kind of like Brett Veach says. And the fact that the trade was pretty even tells me that the Buffalo Bills weren't driving a hard bargain.
Right.
Yeah, Seth Walder. You mentioned that this is one of the 10 cheapest first round non QB trade ups in the past 20 years. He's got it valued as a sixth round draft pick.
Fine.
All of us, every single one of us. I don't care what you think about Xavier Worthy, throwing a 6th round pick to move up in the first round to take a wide receiver that you are passionate about. That's a no-brainer. That's the easiest move in the world to make. So, yeah.
Here's a real question. What number does he wear?
Ooh.
Do they have number 1 available?
Yeah, I don't know why they wouldn't.
Jarek McKinnon?
They should.
Jarek McKinnon's not there anymore.
So number
He's
1?
currently not.
He's
so
number one.
He
Number
would
one.
still be the priority.
Buy
though.
your worthy one.
What did he wear before? He didn't wear number 1 till this last year,
The
right?
worthy one.
Yeah, he wore
The
number
worthy
8
one.
before then.
8. Is number 8 available?
Nah,
Justin
Carlos
Ross.
Dunlap.
Justin Ross.
So it's available.
So it's available. I asked was available.
Listen. Worthy one is an awesome
So it's 8,
NFL
honestly.
uniform.
You guys completely glossed over the fact I said Carlos Dunlap wore number 8.
Yeah.
Listen,
Yes, we did.
I'm fine with
good
Carlos
reason.
Dunlap
Sorry.
rejoining
I thought
this
it was
roster.
funny. I thought it was funny, guys. That's all I'm gonna say. I thought it was funny. Also in the chat, I saw a comment here about who's the best players available for round 2. Guess what? We'll have a podcast. You're going to have to listen to the podcast coming out. We'll talk about that. That's not going to be on this stream. It'll be coming out tomorrow afternoon, getting you ready for day 2 of the draft, where we will be live every single second of that as well. So that leads me into a natural transition to talk about our streaming schedule. Obviously, we've been live today, but tomorrow we will be live at 5:30 p.m. Central Time, Saturday 10:30 a.m. Central Time, and Sunday we will also be live at 11 a.m. recapping every single pick of the Kansas City Chiefs draft. So that being said, be on the lookout for that stuff.
Can't wait to be back here on Friday. We'll be at Holiday Distillery all weekend. So I think we'll be at a different location than this one, but just kind of somewhere else in the distillery. It's been great having them host us. We can't appreciate them enough. Can't say thank you enough. And we can't say thank you enough to you all for supporting KC Sports Network, for watching this live stream. Tomorrow's a lot of fun, too, in the Chiefs.
Second best day of the draft for the KCSN draft coverage.
Have at least one pick in there, and you never know what they could do with all that draft capital too. You could see them moving back in and maybe giving up a couple for us to get back in. So we'll find out. We'll see what they do. We're gonna take a breath. We're gonna celebrate Xavier Worthy tonight, and we will see you all tomorrow. KCSN is back. Every single pick of this draft. We love you. We'll catch you later.